Foreword to The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Verity, Kendall. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Foreword. Never have bright romance and black scandal been more attached to the name of a lovely woman, writes a quaint and susceptible chronicler, than to that of fair Anne Boleyn. Certainly no girl ever flashed so meteor-like above the satellites of an English court, and no woman ever went to her doom under more awful accusations. Since fiction could not be half so amazing as the facts of Anne Boleyn's story, I have kept this novel of her fortunes true to those facts, and have gone, for their knowledge, not only to the histories written of this period, but in many cases to the sources of those histories. My endeavour has been to reveal the actual characters and the actual situations, and to use as much of the real incident and dialogue as possible. The state papers of Henry VIII, his letters, foreign and domestic, the correspondence of the Spanish ambassadors Mendoza and Chapuis with Charles V, and the correspondence of the French court, and of the papal agents, the old English chroniclers, Hall, Wriothesley and Cavendish, and sundry memoirs and diaries have all contributed to the material. And where the accounts have varied and the historians disputed, I have used the account which seems the most authoritative and probable. The only liberties I have taken with the known facts are a reference to Surrey and his love affairs when he was yet 10 years too old, and a use of the name Helen Sackville instead of Nan Sackville, to avoid a continual conjunction of Nan and Anne. The intermingling of you and thou was confused usage of the times, and so too was the occasional address of master or mister, even to some men of title. One of the most disputed matters is the date of Anne Boleyn's birth, and here I have followed the opinion of Brewer, Gardiner, Lingard, and many others in accepting the year of 1507. Camden gives this date, the only positive one given by an early writer, and there seems no good reason to doubt it. Friedman, in general also an authority, does so and refers to a picture at Basel bearing the inscription HR 1530, 80th 27, and the words added later, Anna Regina, as being the portrait of Anne Boleyn painted by Holbein. But Mr. George Sharp has pointed out in the Archaeologia, volume 11.81, that the picture is of Anne, Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, whose age exactly tallies with the date, and that the letters are not HR, but HB, which was the signature of 3 German artists of that period, one of whom, and not Holbein, executed the portrait. Also in Henry Clifford's Life of Jane Dormer, Duchess of Vieira, edited a few years ago by Father Stevenson, we are told that at the time of Anne's execution she was not 29 years of age, which, if the reckoning of the time from the New Year's was meant, there were 4 different ways of reckoning it then, would place Anne's birth before May 19th, 1507. But I do not wish to enter an historical controversy, but only to suggest the truth of the colours of the picture I have tried to paint, and to offer the Anne Boleyn of this story a very human girl, gay and fearless and rashly proud, as the likeness of that Anne who dared and lost so long ago, and whose blood was the first of any woman to stain an English scaffold. I wish to acknowledge my indebtedness to the historians of Paul Friedman, of Brewer, Gardiner, Strickland, and Hume, and to express my gratitude to the librarians of the Bodleian Library, Oxford, for the generous use accorded of the documents and MSS in their possession. Also I wish to thank Miss Louisa Sewell Cheever of Smith College, Northampton, Massachusetts, to whose friendship and encouragement this book owes much of the inspiration for its undertaking. Mary Hastings Bradley. End of Foreword. Recording by Verity, Kendall. Chapter 1 of The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Verity, Kendall. Chapter 1 The Queen's Refusal. April, the deceitful minx, after promising fair weather, was sending gust after gust of rain. With wet, mocking fingers she tapped at the mullioned panes, as if to flout the 3 exasperated young men within, booted and spurred for a ride, who were lounging in the palace hall, and roundly reviling the state of things. "Devil take it," groaned Norris, with a yawn that eclipsed half a well-featured countenance. "The month's a very woman for tears." "A jilt, like all her sex," pronounced Wyatt the poet. "Will it never end?" Brereton grumbled, drumming on the leaden glass and staring out over the drenched gardens to the rain-shrouded sweep of country beyond. "An it does, the ways will be muddy," Norris gloomily predicted with a careful thought for his new breeches. Wyatt opened his lips for a scoffing rejoinder, then stopped to listen. He had caught the muffled blare of a trumpet and the distant grinding of heavy doors. "Hark," said he, "the Queen is coming from mass." Usual as the incident was, It was at least an incident, and in their tedium they paid it more flattering attention than it generally received. Turning to face the great doors at the end of the hall, they swept off their hats, brushing back some random locks and shaking out a frill or two in preparation. They were three as fine-looking young men as you would often see in a row, all between 22 and 23 years of age. Brereton, big and ruddy, with a mane of golden hair the colour of the massy gold chain around his neck. Norris, lithe and dark, and Wyatt between the two in stature, and between them both in a distinction of bearing and charm of feature. Youth and gay spirits and kinship of taste had made fast comrades of them. In a few moments the large doors were pushed open, manoeuvred by four backward-moving little pages, bowing at every step to usher in the procession. Two pages came to a standstill on either side of the entrance, while the other two made their crab-like way down the hall to open the opposite doors leading to the Queen's apartments. Two trumpeters came next, rending the ears with a roar as they entered the hall. And then appeared the woman for whom all this ceremony took place. She was a thick, middle-aged figure, cumbered with heavy velvet and satin damask, lacking in the appearance of majesty, lumpy, plain-featured, with the scant hair strained boldly back to be hidden under a black velvet cap. She nevertheless managed to express majesty's authority. There was a proud habit of command in the very set of the neck upon her shoulders, in the proud lines of her harsh features, in the arrogance of her eyes. She crossed the hall slowly, awkwardly, her sagging train supported by two Spanish women who had been her lifelong attendants at her alien court. Two by two followed the English maids of honour, some with faces meekly cast down as if in pious reverie, others bright-eyed and alert, shooting slant beams at the three courtiers. Demure or daring, a visible self-consciousness animated them all as they passed by, all but the youngest maid of honour at the end of the line, who marched in a kind of furious oblivion. She was a slender slip of a girl, of delicate lines and vivid colour, high carried head, face pale but for two crimson fires in the cheeks, dark eyes immovably forward, blazing with unguarded emotion. Such a bearing arrested even young Norris's wondering gaze. "Look at Mistress Anne," said he in wonder. Wyatt was already looking. "She is ill, please," he diagnosed promptly. As cousin of the girl, he might, on that and other accounts, be considered an authority on her humours. "There is a storm brewing. God send cover to the poor wretch on whom it breaks. Anne hath a dagger behind those red lips of hers." It would seem that the mass brought but scant peace to her soul. "Mistress Anne was bent over a letter the great time," volunteered one of the small pages who, now that the train was past, had sidled over from his post at the door to insinuate himself among the young men. "Billet doux during mass," sighed the poet in mock dismay. He looked across to the doorway through which flickered the last scarlet gleam of Anne's gown. "There is some love mischief afoot. I shall give a candle to Our Lady of Good Graces that I am not in Percy Northumberland's shoes this day." "Oh," said Brereton with a grunt of awakened interest. "Is Percy then—" "My supplanter," Wyatt laughed, the laugh of a man who turns a resolutely gay face to the world, but there was an edge to the laughter. He had worn his cousin's colours at joust and tourney since her arrival in England from the court of France, and though he carried off the affair lightly as the customary allegiance of knight to lady, the lightness had sometimes a summoned air. "In faith, only the blind can deny it," he proclaimed airily. "Henry Percy hath fallen over heels in love." Brereton tweaked the curls of the page, who sustained a difficult grin under the attention, looking reflective. "That Percy hath been contracted to Lady Mary Talbot these 3 years," he said. Wyatt shrugged airily. "Aye, 3 years, and women are not wine to grow dearer through keeping. And the contract, I hear, was none of Percy's making. His father made it. Let his father look to it." "You think then that Percy intends—" "I think then that Percy intends," Wyatt gaily assented. "I think also that Anne intends, which is the important matter, and that my small cousin will therefore be Countess of Northumberland some fine day. I must be choosing my rhymes for the occasion." The girl on whom he prophesied so securely had entered the chamber of the Queen. It was a long, sombre apartment, hung with tapestries between the panellings of carved oak, and lighted by the small windows, near whose leaded panes were placed the embroidery frames where the ladies in waiting were already setting to work. Time hung heavily for young spirits in this chamber, where King Henry and his gay retinue rarely entered. The days were dull repetitions of devotion and needlework, and the only hint of amusement was the evening play of cards and snatched gossip with the suite of those who came to pay their respects to the Queen. Catherine was seated before her embroidery frame, where the rich greens of a forest were taking shape underneath her skillful fingers. The ladies about her bent, half squinting in the grudging light, over their work in silence. Conversation immediately after Mass was not considered indicative of a proper train of pious reflection. The youngest maid of honour had not taken her place at her frame. She was standing beside it, her eyes on the Queen, her hands tensely clinched at her sides as if gripping upon some supreme resolve. Then, with a swirling flutter of draperies, she moved impetuously forward and fell on one knee at the Queen's side. "I crave a moment's hearing of your Majesty," she cried, and the sudden appeal of the young voice vibrated with an indecorous sensation through the calm room. In surprise Queen Catherine looked down into the excited face of her maid of honour, and there was a brisk rustling of silks as her ladies turned to the strange sight of Anne in petition. "How now? What have you to ask?" There was scant promise in the Queen's tone and in her attitude of suspended industry. Anne's eyes swept the attentive listeners. "Will your Grace have the goodness to hear me privily?" she besought. The Queen gave a look about the room, before which her attendants discreetly lowered their lids. "Speak out, girl," she commanded. "This is privily enough." Anne swallowed hard. She had no illusion about the Queen's feeling for her. Between them had ever rankled the antipathy of alien temperaments and strong personal pride in which their close association had given 1,000 indefinable ways of expression. But she saw no help for herself now except through the Queen. And after all, Catherine was a woman and had often been a pitying one to subjects in distress. Perhaps now her pride would be gratified and her spite appeased by such humility of appeal. But it was bitterly hard to speak out and bear a sensitive heart before that curious roomful. "Your Grace knows," she began desperately, "that in these years at court since my return from France I have ever served you with loyalty and devotion. If I have e'er offended it has not been from a wish of my heart. Let me implore that out of your great charity your Highness will intervene on my poor behalf. I am in such strait fortune. The Lord Cardinal," even through the tone of pleading the name shot a quiver of rancour, "the Lord Cardinal hath forbidden my troth to the Lord Percy of Northumberland." Catherine's beetling brows contracted sharply. She thrust out her lower lip, an ominous sign. "Thy troth? Percy of Northumberland? What art thou raving about? What art thou to him?" "Your Majesty, the Lord Percy has honoured me with the proposal of his hand. We plighted our troth, and then the Lord Cardinal—" "Thou hast been having secret love meetings with this Henry Percy?" Clearly the tale had not made a good beginning. Catherine had stern standards for her maids. "I but talked with him here at times in the chamber, while the Lord Cardinal was having audience with your Majesty," Anne anxiously protested. "And we are plighted to marry. We waited to implore your Grace's favour until Percy could personally acquaint his father with his hopes." Catherine's expression seemed to imply that these two numbers on the prospective programme would have been better reversed. Anne read this with sinking heart as she hurried on. "Then as we were waiting there came one that spied on us and hatefully betrayed us to the Lord Cardinal, in whose care and service Northumberland had been placed, and the Cardinal then called him to account, who made answer that he wanted nothing so much as to marry me, and be released from an old pre-contract that his father had made, 3 years back, with the father of Lady Mary Talbot. There are contracts made and unmade every day, as your Majesty knows, and the Lady Mary's affections were in no wise touched. But oh, for no reason that any heart can see, the Lord Cardinal forbade our love. He sent for the old Earl of Northumberland to come and depose young Percy. Oh, your Grace, I beg, I implore of your womanly heart to take pity on us and grant us your aid. A word from you to the Cardinal, to the King, and we are free to love and marry, and without that word we are undone forever. It is so little to you, and to us it is all. Surely God will move you to take compassion." Her voice rang out through the room unmindful of the listening ladies. She had forgotten their curious eyes and ears. In her passionate need, pride and reserve streamed from her like leaves in an autumn gale. She was conscious only of her peril, her fear, and her hope. Through a mist of unaccustomed tears her dark eyes sought the Queen's, her lips were quivering, her heart was bounding like a hunted thing's. Little enough emotion answered her in the Queen's reply. "I trust I know my duty to God without your tongue to point it out. If the Lord Cardinal forbade, the Lord Cardinal had a good reason." "Oh, 'twas a reason of hard unchristian craft," the girl gave tempestuously back. "He wishes to keep me unmarried, that he might be ever dangling the promise of my hand before my cousin, the son of Sir Piers Butler, to settle with my father the old dispute over the Ormond inheritance. The Butlers give him gifts to bring this to pass. Must a girl's life wait so on juggling statecraft? Oh, your Majesty!" "Is that a seemly way to mention the Lord High Cardinal to me, girl?" Anne opened her lips, but Catherine's gesture checked her speech. You are not free, Mistress Anne, to follow with your hand where you have flung your heart. I trust I have an open mind for all who sue, but I see in this nothing but the vanity of a froward maid, which I have had occasion before times to rebuke. Your queen hath other work than the making you Countess of Northumberland. His gracious Majesty the King hath long destined you for your cousin, Sir James Butler, as a fitting union to end an old family strife. To that end you were recalled from France. But that is over 3 years ago, and still the Lord Cardinal would keep me unwept, so as still to hold threat or promise over the Butlers and accept their gifts. Anne's tears were dried by her rising anger and long-smothered sense of injustice. I have been but a pawn in his game. Surely to your Majesty I may seem a woman. Why may I not marry Percy? I am of honourable lineage, the daughter of a knight, and I have brought no stain or tarnish to my name. I care not to discuss your fair reputation, Mistress Anne. A faint titter, like the rustling of a spring breeze, flew among the ladies, quickly subdued for fear of the Queen's displeasure. But Catherine gave no hint of vexation towards it. You are a froward girl to rail against the Lord Cardinal's policies, which are the policies of the King, your master. Would you raise your tongue against him? You have ever been too unlicensed in speech and action, mistress. Take heed now, and be warned by this mischance which your folly hath brought upon you, lest worse happen. Percy is contracted to the Lady Mary, and you should have known better than to raise your eyes to his. I would do wrong to have that contract broken. Oh, your highness, 'twas but talk, a promise between the fathers 3 years back. Percy and Mary do not love. 'Tis I he chooses, and 'tis his happiness that is in your hands with that of mine. Percy is a boy, and should be finding his happiness in his duty, and not in stolen love tokens from silly maids. We will have no French ways here. The Spanish woman had no love for France, and it was Anne's misfortune that she had brought back from that court too much of its charm and freedom to be acceptable. The girl's whole face was scarlet with distress, but she made one more last essay of humility. Ah, if your Majesty would but reflect, we would serve you all our lives in such loving gratitude. Which is, in any case, your duty to your sovereign, Catherine dryly reminded her. Then, as the girl, still on her knee, fixed on her a look of strangely mingling pleading and resentment, "Rise, Mistress Anne," she commanded. "I would do wrong to interfere with the king's plans. Nay, you need speak no more. I know my duty with the aid of heaven without your voice. I am sorry for your hopes, but I cannot help you in this." Anne rose slowly, her burning eyes never wavering from the Queen's face. "Even queens ask mercy from heaven," she said in a low, steely tone, tense with vibrating passion. "It may be, on a future day your Majesty would not be sorry to have granted some." "Now that speech is more like to the Mistress Anne Boleyn than your former ones," returned the other, unmoved. Again the ladies laughed, a little louder this time, and 1 or 2 whispers flew nimbly among them. "I am what your court makes me," the girl cried in sudden outbreak, then as sharply checked herself. Not a look among the ladies was lost to her, though her eyes never glanced that way. She was breathing hard, her lips set to keep them from trembling, her hands gripped fiercely under her long pointed sleeves. Every nerve in her was tingling, every pulse throbbed with shame and rage and defeat, yet she stood outwardly at ease, a slow smile curving her lips. "I thank your Majesty for your great kindness to me. I shall never forget your Grace's pity on my distress." Her dark eyes were leashed lightning. Then she bowed low and walked slowly out of the room, her head high like a flower on its slender stalk of a neck. Through the long halls and up the stairs she made her way with an insolent flaunting grace for any eyes that might be spying. But when she gained her room and drew the bolt across the door, her nervous strength ebbed like a racing tide, and she sunk onto her knees beside the window seat and buried her face in the cushions. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 2 of The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 2. A Broken Betrothal. Bitter anger at the Queen, at the Cardinal, at Carew the informer, wrung her like physical anguish and lent venom to the loss of Percy and the defeat of their hopes. Just 1 word from the Queen, 1 little word, and she would not say it. She had been glad to deny her, to taunt her. Even in that tumultuous instant Anne wondered whether the Queen was aware of her own gladness. Catherine seemed to her so self-righteous, so smugly assured of her own purity of motive, that no such disturbing self-knowledge would reach her. Why should such as she have the power of life and death? The girl's wild rebellion questioned. It was all unfair, unjust, iniquitous, this scheme of life. Chivalry and justice and mercy were only words of mocking lips. There was no reality but power. Power. She whispered it to herself chokingly. Oh, for the power of ruling her own life, of riding out with her former lover to his country house, far from all interference and tyranny. Oh, for the power to dash aside these arrogant men and women, or to wreak on them 1/100th of the bitterness she was suffering now. Oh, to make them feel as she felt, to foil their hopes, crash down their plans, and stab their pride as they had stabbed hers. The memory of the scene that had just been enacted stung her like 100 tongues of fire. She writhed under the memory, her whole body hot and angry. Power. It was the desire of all the world. Money and strength and beauty and intellect were only of worth for its acquirement. Poor Anne's tears were fast and furious as the realization of her own helplessness swept over her. What could be done? Her father, Sir Thomas Boleyn, was in excellent favour at court, but she knew his affable selfishness too well to dream that he would one step for her against the Cardinal. Her brother, George, adored her, but he had no influence to exert, and she herself had only her youth and bright eyes and gay spirits, and though these had won Percy, they were powerless to destroy the barriers raised between them. Oh, Percy, Percy! How merrily they had laughed together in the garden 2 nights ago! How lightly they had prophesied of that golden future waiting them! How they had dreamed and talked and kissed! What a night it had been! Starry and sweet with spring, with a crescent moon high over their shoulders, etching in silver the rosebuds about them. Even then Carew must have been lurking in the shadows of those rose bushes, playing the spy. It was a happy, happy heart that she had carried up to bed with her, and now she pressed her hands against her aching side. It was all too terrible for belief, and she was only a helpless girl of 19, unfriended and alone. The slow moments dragged by, each with its weight of misery, its sting of reminder. Unheeded, a little black spaniel, subdued by this strange turbulence, had crept closer and closer to her on the window-seat, watching her with anxious, puzzled eyes. At last, with a worried whine, he put his head down by hers, and sent his rough little grater of a tongue against her wet cheek. Anne started, then her arms went round him, and her tears fell with fresh violence. "Oh, Robin, Robin, if men had but such hearts as thine!" But comforted a little by that dumb sympathy, she sat up and put back her loosened hair from her hot face. The note she had been reading in mass had fallen from her dress to the floor, and she smoothed it out and read it again. It was a boy's scrawl, incoherent, distraught, sent in haste by Henry Percy to announce the arrival of his father, whom the Cardinal had summoned. Percy was both dazed and fearful. He begged Anne to do what she could. He was obliged to keep his quarters in the Cardinal's household. Percy loved her to folly. She put her wits sharply together on that. It might yet enable him to strike some blow for their happiness, or it might keep him true and waiting till times should be more favouring. Or even, so swiftly did every instinct in her rise to hope, it might be possible for him to soften his father's heart. The old earl was mighty enough, perhaps, to assuage, though never to oppose, the Cardinal. She would not yet despair. She had hoped too keenly, rejoiced too deeply, to wrench herself yet from her dream. How much of this dream had been of Percy, and how much of the future Earl of Northumberland, her most candid moment could scarcely have told. Percy's good looks and merry bearing, his gay laugh and boyish whole-souled adoration of her, his reverence towards her girlhood, sweet at this rude jesting court, had all moved her heart to pride and joy in him, while her haughty young head, full of girlhood's vague glittering visions, was not unready for the coronet of Northumberland. These hopes swept away, what remained? Anne stared out unseeingly over the garden, drying its tender April green in a sudden shaft of light, and she saw herself a small, insignificant mite in this great world in which she had meant to play so magnificent a part. Not the Countess of Northumberland now, only a thin little waiting maid to a spiteful queen, at the mercy of every whim of favour. And she had dreamed such dreams! The 7 years she had passed at the French court, where she had gone as a childish maid of honor to the Princess Mary on her marriage with King Louis, passed through her mind. Years of color and charm and gaiety, lilt of music and light heart and dancing feet. When the old king died, and Mary ran off to marry Brandon, the Duke of Suffolk, Anne had remained under the charge of good Queen Claude, and had been foremost in favor of all the 300 girls in her train. As she shot into girlhood, her quick wit delighted in the keenness of the French, and her vivid intelligence gained in character in the society of men and women who thought with clearness and talked with charm, and who veiled the dull daily vices of humanity with such a delightful mantle of cultivation. Anne had been a young belle among her companions. At 14 she was setting a mode in gowns, inventing dances, and winning acclaim by her dancing of them. She played the lute and sang with sweetness. She amused half the women and more than half the men, and when at 15 she was recalled to England, she carried a harvest of lamenting verse from susceptible young blades, which drew from her only heart-free laughter. She had not learned the meaning of a sigh, and her natural regret at leaving France was smothered by girlish anticipation of the joys to come in England. English joys, however, failed most dismally of materialization. She found herself an attendant on a queen who devoted her time to mass and embroidery, and her money to priests and chapels, while the king was absorbed in a distant round of hunting, gambling, beefy banqueting, and noisy revelry. The girl looked in vain for the tone, the verve, the intelligence of the French court, and felt curiously alien in this damp, foggy, slow-spoken England with its Spanish queen. But the court had not been insensible to Anne's grace and wit, and as she grew older her charm shone as much as Catherine's dark chambers permitted. Her cousin, Thomas Wyatt, fell very desperately in love with her, and at the last Christmas jousts, where he had won the championship, he had crowned her Queen of Love and Beauty. Other lovers began to gather about her, idle young court rufflers who all too frequently were leaving their neglected wives in the country, while they themselves sought the favor of the king. The girl was exposed to a degree of corruption, and callously accepted vice that would have been the undoing of a spirit less fine. But Anne was too vigorous for such frailty. She knew very well the form she meant her fortune to take, and in Percy she had found the realization of all her dreams. And now what was before her? At 4, the ladies in waiting, 7 tables of them, supped together at mess, and Anne went down to face the ordeal with the unflinching courage that companioned her proud temper. She bathed her poor flushed face, powdered her suspiciously purple nose, and trusted hopefully to the concealment of the wealth of dark hair, which she wore unconfined save for a single ribbon across the brow. That hair had been another cause of friction with the queen, for Catherine, whose scant locks were combed back over a small hard roll to form a round coif about the face, and were then capped by a 7-pointed affair of black velvet, had denounced the girl's flowing curls as French wiggery. It was a curious feminine satisfaction to Anne's spirit now to shake out her hair in defiance of the queen's established fashion, and the freedom of this style accorded well with her slight springy type, and framed to striking advantage her gypsy-like face, with its sparkling eyes and drolly demure mouth. It was a hard mouth tonight as she faced the throng, and sharp sayings slipped through it as her excitement gained from the innuendo and the sly laughter about her. Behind the light sentences, her tongue stung like a dagger, as Wyatt had observed, and there was often more will than wit in the retorts that came back at her from her unfriendly companions. Of all the girls, there was but one to whom Anne felt drawn, and this one could scarcely be called a confidant. She was Helen Sackville, a tall, colorless girl, with a long nose and curious gray-green eyes under light lashes, a desperately unhandsome young woman, yet with a shrewd humor and a caustic wit that were meat and drink to Anne among the bland hypocrisies of the older ladies in waiting. To this girl Anne gravitated when the others were disposed about the queen's chambers for a game of écarté. Helen looked down at her with an air of quizzical amusement. "So there is where you have been these fine moonlight nights, Mistress Anne, trysting with my Lord Percy?" Anne nodded briefly, her nerves still tingling from an encounter with a Spanish woman who had condoled ironically with the loss of her prospects. Her eyes were on the doors that were being continually opened to admit the visitors who came to pay their respects here or try a hand at the cards. "A pretty romance," Helen commented. We had marked you together in company, but never surmised how far you had progressed. Methinks you are not over civil to our gracious Majesty this afternoon?" Anne's features quivered ever so slightly, and her head went up an inch or so. "What happened when I left?" she demanded. "Oh, the world wagged on the same. I embroidered a deer's head and horns as long as eternity. Donna Maria read a sage book aloud on the saving of souls. Oh, it seems that the queen did make the scornful jest that you seemed in great anxiety for the wedding. The Spanish women enjoyed it." The hot color deepened in Anne's face, but she made no response. Slander was all too current at court to be amazed at, but her anger registered one more incentive against the queen. The doors had opened again, and on the heels of the entering courtiers came a little page in Cardinal Wolsey's scarlet livery, tricked out in gold thread and lace like a pretty popinjay. He made butterfly trips about the room, lingering now at this group, now at that, for a message or a jest, and at length he slipped over to the corner where Anne, whose eyes had never left him, stood waiting with Helen in tense expectancy. "What news?" she demanded in a quick whisper. The little fellow shrugged and shook his head. "None that is good. Never have I seen the cardinal more incensed. My Lord Percy is in sore straits. There is no hope for thee, Mistress Anne." He flicked a grain of snuff off his ruffles with careful concern. Anne wanted none of this puppet's judgments. Her desperate concern was with the facts. "Tell me what he chanced," she besought. "What said the cardinal to him?" "Much, and all to the same music. He was wroth that Percy, who was in his care, had neither acquainted the lord, his father, nor yet his king's majesty with the matter, but must go about the choosing of a wife with as much ease and indifference as if he were a peasant or a hall boy, and not the heir to one of the noblest earldoms in the kingdom. Hadst thou submitted this matter unto his highness," quoth the cardinal, "he would have advanced thee much more, and mated thee according to thy degree and honor, and so by thy wise behavior thou might have grown into his grace and favor. But now," and his voice was terrible, mistress, "see," he said, "what you have done through your willfulness. You have not only offended your father, but also your loving sovereign lord, and matched yourself with such a one as neither your king nor your father will consent to. And hereof I put thee out of doubt that I will send for thy father, who at the coming shall either break this unadvised bargain or disinherit thee forever." And he went on to say the king's majesty would also complain of him to the earl, because his majesty had intended thee for another. "But why?" came hotly from Anne. "Am I so scorned as a match for this high Percy? My mother was a Howard." Aye, so spake Percy to the cardinal." "Poor lad," said the little page patronizingly. "He was so shaken and put about, he was weeping like a nervous girl. We could hear his voice through all the courtyard." Anne uttered an impatient little sound. "But what did he say?" "Oh, that he had not known the king's pleasure and was sorry for it, that he had held himself of good years and able to provide a confident wife as fancy should please. And he said that though you be but a simple maid and a knight to your father, you had descended of right noble parentage, for your mother is high of the Norfolk blood and your father descended of the Earl of Ormond. Oh, the Lord Percy spake well for you, mistress, and begged the cardinal on his knees to intercede in his behalf, and with the king, for this matter that was so dear to him that he could not forsake." "Aye?" Anne's face was sparkling. "Why, at that the cardinal turned round to us," went on the little page, all fire and gesture in the telling, "and, 'Lo, sirs,' he quoth, 'ye may see what wisdom is in that boy's willful head. I thought that when thou heardst the king's pleasure and intent, thou wouldst have put thyself wholly to the king's will.' Oh, but his voice was a terrible thing, mistress, and his face held so great a rage that Lord Percy looked everywhere but there. 'So I would, sir,' he made answer stammeringly enough, 'but in this matter I have gone so far, I know not how to discharge myself and my conscience.'" "A pious cavalier," came in low mockery from Helen. "He said that?" cried Anne. "His very words," the page affirmed, a little sulky at being snapped off in the thread of his dramatic recital. Ah, Percy was weakening, the girl divined. In his place she would never have weakened. That soft pliability she had detected in him, that had made him so responsive to her caprices, would undo him here. He was not the stuff that stood out against tempests, she felt, and was full of rage towards him that his nature was not as hardy as her own. Helen voiced her own thought. You should have been the man, she mumbled. We are indeed undone. This is the end, the girl thought with whitening lips. Go on, she said aloud. Was there more talk? Aye, talk enough. Percy was charged that he resort no more unto thy company, as he would abide the king's indignation. So thereupon he wrote that letter which I had no leisure to get to thee until the mass today. Has his father come yet? The noble earl came at once, and was long closeted with Cardinal Wolsey, and then he came out with a glass of wine in his hand, and sat down on a bench which was at the end of the gallery for the use of serving men, and before us all he rated his son who stood there, cap in hand. Son, he said, thou hast been and always wast a proud, unthinking and licentious waster, and what comfort or pleasure shall I conceive of thee, that thus without discreditation hast misused thyself, having neither regard unto me, thy natural father, nor the king, thy sovereign lord, nor to the weal of thine own estate, but hast undivisedly assured thyself unto her, with whom the king is with thee highly displeased. His displeasure is intolerable for any subject to bear. His indignation were able to ruin me and my posterity utterly. But considering the lightness of thy head, and the wilful qualities of thy person, being a singular good lord and favourable prince, and as my Lord Cardinal does clearly excuse thee in thy light, the little page was rolling off the long sentences with unction. He doth lament thy folly rather than malign thee for the same. Pray God this be a sufficient admonition for thee to use thyself more wisely, he said, and tossed off the wine and scowled round on us all, and then went on to say that he did not need to make Percy his heir, as he had other boys, and he threatened to choose the most promising of these for his successor, and he rolled his eyes round on us, and bade us mark his words and be not sparing in telling his son of his faults. You are a glib parrot, Master Wygant, said Anne, tucking a coin into his hand. You have dealt well with big words. Some day it may hap their meaning will come clearer to you. Is there no more? Nay, with a bow he dropped the coin in his satin pocket. That is all. I gave it as it was. I can remember a phrase as long as the best of them, and as for meanings, what is there that I do not know? Percy will go from court, it is said in our household, with his father in a day or two. Until then he dare not resort here. I have lingered over long now. Farewell, mistresses both. I too must be making my excuses, said Anne. I think I shall not stay here longer. Her Highness's manner was not over smooth to you this evening, cautioned Helen. It bodes you no good. Nor does any other sign that I can read, Anne flung back, and I care not a whit for them all. When she had gained the long corridor, she did not at once seek the seclusion of her room, but made a wary way down a narrow flight to another corridor from which opened a tiny balcony. She stepped out on it and stood looking over the rose garden beneath. All the hope left in her after the interview with the Queen was dead. This was the end. There was no appeal. Even had Percy been of another calibre, the matter might not have been bettered. The thing might have been made to cost him his head. Not that the king was so hopelessly displeased. This talk of Henry's will was, she felt, but a cloak for the cardinal's designs. Wolsey was the hand that had struck down her happiness. The girl seethed with hot, ineffectual rage against him, all the bitterer for its impotence. He was treading her coolly underfoot for a political scheme that was a small thing, too, to him, but my Lord Privy Seal did not permit even his small concerns to go astray. If his interference had been a matter of jealousy or revenge, Anne, curiously enough, could have felt it less of an outrage, for jealousy and revenge are warm human passions that strike mercilessly in self-defense. But this cold arrogance that treated her merely as a wooden pawn to be moved hither and yon quickened her to the fiercest resentment her fiery little heart had ever thrilled with. The moon slipped out from under a cloud and sent its soft light streaming into the garden's enclosure, making it a fairyland of ethereal light and mysterious shade. It slipped through the swaying leaves of the trees to weave fantastic, changing patterns on the grass about them. It trembled airily on the budding roses and ran, like a silver river, down the wide box-bordered paths, to flood with its radiance the marble shaft of an old sundial in the garden's centre. It was just such a night as the one when she had last met Percy, and under all the fierce surge of her anger came stealing the pain of the nevermore. Nevermore would they meet there. It might be they would never meet again. The poignancy of such denial was strange to her, but she divined that it was but the beginning of sorrow. Memories that had suddenly become an agony enwrapped her, and an aching presentiment of grief to come. All at once she was aware of a tall, grey-cloaked figure approaching from the shrubbery. She caught her breath sharply, in hope and fear. Could it be Percy? In that beating second she decided that if her lover had found his way to her and would ask her to fly with him, fly she would, and brave whatever storm might come. The figure stepped beneath the balcony, and her hope was mercilessly dispelled. The plumed hat was swept off in a low, ironical bow, and the moonlight showed the thin, mocking features of Sir Nicholas Carewe. "A fair evening, cousin," he called. This was the man who had betrayed them to the Cardinal. Betrayed them, Anne realized, out of his own jealousy and baffled passion. "My Lord Percy is in remiss," he sneered. "The lady waits." "But never waits for you, my lord," the girl gave back, her face sparkling with dangerous light before his evilly laughing eyes. "It would be a vain hope." "Ah, cruel! All the court knows how I have pined for you." Anne was in a frenzy. She struck savagely at her enemy with cool, sweet-toned disdain. The man hated her because he loved her. It was his one vulnerable point, and she thrust the dagger there with a spiteful turn. "The court has something else to talk of now, little cousin. Poor Percy! It was so sweet in the rose garden. To think he will come no more! And that coronet, how suitable would it have become your fair brow! It was a shrewd disappointment, and the bitterer for being so excellently assured of the prospect. You would have been the Countess of Northumberland, and now — well, what now, little cousin? What now, indeed?" "Doubtless your spying eyes will find out," she said bitterly. He laughed, well pleased. "I shall find out all I want to know, rest assured." "And you will find out many things you do not want to know," was all she could find to say. "Art thou threatening?" "I am promising. I shall pay thee some day." She leaned over the balcony and spoke slowly, giving each word its full weight. "Thou art a sly, scheming, black-hearted fool, Nicholas Carewe. A spying tattler, not fit to win any woman's heart, nor any glance of her eyes save in disgust, so plainly is thy black heart written on thy black face. What thou hast done in malice and spite, like a snapping cur. And like a snapping cur, you are not worth any honest anger. You are fit only to be kicked into the dirt. And so I spurn you, and so I laugh at your antics. You have not hid your heart from me. I know its presumption well." He stared up at her, the laugh gone from his narrowing eyes. "I never loved thee," he said with savage emphasis. "How you love me now," she said slowly. "How you must have pleasured in what you saw in the rose garden. The pledges, the kisses that would never be thine. How long did you watch, cousin? Were you there when I gave him the red rose? How close did you creep?" "Thou liest," he told her, and angry oaths slipped over his tongue. "I could choke thy piping throat between these fingers for all the love I bear thee, Mistress Anne. I but played with thee once. Thou wast not worth the game." "Ah, it was a fine play, Nicholas Carewe. But you chose another face then to match your begging words." She laughed impishly at the burning eyes that threatened her. "Thou dost not love me then? And I yearn for thee so, dear Nicholas." Again her wild, sweet laughter flouted him. He was speechless a moment, then pulled himself together, made a mighty effort at his earlier mockery of manner. "Laugh on, lady! One with so excellent a future must needs be light of heart. Adieu, dear Countess of Northumberland." And with a sweeping bow he took himself away, breaking into a gay snatch of song as he went, as if to drown any retorts she might send after. But Anne stood in silence, watching the tall figure and swinging coat till it melted into shadow. If at that moment she could have chosen between the utter annihilation of Queen Catherine or Cardinal Wolsey or Nicholas Carewe, she would have been hard put to it to decide. Then she gave a slow sigh of despair, lingering for one more look at the dreaming garden, bidding farewell in her heart to all that the spot had meant to her. "Truly a fair future I have," she ascended mockingly, with dry, brilliant, ironic eyes. "Well, it is time the Countess of Northumberland should go within." End of chapter 2. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 3 of The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 3 A Rose and Some Words. It was no great surprise to the court the next day to learn that Mistress Anne Boleyn was in disgrace and ordered back to her father's estates. The command was not wholly a cross to the girl, for the seclusion of Hever Castle appeared a haven of relief from the intolerable tongues of the court and the watching eyes that were, at their kindest, but agreeably diverted by her chagrin. She knew what stories would be told of her poor love affair, what jests made of her blighted hopes. Another girl might have fashioned of such misfortune a wreath of rue, and languished beneath it in charming and romantic melancholy. But not even the notion of such a role occurred to Anne, and if it had, she would not have possessed the slightest idea of how to perform it. To endure pity was abominable to her, and to invite it an impossibility. By the law of her nature she might command, coax, dominate, divert, bewitch, enthrall, but implore, never. She had begged that once of the queen, and she vowed now that no pressure of calamity would ever bring her to her knees again. She was aware, too, that hers was a temperament that won but scant pity in its reverses. Enchant some as she might, she must inevitably antagonize others to enmity, and the spectacle of pride humiliated has ever its relish for all bystanders. Little time was wasted in packing. She and Bet, her maid, made rapid work of it, while Robin frolicked round the opened boxes in gay anticipation of an outing. Helen came to lend assistance and say farewell. "There will be no more laughter for me now your wit is gone," she declared. "I shall grow dull and dumpy as Donna Blanche, and broider unending miles of tapestry. I shall make one of your story, with you languishing in some lofty dungeon window and a despairing knight beneath. The queen is duller every minute, and the Spanish jades are sneering at your departure. Shall I send you news of the court?" "I care not." Anne folded the red gown she had worn the day before into a compact lump and whacked it down on top her others. "It may be I shall get to France soon," she muttered, "if the king will send my father on some errand there." A knock on the door, and the maid rose to admit little Mary Wyatt, the poet's sister. There was none of Helen's aloofness about this small person. She flew to Anne in a tempest of affection. "Oh, my dear, my dear, my dear! I came at once. I but heard this instant. I cannot tell thee how I feel. I am so grieved for thee," she said with a little sob. Her tender heart was brimming with love and loyalty to Anne, to whom she had always looked up in a childish, unstinted admiration. It was dreadful to her now that this merry, triumphant heroine should suffer such eclipse, and her dismay broke through the shyness that usually constrained her. "But I am sure this cannot be for long. It will all come right in time, dear Anne. And my Lord Percy is such a splendid lover. I have said but little to him, but I have looked on him much. He will find a way to claim thee after all." Anne had a sharp vision of Percy hat in hand before his father, while the listening servants stared. "Aye, 'twill all blow over," she assured her chokingly. "Shed not a tear for me, Mary." "In 6 months our Anne will be back with a fresh lover," Helen cheeringly predicted. Mary looked up at her a little distrustfully. She suspected Helen of a cold heart and mocking tongue, a suspicion the young lady roundly deserved, and her romantic dreams of lifelong devotion were affronted at this easy prophecy. Moreover, she was somewhat jealous of the older girl's place in Anne's affections. "You speak as if Anne had no heart," she resented, and, "Oh, I shall miss thee so!" she burst out with a sob. Anne turned to look at her. The little thing's eyes were red from crying. Her whole aspect seemed swimming in tears and dismay. Anne wondered fleetingly what she had ever done to be so much to the young girl, yet at the same time it seemed to her that Mary's emotion was trivial and childish, crying so tempestuously at a separation from a friend, for she divined that Mary's tears were even more for this than for her sympathy for Anne. What would she do if she had lost all, and there was no hope, no future, and yet one had to keep on existing somehow, and acting as usual, and smiling? She reached out and pressed Mary's hand, then withdrew her own hurriedly. It seemed to her that if she yielded to this sympathy she would utterly break down. Helen's dry matter-of-factness was the best tonic for her now. Sharply she caught up a cloak and began folding it. It was a cloak Henry Percy had admired. She wondered if she was to face such reminders all her life. That afternoon Anne set forth with her brother George. They were the only two of the family between whom existed a genuine attachment. With her father, Anne could claim scarcely more than an acquaintanceship, and her elder sister, Mary, obscurely married after a whispered scandal at court, was a faint and shadowy figure in her life, for whom she felt only a good-natured contempt. Her mother she scarcely remembered. On her return from France, she had found a stepmother installed at Hever, a competent middle-aged housekeeper of no pretensions to birth at all, save the evident fact of existence, who got on amiably enough with all of them. George was a dashing, gay-humoured young fellow of 22, fond and proud of Anne, and now disgustedly chagrined that her discomfiture should be in everyone's mouth. With brotherly candour he explained his feelings. Anne had made a most unnecessary spectacle of herself, and let the whole family in for a lot of sly raillery. 'Twas said Nicholas Carewe had rhymed a ballad on the story. She should have known better than to run after earls' sons, and have been content with her own station. "And what is that station?" Anne shot mutinously into this homily, as she gathered up her last belongings. "'Tis what I can attain to," she insisted, without waiting for his definition. "But you attained not." The fact was incontrovertible. Anne made no reply. The superiority of his position helped George back to good humour. "You should have seen the lions in the way, little sister," he pointed out. "Lions!" sniffed Anne. "Foxes, rather. The lean, grey fox of the Cardinal. Butcher's son that he is!" Anne's rages always amused the young fellow. He began to laugh, the lines of his displeasure clearing. "Tut, tut! Well, the butcher's son has taught you a lesson not to meddle with his lambs. Percy, they tell me, is heartbroken. Poor sweeting!" "You can loose thy tongue at me, George. I can never give thee better than thou canst send," cried the girl. "But you will leave Northumberland's name alone." "Art thou so deep in love?" "Aye, deeper even than thy wife with thee. Nay, you need not frown. I gave you warning. Leave Percy's name alone." Boleyn's clouds never lasted long. He shrugged away the reference to his wife's notorious unfaithfulness with characteristic indifference. "Make haste, call thy maid," he advised her. "It may hap the country air will sweeten that sour tongue of thine." All the idlers about the court had assembled to watch the departure of the disgraced maid of honour, some merely curious, others with the maliciousness that infected the air of the place. Nicholas Carewe lounged in the opposite doorway, smiling steadily across at them. It was an ordeal the girl met with a high-held head and a sudden flow of laughter and talk. George, disdaining such feminine subterfuge, called impatiently for their horses, but as these approached, they were warned back by a blare of trumpets. The gossiping courtiers and idling servants about the courtyard all whirled to attention at the familiar cry, raised loudly by approaching ushers. "On, my lords and masters, on before! Make way for the Lord's grace!" "The Chancellor comes," muttered Boleyn with that repressed contempt that the aristocrats felt so keenly for this arrogant commoner who lorded it over them. He drew Anne aside from the doorway and into the front of the lane that had become quickly formed, between which came the approaching procession. 2 high crosses of heavy silver were borne aloft, and after them 2 pillars of silver, and then the pursuivant at arms with a great mace of silver gilt. Alongside came the gentlemen ushers with their warning cries, and then, between 4 footmen with gilt pollaxes, on a white mule trapped with crimson velvet and gild, rode an imposing, proud-lipped man in cardinal's robes of gorgeous satin and taffety damask, and though the April afternoon could scarcely be called chill, with a tippet of fine, sleek sable about his neck. A low obeisance was demanded, but of all the bowing ranks Anne's salutation was slightest. She straightened quickly and fixed her eyes on the man who had just reversed the world for her. She detested every line of that slant, one-eyed face, its unctuous satisfaction, its heavy-lidded pride, its force and craft and cruelty and power. And when his sharp gaze fell on her in passing, she gave him back look for look, with no effort to conceal the spirit that flamed within her. In the flicker of recognition he accorded her, she detected an amused perception of her mood and bland indifference to it. What to Wolsey was anger of a little dismissed maid of honour, George felt the hand on his arm suddenly stiffen, and hardly had the studded oak door closed on the last of the cardinal's suite before Anne, with irrepressible passion, burst out, "An I can ever do that man a hurt, so will I, please God!" Her voice undoubtedly carried to the nearby group or two, and in annoyance at this ridiculous exhibition her brother felt his face grow warm. Anne's threat was as comic as the squeal of a pinched mouse. With all respect to his sister's spirit, he realized her impotence and frowned on her exaggerated speech. "You are like to destroy him," he said dryly. "I fancy it will be some time before you can bring him to the block." "I would almost go now myself, if so be he would accompany me," she answered. "You had better use your time to pray for God for a more Christian soul, little sister," Boleyn retorted, moving impatiently to her carriage. "In the next world, I fear, the meek Saint Anne will never claim you for her own." Hever Castle was Anne's birthplace, and aside from her welcoming now of its privacy, she felt a warm affection for the place. She loved the time-weathered grey walls that gazed back at her in motionless duplicate from the still moat. She loved the echoing stone corridors and high-ceiled rooms where she had played as a child. But most she loved the great tangled wild wood of the park, where noble beech trees linked hands over broad avenues, where violets padded the brook edged with purple velvet, and silver fish hung in the clear pools, where birds sang and dun deer cropped the tender grass. Here Anne's truant feet had often carried her from the anxious care of Madame Simonette, the governess, good Madame Simonette, who taught her such excellent French and loved her with such patient devotion. Here she had spent the happiest hours of that brief childhood which she considered fast closing when she went to France in the Princess Mary's train. Here she had roamed 7 years later, a little homesick for that merry France, but with a head full of shining visions of the merrier times to be at the English court. And now those shining visions turned to mocking wraiths. She roamed here again, finding in the largeness and the sweetness of the out of doors some balm for the fiery grief within her, even though she winced at the reminders that those paths brought her of the girl that she used to be and the dreams that she had used to dream. There is nothing in the world more sharply despairing, more utterly without alleviating perspective than youth's first sorrow. Age and experience are too calloused with scars to feel the wound to the full, and they have known too many of life's paradoxical compensations to be bereft of all philosophy. But at 19, the heart admits to no compensations, accepts no philosophy. Anne saw only a great blackness ahead of her. All her life, unconsciously, her imagination had been living in the future. Now, the future despoiled of all its secrets, she was thrown back sharply upon herself. At the first, she gave way to secret passionate outbursts of rebellion, sobbing stormily at the foot of some great beech till strength and tears were exhausted. She lived over and over again her brief love story, torturing herself with its bygone sweetness and bygone hopes, and picturing impossible pictures of revenge upon those who had so cruelly injured her, for revenge was the watchword of the jealous-honored times. Under the dual stress of grief and anger, her unformed character was swiftly hardening. There came a day when after one of her bitter outbursts she had the weary sanity to perceive the futility and the wisdom to enforce upon herself a resolve of endurance. She began the hard schooling to the inevitable. She accepted her disappointment. She tried to make herself realize her life as it must now be. Her immense pride had been sufficient to mask her sorrow from the public, and she found now in herself an unsuspected fibre of hardness and endurance that enabled her to confront it steadily in private. But the venom in the wound persisted, the rankling anger against the needlessness and injustice of her suffering. She writhed at the memory of her scene with the Queen. She drew ridiculous, impossible, and childish pictures of the Queen herself, overtaken by some inconceivable humiliation. She recalled her father's shrewd observations on the insecurities of favourites, and she longed ardently to be permitted to witness the cardinal's downfall. As for Carew, it was at least a spice of satisfaction that she had flouted him. In August, Sir Thomas Boleyn, or rather now, for a year past, the Viscount Rochford, arrived unexpectedly. It was the first time father and daughter had met since Anne's disgrace, and the Viscount glossed over now, with his usual suavity, the real reason for her presence at Hever. complimenting her airily upon the benefit of country air to her appearance. He permitted himself the single hint that in the future it would be as well to consult him before embarking very definitely on any other matrimonial affair. Anne was grateful for this abstinence, and his hopeful assumption that there was a future for her, but she did not particularly like her father. Her young egoism resented his bland lack of interest in her as an individuality, and of concern for her happiness. She and George had long since reached the conclusion that their father never looked upon his children's careers save as possible stepping stones for his own. This resolute concentration on his own interests and complete freedom from all entangling sympathies had made Rochford a courtier of success. He could not be denied a charm of manner when he wished to exercise it. Anne, in her fieriest moments of criticism, was susceptible to pride in his deft geniality. George had inherited the lightness of that manner to a large extent, but not its freedom from offense. The young man sharpened his wit with likes and dislikes, not so violent as Anne's, but enough to win him a cordial detestation from the quarters on which his dislike blew. Lord Rochford was a man of many cautions, with a keen eye for cracks and keyholes. Even in the bosom of his family he permitted no uncomplimentary reference to the Cardinal, whom he affected to reserve. In his presence Anne was forced to curb her recklessness of speech. His desecration was a continual lesson to her in unremitting diplomacy. It was the very unremittingness of this diplomacy that perhaps most earned for itself her splendid contempt. It was one thing to wear a mask at court, and another, and very silly thing, she felt, to persist in wearing it at home. She wondered curiously if her father tried to wear it even with himself. He took no one into confidence of his secret and evasive mind. By the time of her father's return, the picturesque charm of Hever had begun to pall upon the girl's active spirits. That first great need of hers for being alone, for facing and conquering her grief in solitude, had passed. She sought now rather to fly from it and the thousand reminders of sorrow within her, and craved diversion restlessly. She was, it must be confessed, in a chronic state of irritability, for when some sorrow has drained the heart of all deep emotion it becomes, in sensitive and high-strung natures, peculiarly susceptible to the prick of petty wrongs and exasperations and to the little annoyances of the day. Anne, at that period, was a burden to herself and those about her. One day at the end of the month, she returned from one of her solitary excursions in the park to find the castle in a state of activity. A company of knights had been discerned riding over the tops of a neighbouring hill towards Hever, and a mud-splattered serving-man had brought word that King Henry and some friends, returning from a long hunting trip, desired the hospitality of Lord Rochford. Excited servants were hurrying about, bringing in fresh brushes for the floor, and logs for the fireplace, rubbing up copper and brasses and silver plate, while, from without, the groans of an ox and the frantic squealing of dying pigs testified as to the size of the evening's banquet. Anne's spirits refused to be lifted at this general air of expectant preparation. She walked slowly through the hall, feeling herself a stranger to all this hospitable welcome, and met her father in rapid converse with the head steward. He raised his hand to detain her, and, after a few moments' authoritative directions, dismissed the steward and beckoned her toward him. "'Tis a rare honour His Most Gracious Majesty is vouchsafing us, daughter?" he smiled. To the girl's disgust and supremely critical perception, the smile was a smirk. "He must pass the night somewhere," she answered petulantly. Her father chose to overlook it. "Of course, and 'tis fine fortune that sends him here, and his reverence, the Cardinal Wolsey, with him. Come, Anne, seize thy opportunity and make thy peace with the Cardinal. Ask his forgiveness for entangling one of his household, and entreat him to intercede for thee with the Queen, that she might take thee back at court again. Come now." He smiled good-naturedly at her. "And why do you not intercede for me?" she said slowly. "I meddle not in women's matter, and I care never to use my influence for a thing of small importance when I may need it for a thing of greater. This affair thou canst right thyself. Put on thy best habit, and give us some music if we call for it, and bide thy time. The Cardinal hath no grudge against thee, and if you show him you are a maid of talent, he may find a use for you in his revels." "I will ask no favours of my Lord High Privy Seal," said his daughter flatly. Rochford sighed ever so gently, less in remonstrance than in pious regret at the deplorable folly of youth. "Well, well!" But be on hand if thou art called for," he advised, and gave her a swift sidelong glance of calculating appraisement. "I have a headache. We may find that tonight will cure it." Again he smiled at her, and the smile made Anne curiously hot and uncomfortable. "A pity Mary is not at home," she muttered under her breath. He flashed her a glance of sharp and hostile suspicion and turned on his heel without more parley, leaving Anne maliciously elated at the sureness of her shot, even while she winced at the confirmation it seemed to yield. Rumour had persistently ascribed Boleyn's assignment as ambassador to the Low Countries, and later his appointments as treasurer of the household, steward of Tunbridge, keeper of Penhurst, receiver of Branstead, to the pretty face and gentle grace of his eldest child, Mary. Whatever truth lurked in the report, neither Mary nor her penniless young husband, William Carey, had reaped much of a harvest. The simple beauty's light had flickered mildly, then waned to nothingness. It had been some time now since the Careys had been seen at court. They were enjoying a full measure of connubial obscurity. Her years at court had not left Anne with much surprise in which to shrink from this report, but she had been careful never to touch on it before. Anne's perversity was harder upon her than upon the household, which seemed to miss her not at all, and the sounds of feasting and revelry that roared out from the great castle woke an excited unrest in her. Lying awake in the dark, her chin propped in her hand, listening to those tantalizing echoes of gaiety that other people were getting out of life, she decided that it was time wasted to be a woman. The Lord had clearly created the earth and the fullness thereof for man. Moreover, she reflected that her instinct to avoid the cardinal and refuse her father had cut her off from a glimpse of the young men she knew, friends of her brother, Norris or Brereton, who were undoubtedly in the king's train, and who could give her the gossip of the court, perhaps news of Henry Percy. Wyatt, she had learned, was not there. She was awake early the next morning and, with the notion of encountering some of her acquaintances, she dressed in haste and made her way downstairs. The great hall stood empty, with only yawning serving men about. The king, she learned, was breakfasting in his chamber. Wandering to the open door, Anne peeped out at a world of blue sky and sunshine. It was a day of August's richest benignity, of full-blown sweets freshened by the morning dew. The girl's spirits lifted in swift response to this joyousness, and unconscious of a pair of keen eyes watching from the musicians' gallery above, she sped out over the drawbridge and into the park. The place was so densely wooded that in 20 paces all glimpse of the castle was lost, and only thin spirals of smoke ascending from its many chimneys into the blue above told her where it was. She was in the midst of immense beech trees, great gnarled veterans of many seasons' storms, whose tangled boughs interwove a canopy of green above her. Somewhere, high overhead out of sight, a lark was singing. Her heart thrilled to the exquisite song. A little further on a glade opened before her, half encircled by a shallow brook bubbling between its green banks that were embroidered with the delicate blue of the crane's bill. Anne took the brook at a leap that shook her hair into 1,000 dancing tendrils, and reached the object of her excursion, an old stump wreathed everywhere with the glory of scarlet ramblers. Standing on tiptoe, for Anne had ever a mind for things out of reach, she began to pull the dewy roses, making as pretty picture at the task as man could find to look upon. A maid among her roses. A snapped bough made her turn with a start to find that a man was indeed looking at it. He was a big, finely built man, in a rich suit that bore the marks of soil and travel. His face was ruddy, his yellow beard and somewhat scant hair shone in the sun. He made a flourish with the plumed hat he carried in one hand, and smiled at her confusion. "Flora in her bower," he said in a resonant, masterful voice. Anne bowed low to her king. "Your Majesty," was all she could find to say. This maiden's fright was in itself a flattery. Henry smiled, and took the brook at a bound, landing beside her with a thud of solid weight. "Tribute," he laughed, and took a rose from her armful. "Mars taking a tribute from Flora," she ventured, and saw that the flight of fancy pleased. "What other name does Flora wear among mere mortals?" Anne opened wide her eyes in naive surprise. She had yet to learn something of the transient place that subjects claim in a monarch's recollection. "I haven't curtsied to him more than 50 times," she reflected, and then consoled herself with the succeeding reflection that Henry swallowed Catherine's maids of honor in the same casual, neglectful way that he swallowed the fact of Catherine's existence. "I am Anne Boleyn," she said. "So! I recollect thee now. The morning sun and this nymph-like fashion of the hair had so dazzled mine eyes that I did not perceive thee, mistress." He paused a moment while his memory evidently summed up all it knew of Anne's career, and then added, "We do miss thee at court." Anne dimpled mischievously. The opening was too much for her discretion. "I am sure that her gracious Majesty is disconsolate," she replied demurely. The king stared. Not a ghost of smile on the small mouth. Its curves were buttoned in with the sedatest of expressions, but her eyes! He felt he had never glanced anything so blithely, drolly audacious as Anne's eyes. His own twinkled back into them, his fancy caught. He had not talked with a woman for 3 days, and here now at hand was a pink and white slip of a girl, with dancing eyes and alluring wit. Small wonder he expanded his chest, posed a hand on his hip, and smiled down conqueringly into that piquant little face. "Beshrew me, but she is no judge of worth, and she does not," he vowed. "Had I the facility of thy society, fair Mistress Boleyn, I would lament a parting." "Troth, but I have heard the gentlemen leave the lamenting to the ladies." The king chuckled. "You should not believe all you hear, lady." "So I am reminding myself, your highness." "Nay, but a prince's word is never to be questioned. I must needs take your princely word therefore." "You are as pat as amen," he laughed, and lingered on some minutes more in an aimless, light-hearted banter, leaving at last in the pleasant consciousness of having given a pretty maid an immense deal to dream about. But Anne's dreams would have surprised him as she stood among her roses, watching the last rider in Henry's train gain the skyline on Hever Hill and then vanish from sight. She was abusing herself most villainously for not having appealed to the king instead of the queen. Henry had seemed so pliable, so easy-natured to women, that she felt she might have touched his heart and moved him even against the cardinal. She smiled at the daring of the thought, then drew a keen breath of regret. Too late now. The cardinal had taken his stand. The earl had inferred. Percy had been carried away to his distant home. While an impending action might have been averted, a completed one could never be undone by any means in her power. Anne took her roses and went back into the house, but for all her regrets for the might have been, she felt very agreeably diverted and reinforced in her own esteem by the flattering episode. The king rode on to Westminster, his head still running on the nymph of the morning, because he had seen no more attractive nymph since to displace her. With a smile he mentioned her to Wolsey, who rode at his side. "I have been conversing this morning with a young lady," he said, "who had the wit of an angel and was worthy of a crown." Wolsey's heavy lid veiled the amusement within. There were so many young ladies at Henry's court whose eloquent admiration and appreciative eyes had led Henry to the same bestowal of praise. "It is sufficient," he remarked dryly, "if your Majesty finds her worthy of your love." Somewhat dubiously, Henry recalled the vision of a clear-eyed girl under her bower of roses. Enough of the young and innocent pride of that face remained in his memory to cause the remark, freighted with an involuntary accent of regret. "I fear she would never condescend that way." Wolsey permitted his smile to expand. It had always been Henry's way, he noticed, to magnify the inaccessible virtue of the young lady to whom his momentary addresses were paid, thus emphasizing the glory of the conquest. His slant gaze was fixed knowingly ahead, on the waving ears of his mule. "Great princes, if they choose to play the lover, have that in their power which would mollify a heart of steel," he observed oracularly. The particular great prince nodded agreement to this dictum, which his own experience had confirmed. He was so palpably occupied with the consideration that Wolsey, who never permitted the most trivial factor in the game to escape him, inquired, "And who was this witty maid, your Majesty?" "Rochford's daughter, Anne Boleyn." "Anne Boleyn? She that turned young Percy's head?" Wolsey recollected. It seems he had a pretty taste, since your Majesty commends it. She also hath a pretty temper, according to your most gracious wife." His Majesty grinned. "We must have her back," thought Wolsey as they rode on. "If she can but entertain him a fortnight, her father would rejoice, and his advancement is no menace to me. I will speak to the queen." When Wolsey spoke, it was to some purpose. The next week saw Anne Boleyn again at court. Chapter 4 Verity Kendall Chapter 4 of The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Verity Kendall. Chapter 4 A Dance with a King York Place, or York House, the London residence of the Archbishops of York, where Wolsey maintained his almost royal, many said more than royal, pomp, was an imposing mass of buildings lying on the south of Westminster Palace. One side touched on the Thames, the others, encircled by lovely gardens, were surrounded by a high wall. Wolsey had practically recreated the place since it had come into his possession, lavishly rebuilding and enlarging on every hand till he had reared a palace rivaling any of the king's, whose spacious splendor lent itself nobly to the gorgeousness of his entertainment. On this 9th of September, 1528, he had planned an especially gay revel for his sovereign's diversion. The great audience chamber, where the feast was laid, approached by an impressive succession of 8 rooms, was a large, gallery-encircled hall, hung with the finest tapestries of the Flemish looms. They were changed every week, these tapestries, so numerous was the cardinal's supply, and for this occasion he had chosen a brilliant set representing subjects from Ovid's Metamorphoses. Between each arrased division, massy silver sconces bore up hundreds of springing tapers, and hundreds more of them swung on the gilt chandeliers from the wide beams and sparkled in broadly branching candlesticks over the gold and silver vessels on the banquet table. Giant yeomen were standing with flaming torches about a huge cupboard of 8 stages, to throw a frank increase of lustre on the burnished, jewel-studded plate it held. Not an inch of the vast, treasure-filled hall was unilluminated, and thronged with a vividly attired company. The effect was a most dazzling radiance of light and color, a kaleidoscope of brilliance dominated by the cardinal's scarlet, multiplied as that was in his frocks of velvet-coated gentlemen ushers and satin-liveried underlings. The cardinal himself did not sit down at this banquet, nor attempt to maintain his wonted ceremony. It was laid magically aside in the presence of his royal guest, and Wolsey turned his talents to playing the host, strolling from one table to another, all graded with the most exquisite care, and accosting everyone with that delightful blend of courtesy and intimacy he knew so well how to assume. Only an occasional turn of his eye, enforcing order on the craning throngs permitted in the gallery to observe how the great world of fashion took its pleasures, recalled the stern judge of chancery. The same lavishness and display that met the eye were being repeated in each course of the banquet. Beef and lamb and pork and venison followed on each other's heels, accompanied by rich pastries, jellies, and sweetmeats of French and Spanish confection, and those especially invented symbolic dishes, the fad of the hour, wrought into some artificial and elusive shape. Red, quivering hearts of jelly languishing in white bosoms of cream. Poor, silent thrushes with a spit through their tiny hearts, and a dust on their crisply roasted backs, were the flocks of lovebirds that nestled around a very mealy image of Venus, and where shape or substance failed to any analogy, some motto or riddle was attached, generally of a kind to bring a broadside of laughter from the men and a flutter of confusion from the maids. The king, seated beneath a canopy of silk, led gustily in the laughter as in the eating and drinking, his face flushed, his cold eyes lighted with wine and excitement. Catherine of Aragon was not present. His sister, Mary, and her husband, Charles Brandon, the big, blonde Duke of Suffolk, were next to him, and a cluster of his intimate friends had left their places down the table to start laughing and talking about his chair. Henry Norris and William Brereton were there, Sir Thomas Wyatt, George Boleyn, Sir William Compton, Sir Gilbert Pickering, Sir Francis Bryan, Sir Nicholas Carew, a roistering group of wild and heedless favourites, who out-devil-may-cared the gayest, most devil-may-care young blades at court. The feast was drawing to a close when suddenly a peal of trumpets rang through the room, stilling the tongues and drawing the gaze to a curtained doorway on each side of which the trumpeters stood. There was a hush, broken by the scrapings of benches and tables as guests turned for a view, and then in the silence there stole softly out from behind the tapestry the music of harp and lute, and after a few bars some sweet invisible chorus of girls' voices. Pastance with good company, I love and shall until I die, grudge who will, but none deny, so God be pleased, this life will I, for my pastance, hunt, sing and dance, my head is set, all goodly sport, is my comfort, who shall me let? Who shall me let? Echoed one of the unseen sopranos in a clear and silvery voice. This was a song that the king had composed some time before, and as the fact became recognized, a fluttering of stimulated delight flew about the hall. The king himself was leaning forward in eager interest. He had a keen love of music and a keener one for his own creations. Their repetition was an endless pleasure. The tapestry curtain parted now over a file of richly gowned girls wearing black velvet masks. They entered with a slow, dancing step, singing the second verse. Youth must needs have dalliance, of good or ill some pastance. Company me thinketh the best, all thoughts and fantasies to digest. For idleness is chief mistress of vices all. Then who can say but pass the day is best of all? Drawing closer to the company, the masked girls circled in and out in a fashion new to the English court. Lightly, airily, gracefully as flowers in a breeze, they advanced, retreated, passed and repassed in accord with the time, forming now a star, and now a crescent, and now an intricate true lover's knot. They were led by a slender, black-haired girl in blue silk, silver-starred. A velvet cap floated from her shoulders, its points hung with tiny golden bells that gave a quaint music of their own to her dancing. Long gauze sleeves now fluttered over her waving hands, now fell away from her white upraised arms. At her ankles diamond stars were flashing over the tiniest of blue velvet brodequins. The others followed intimately after her. She led the way in buoyant, spontaneous grace, the very genius of the dance, the spirit incarnate of youth and frolic and joy in life. From the first, the king's eyes fastened upon her. "Who is that one in blue, Wolsey?" he demanded without turning his head, bringing his fist down upon the table to add to the applause with a heartiness that made even the solid standing cups skip. "'Tis the young lady who invented this dance to your Grace's music," returned the cardinal, who stood looking over the king's shoulder. The ghost of a sardonic smile touched his lips. He had seen this game so often. How many little pleasure traps he had baited, and now invariably the greedy quarry bolted the bait. "Her invention," Henry was murmuring. His smile expanded. "Her name, man. I knew not I had such a gifted lady in my realm. Her name?" "Methinks your Highness will find it more piquant to discover," Wolsey urbanely gave back, his smile expanding. The men about exchanged glances. A sudden noisy wail arose. Somers, the king's jester, had been edging nearer and nearer the circle, and now the squat, fat-featured fellow was making a parody of blubbering, his fists digging at his painted eyes. "Oh, sirs, I weep for the lady's husband," he sobbed. "God give him company this week, else he is like to have lonely time of it." The young fellow shouted. "Only this week, say'st thou, Will?" bantered Brian. "Nay, this unknown hath a rare grace. Belike she lasts too." Henry granted the chaff a roar of laughter. "Watch her dance, lads," he cried. "Was there e'er a lighter foot? Sure Venus tiptoeing on the foam was not half so dainty." "'Tis your Grace's music that dances," Carew declared. "They would be dull feet that did not rise to it," supplemented Wyatt with his engaging smile. "Troth, but your Highness hath ever a shrewd eye for a maid," Norris murmured, his eyes on the maskers. "I know not who she may be, though she hath a strangely known air, but she is a very Titania at her revels. Mark that fairy grace, that floating hair, and gesture of command." The ladies had formed in line again, hands joined, their faces to the royal table, and, slowly swaying from side to side, they commenced the last stanza. "Company with honesty is virtue, and vice to flee. Company is good or ill, but every man hath his free will. The best I sue, the worst ensue. My mind shall be virtue to use, vice to refuse. I shall use me." "I shall use me," rang the little leader's silvery tones. "Ah, Wyatt, go to school to those lines," cried Norris, but Henry did not stay to breathe the incense. He rose as the maskers concluded and made straight for the girl in blue, to whom he bowed low and offered a hand to continue dancing. There were raised eyebrows and significant smiles as the courtiers streamed out on the floor after him, advancing to the other maskers. The musicians struck swiftly into the spirited measure of the canary. "You are tired, fair unknown?" asked the king as they circled breathlessly round and round. "Tired when dancing with your Highness?" she gave back gaily. Her sweet, clear voice told him nothing of her identity. "Where got you that dance, lady?" From mine own head and heels, your Grace." The king glanced from one to the other. It had a fair home. A little laugh escaped her, a laugh that seemed to waken some haunting echo in his consciousness. Now I know that all they say of your Grace is true." "And what say they of my Grace?" The small unknown was no spreader of jam. With eyes archly smiling through the peepholes of her mask, "Scandal, rank scandal, your Highness," she laughed in mingled amusement and feigned reproach. As the dance carried them away from each other in pacings and low curtsies, Henry saw that the girl's waist was slim enough to be spanned by a man's 2 hands, and he noted warmly the grace with which she sank nearly to the floor, then swept upward with the springing release of a young sapling. They came nearer, her white hands resting in his, her dark curls brushing the white satin puffs of his sleeves. She was so slight he could have caught her like a flower, as a sudden boisterous impulse in him craved. What lady in all his court could she be? He racked his brains. It was curious that he should have overlooked anything like this, he pondered. Where could such pretty witchery have been hidden that it had not met his eyes? Where had they buried a maid who had such power to enthrall a man's senses and quicken his blood? Had she, heaven had she not, a face to match that grace and voice? Goaded by thought, Henry suddenly checked the dance as they turned at the end of the hall, and bending over her, twitched the mask away. His relief was tremendous. He was staring at a brilliant vision of shining eyes and shadowy hair, and cheeks glowing like roses above the sky blue of her gown. The instinctive comparison brought a recollection that he voiced with eager discovery. "Why, 'tis the girl in the garden! Flora come to court!" She swept him a merry courtesy. "And finding Mars turned Jupiter," she flashed with a witching smile. "God's truth, but Flora hath turned to Venus," he cried, staring. "Sure I said the foot of Venus was never so light." His eyes were avid. "I crave my boon, sweet Anne Boleyn," he cried, and leaned over her for the kiss that man might claim at the end of his dance. He took it in full measure. It was not the customary salute, but a caress. Shaken and excited, Anne leaned to the cool of a casement near them, tossing back the hair from her flushed face. The fervor of his kiss and the aura of royalty about him flung her into fluttering confusion. She could not remember, after he had left her at the call of the next dance, what he had said or what she had replied. Her senses were floating on the music. The thrill of her triumph ran in her veins like wine. She was intoxicated with gaiety. This was life, she thought. This was living. Never had she been so lovely, protested Brereton and Bryan and Norris and all the other courtiers crowding where the king had led the way. She felt the following eyes upon her, the rustle of her name on their tongues. They might say what they liked now. She was showing them what she could do when she had her chance. The gay success, the music, the praise, the laughter were doubly sweet after her long bitterness and heartache and seclusion. It was balm to see the cardinal bending over her hand, complimenting himself on his foresight in having charged her with the direction of the dance. It was joy to watch the sinister impotence of Carewe's eyes in the background, when in feigned assurance he claimed a dance. "Nay, I'll dance not with thy ilk," she flung insolently back. "Are we not of the same ilk, cousin?" he emphasized. "So may a cur be cousin to true breed." "How hath Carewe offended?" asked Norris, as the other fell back in speechless rage beneath a summoned grin. "Offended? Nay, such as he have no power to offend." She sent her clear tones after the departing one. "He but displeases me with his presence. His ears are over wide, his nose over long. I like my knaves handsome." "Mother of God, you have no fear of making enemies," Norris gasped amazed. "That I have not," she confirmed. Norris glanced at the departing back. "That flouted cousin of thine hath a mind that harbors spite. 'Tis well you are not a man, fair lady, or you would find yourself facing a bared blade." "I am beginning to think 'tis well myself, though for a different reason," she smiled. "Yet a scant time ago, down in the country, I was well wishing myself a man." A second time Henry came for her. His manner was such that the court eyed and smiled and whispered in corners. They danced almost in silence. Henry said little and looked very much. Whether she glanced up or down, Anne felt his eyes on her like two grey sparks. Once in the dance, her hand rested in his, and she felt it gripped with quick ardor. When her fingers would have slipped away, he held them in a tighter grasp. His hand was very big and strong and hot. She was strangely discomfited. Barter and badinage came easily to her saucy lips. She could flirt light-heartedly in 3 languages, and exchange arrowy glances and a pair of sighs, perhaps, but from this tight, stupid hand-clasp she shrank distastefully. It savoured of intimacy, of control. And when at the close of the dance the king bent towards her, she vouchsafed but the scantiest of pecks and whisked away, laughing nervously. "Nay, I have been over long at the French court to think a lady must needs reward a cavalier for a dance, be he even a king," she parried. "What said you to his Highness to bring such a stare?" whispered Wyatt as he joined her for the next galliard. "What I have told thee many a time," she evaded. "You are a belle tonight, little cousin." "And you are a poor courtier. Am I not always a belle?" she scoffed, murmuring after a pause, filled in with dancing. "Oh, this is like France again tonight." "Then France must have been all music and praise and sugar plums." "I think it is more my native air than this," she said seriously. "Here, to be fair, a woman must be a fool. She must eat and sleep and paint and simper and go to mass, but no more, in heaven's name, no more. She must never read, nor think, nor utter a word of sense. These English are afraid of brains. They distrust themselves, that is why. Now Frenchmen are clever. They hate a dull woman." "How they must have hated you! But am I so fearful of brain then? Thou — oh, thou art a poet, and must needs enjoy those with a mind for thy verse." "If you would but have a mind for the poet as for his verse," he whispered, with all gaiety gone from face and voice. "Ah, Anne." "Wyatt, thou art a married man," she reminded him quickly with mock solemnity, beneath which ran a quaver of real dread. "I am thy lover now and evermore. My marriage! 'Twas a yoke foisted on an ignorant young fool. I was but 17, but I will not even speak of it. It hath been naught to me these years. You and I were childish sweethearts, Anne, and I had no sooner seen you again on your return from France, child as you were still, but that infant love sprang into manhood's strength. I love thee, I tell thee, in every fibre, in every pulse beat. God, how I love thee!" He had stopped abruptly where the dance had carried them, close under the musicians' gallery, and he pressed her back now into its shadow. His sudden outbreak, flashing like hidden fire through his usual nonchalance, had astonished and upset her. She tried to draw her hands from his, but his grip tightened upon them. He bent forward, his face very white, his eyes seeking hers in glowing intensity. Never before in all his devotion had he betrayed such power of feeling. "Cousin, you are married," she reminded him again imploringly. "And so you are damned if you love me?" he gave harshly back. "Come, Anne, will you not be damned for love, since we are none so certain to escape it anyway?" It was useless to struggle for possession of her wrists. She let them lie quietly in his grasp. Her heart fluttered in sharp agitation. Her eyes pleaded with him to spare them both. "Thou dost know this is folly," she whispered. "I have told thee so oft." "Yes, thou hast told me. But then there was another preferred by thee, and one who could offer thee his name and place, and I resigned thee to him. But since that is past, and we are as we are, and thou hast ever a feeling for me, can I not kindle that spark to flame? By God, I were less than a man an I resigned thee now." "Tom," she said quiveringly, "thou art less a man and thou dost not resign me. We have been childish comrades, as thou hast said, playing in the woods at Blickering and Hever. It is no profit now to look back and sorrow that ere I went away, or that thou hast taken another. We are indeed as we are, and I do think that there is that in thee which would secretly grieve if thy little cousin and old playmate should yield to the poorest in thee." Her words went to the heart of Wyatt's deepest consciousness. Beneath the callousness of court life, beneath the veneer of his surface self, there was a delicacy and a reverence that he shared with few men around him. It was a guarded flame, shut in with light words and cynical jests, which fed the inner fires of his poet's soul. It was the dying breath of the old chivalry, perhaps, which his muse had blown into him, which made him thrill to something of the meaning of the noble words that habit tossed so lightly from lip to lip. Anne had made her way past the outer self to the secret one within. She was right. Wyatt had a love for her as well as a passion. He let her hand slip slowly from his, and with a short embarrassed laugh, and eyes that looked anywhere but in hers lest she should read their depths. Did the French court make such a little nun of thee? He questioned with an uncertain smile. She understood it was his renunciation, and a swift tenderness filled her eyes. With delicacy she tried to carry him back to their old light plane of understanding. Now I am certain that my new gown becomes me, since it sets the young blades quarrelling and my mocking cousin to making love. The reality in her voice was very unsure, and there was a fine mist of tears on her lashes. She was unutterably sorry for him, and she was confusedly sorry for herself, divining dimly that if he had been a free man on her return from France, her life might have been very different. And the king to dancing with thee, he gave back, a note of grimness sounding. Remember, Anne, Henry too is a married man. End of chapter 4. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 5 of The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Verity Kendall. Chapter 5. Hope Renewed. The rumour that Anne had danced herself into royal favour reached the Queen's chambers before Anne did the next morning. When at length the sleepy reveller made her appearance, there was an acidity of sarcasm in her reception that made it evident that she had not eased her position for herself. She took an impish comfort in the thought that she had been able to annoy the arrogant Queen, and could irritate her yet further if she chose. For her confident youth assumed that if she really wanted the king's favour, it would not be too difficult to obtain. She felt in the atmosphere about her now that report was busy whispering the same thing, and she read, too, that not a soul of them there would credit her with anything but eagerness for the opportunity. Rather sorrily she laughed to herself while she stabbed away at her interminable tapestry, wondering how she could best pick her way through the tangle. Of the king's favour she wanted nothing at all but his goodwill. If he liked her a little, as a blithe, pleasing maid, then she would be given a place in the court festivities and share in the revels and masques and merrymakings that romped along outside these grey, irksome rooms. She could mingle freely in the outside world, meet new and interesting people, talk and laugh and dance with them and repeat the triumph of last night. She would be bidden, perhaps, to the king's hunts. Oh, how she yearned for the out-of-doors, the saddle, the clear call of the horn across country. Wistfully her eyes strayed to the casement, whose bull's-eyed glass gave such distortion of the scene without. All this if the king liked her a little. If he liked her too much, and her instinct hinted uncomfortably that last night he was well on his way to it, then, why then only more trouble and vexation. She had few illusions as to the attitude of her family. She remembered the scandal, though with the next breath she assured herself that it was only scandal, about Mary, and pledged herself to be careful. Oh, so much more than careful, and guard her saucy humour when next she met his Majesty. But Anne's humour was as hard to bind as quicksilver. That very night his Majesty came, as was not his way, to play a carter in the Queen's chambers. And when he deliberately sought out Anne with a word of added praise for last night's dance, she could no more have kept from smiles and gaiety than a brook can keep from bubbling downhill. The keen awareness of Catherine's eyes upon her brought a deepened flush to her face and a defiant clearness to her laugh. Let the Queen hate her as she would, she thought excitedly, and the Cardinal plot, she would make her way in spite of all. Of Henry's favour she would take no more than might suffice to hold open the door into the gay court world, and once a part of it, once with an opportunity for her youth and spirit and talent, she would snatch a future for herself as fair as that the Cardinal had overthrown. With the king came a surge of followers, who usually contented themselves with paying their respects to the Queen in a brief morning visit, and not one of these forgot to pause by the side of the youngest maid of honour and commend her dancing and hope ardently that the court would see more of her in future. It was noticeable, too, how cordial her family had suddenly become, how amiably the Duke of Norfolk chatted with his niece, how affectionately her dissolute little sister-in-law slipped an arm about her, how fondly her father's gaze, with such judicial pondering in its depths, rested on his daughter. The clans were gathering, the girl thought, with cold amusement. Her face hardened. She was no puppet for them. They would see what she was made of. As the groups pressed around her, she felt suddenly the sharp edge of paper pushed into her hand as it hung concealed beneath her flowing sleeve. Her fingers closed over it, and a few minutes later, when the chance afforded, she turned to a casement on pretext of air, and read the billet doux. It was very short. There was one, it informed her, so aglow with her charm that he must have speech with her alone, and that as soon as might be. When would she listen to him? It was signed Jupiter. She felt a sudden chill reversal of spirit. Her heart hammered in foolish panic for a moment, then next it reacted in anger and disgust. So this was what men were! There was no delicacy, no finesse, to cloak the demand, no appreciation of the flavor of her personality, her wit, her intelligence, her frank, true youth. Everything was to be gulped down in this sultanesque assurance. The brutality of it was like a blow in the face. It stunned a moment, then, at her brother's approach, she crushed the note fiercely into her hand and rallied her wits to hide her confusion. " So you have come complimenting too, brother? " she laughed, while her thoughts ran on. How should she meet this? What should she do or say? Was it possible that she had made a mistake, that there was another in love with her who had hit on that very nom de plume? She raised her eyes, and straight as light from his place across the room the king's gaze sought her. To her excited perception there was a demand in the look, an eager inquiry mingled with fatuous assurance. No, there was no mistake. " 'Twas a monstrous pretty exhibition," George was saying. " I did not know how you had it in you, Anne. I never saw a fairer dance." " And you would all have me dance again," she gave back absently, attending to him with but one part of her mind, while the other galloped on its secret ways. What should she do? Should she write and refuse? Or should she name a place and make her denial in person? She could soften it better so, perhaps. Which would least offend? " There is no mortal sin in dancing, little sister," George replied, and she answered with a bitter memory of Percy. " There is no mortal sin in anything at court, save failure. Thou hast a shrewd eye, Anne. Thou hast seen to the heart of the matter." Anne laughed, a little wildly. " I am sorry for thee. Thy hopes are built on sand." " France then inclined thee for a nun's life? " he murmured, stealing an observant look at her from under his lazy lids. The excitement of her manner was not lost on him. " Something like that another said on his own behalf last night. This court is no place for maids." " Dost it shelter any ?" he gave back with gay cynicism. " Not for long, little sister, no, nor true wives either. Look before us. 'Tis a room packed full of the fairest faces and finest names in England, and is there one unsmirched in the lot? See where stands our good aunt, Norfolk's Duchess, who outvies her husband in scandal, at talk with my Lady Anne Hastings, for whom Compton was cited to answer to the ecclesiastical court, and next is Suffolk, our king's brother-in-law, who hath twice committed bigamy and 3 times been divorced. Next is mine own honorable wife." George gave a laugh of scorn. " And next her is young Surrey playing with Sir Anthony Brown, whose lady is the fair Geraldine of Surrey's verse. And look you, there is the fair Geraldine smiling on the lady who is her husband's consolation. Lord love us, 'tis a brothel! Watch those 2 gallant dames vying with each other for that rake Bryan's favor. And there," his voice sinking cautiously lower, " there is one who prates the loudest of virtue and makes the greatest show of it, our fine queen herself. And do you not know that when she was Prince Arthur's widow waiting for Henry to marry her and keep her Spanish dowry in the treasury, that there was such talk of her and her handsome young confessor that both courts rang with it, and she plumped down on her knees to the Spanish ambassador, entreating him to intercede with her father to have the fellow remain? Pah! She was meal under the priest's thumb, aye, even after she was Henry's wife. If a brother's widow be ever a wife, pope or no pope, he was closer than her women till the thing smoked so that Henry kicked him forth. Virtue!" he laughed. I had not heard that tale," Anne answered with bitter eyes on the queen. She twisted the note nervously in her fingers. " But would you not have my name, brother, on every fool's tongue?" she added in a voice that betrayed her emotion. " Nay," said he, " that I would not, for I heard speech of you on a fool's tongue last night as I stood at the king's side watching you dance, and I liked it a little. But this I say, Anne, whether you do ill or not, wagging tongues will ever give you the name of it, and in good sooth, since you ask me, if I must needs have the name, I would have the wages too." The girl smiled rather piteously. She understood perfectly the half shamefaced, half brazen workings of the young fellow's mind. There was enough manhood and brotherhood in him to be proud of her pride and fair name, and not a hand would he stretch forth directly to push her to the goal where the rest of her family would all urge her, but neither would he stretch forth a hand to hold her back, and, on the whole, lumping it all in all, he would have been definitely pleased if she had taken the initiative and surrendered to the king, provided always she had the brains enough to make sufficient capital out of the situation to shield her from its discredit. A very complicated thing indeed was young Boleyn's mind, as he lounged beside her, playing with his ruffles and smothering a yawn with his jeweled fingers. The thought of confiding to him the secret of the note left her. She slipped the paper into her pocket. " It is an ill world, brother," she murmured, attempting her old lightness, but the passionate revolt quivered too near the surface to be restrained. " Do you not feel in your heart how ill it is ?" she urged vehemently. " How warped and false and twisted? When God and the right are on every lip, and I and my might in every life? Do you not feel it is bitter wrong and irony?" George looked faintly uncomfortable. He concluded that she had taken the Northumberland matter harder than he had supposed. " Such as it is, said he, voicing the courtier's superficial philosophy, " and we must e'en reap our own harvest from it as we can." " Now what are you two pouring into each other's ears ?" demanded Wyatt's voice at Anne's elbow. She gave him a quick, fluttered smile of recognition. The memory of last night's scene made her ill at ease. Wyatt, however, airy and debonair, denied by his immense composure that there was anything to be ill at ease about. Indeed, he made rather a point of meeting her eyes serenely. " We were railing at the world," she owned with a quizzical inflection of the futility of it. " What, at 19 ?" He smiled with the sobriety of 23. " Why, as worlds go, 'tis not so ill. I would liefer stay in it than try the next." " Who would not? But that is not saying," Anne retorted, " that you would not find more honest company in that next." " Truth, Tom, can you find an honest man or woman among us?" George indolently observed, cocking a disillusioned eye at the throng. " Why, as to the women," Wyatt made a bow at Anne, " here is one of whose honesty I have hard proof," and he smiled audaciously at the reminder. " And as for the men, are there not two of us here?" Boleyn, rising, clapped him lightly on the shoulder. " Don't push my honesty too far, Tom, that's all," he bantered. " God knows I would tell more lies than Peter before the cock crew for a new hunting steed. My black has broken a leg and I am over heels in debt." " Why then, if you fail me, here comes a real example." Wyatt's tone grew suddenly serious as he watched a couple entering the doorway, a tall, fine looking man with a sweet-faced woman on his arm. The man had the brow of a scholar, deep, kindly eyes, and a mouth that was both strong and gentle. It was Sir Thomas More and his daughter Margaret. " That is the one man at court who is neither a hypocrite nor a flatterer nor a rake, and a woman with him who is both fair and true," he pronounced. The three stood watching the couple make their way across the crowded room, stopping every few steps for a greeting or a salutation. There was a very winning charm in More's face and manner, a fine blend of kindliness and courtliness, lightened by humor and upheld by a clean, self-respecting pride that drew all eyes to him in peculiar friendliness and pleasure. " Those be rare souls," Boleyn assented with usual gravity. " And in high favor too," Wyatt commented. " The king hath shown him marvelous confidence of late. Hast heard how not 3 days ago he visited Sir Thomas in his garden and walked there for more than an hour with his arm about his neck? Such hath he never, to my knowledge, done to the cardinal himself." " Aye, I heard, but Sir Thomas," said George shrewdly, " is not the man to build on such favor."
when his son-in-law was speaking of the thing and complimenting him. "Aye, son Roper," said he, "my lord is a good prince to me and affable, but I know that if my head would bring him a castle in France it would shortly go." "So would all ours," observed the poet with a wry grimace. Anne looked from one to the other, then her eyes drifted across the room to where Henry towered above his followers. Is the king so inconsistent?" "Is he?" laughed her brother. Then he suddenly flashed a look at her, and his tone changed. "Well, no more than the rest of his knavish sex," he amended. "Henry is but a man, no worse than all the rest of us." "Aye, worse than all the rest of us," said Wyatt in a low tone, looking directly at Anne. "Where he smiles today there will be a frown tomorrow, if for no better reason than that he smiled there today. Nothing so wearies him as the thing that he possesseth. No woman hath ever held him safe for a moment between his asking and her giving. He is like the wind, blowing where it listeth, and no love, no sacrifice, no honored service restrains his veering fancy. He hath but one love, himself, and one passion, gratification." Anne met her cousin's look with a faint little smile. She understood his warning, also she considered it largely dictated by jealousy. The approach of the others broke up this three-cornered privacy, and the conversation became general. Towards the close of the evening, Anne noticed that young Weston, a handsome lad of about 16, attached to the king's chamber, was hovering about her with a pertinency that denoted purpose. When a lull came in the talk, she felt his hand on her sleeve. "Hast thou no note for Jupiter?" he whispered, bending forward, smiling. She shook her head. "I have no note." "Well then, wilt thou not whisper where thou hast taken thought for that one to meet thee?" "Troth, he is very eager for thee," the youth urged, "and cannot wait long. He hath sent this as an assurance." Anne felt the touch of coins through the thin silk meshes of a purse he was seeking to thrust into her clasp. She withdrew her hand instantly, tingling from the ignoble encounter. The words of rejection she had meant to phrase so tactfully came tumbling forth in reckless heat. "Tell that one," she said fiercely under her breath, "that such a maid as I grants no interviews, accepts no such tokens." "But Mistress Boleyn," he protested, gripping her sleeve, "this is a command." "Nor obeys commands! Ah, Master Brereton," she cried, raising her voice, "I thought you were passing me by. What tale were you laughing over to little Mary Wyatt? Sure if she listened, that may I." Young Weston looked uncertainly at her, in naive perplexity. Then he took his hand from her sleeve and thrusting the purse back into his pocket, he shrugged whimsically and turned away. The silence of the ensuing days assured Anne of the king's acceptance of her refusal. However, his messenger might have softened it, and lightened immensely whatever unease she had had in the situation. But she was wrong in reading too much acceptance into his silence. Her rebuff had piqued Henry without disheartening him of anything save immediate success, and his pique itself served to prick his caprice into desire. Anne had made too vivid an impression to be readily effaced. She had been a new sensation, invaluable thrill in the cloying idleness of courts, and was too precious to lose sight of. Misled at first by the bright coquetry of her manner and by whatever knowledge he possessed of her sister's pliant weakness, Henry, after his first rash move, played the game with more observing wariness. He saw to it, or the cardinal for him, that Anne was included in the court merrymaking. She danced again at a less pretentious masque at Wolsey's. She rode to the hounds several times with her father and brother, and in one such way or another meetings were constantly secured with no effect of premeditation. Henry, too, dined more often with the queen than had been his custom, and instead of leaving the table directly the meal was over, as had been his invariable habit, he lingered in general talk or at cards. At these times, Henry, with his keen ability for dissimulation, betrayed no interest to mark the girl to his wife's eyes, but he was aware very directly of the piquant gaze of her presence, and his ears, while obstinately attending to other things, were alert for the gay melody of her voice. He wondered immensely why he had not especially noticed her before, but then, until the cardinal had invited her to dance at his revel, there had been no opportunity to bring her out. She had been only a thin little maid of honor, and in repose, among the more buxom beauties of the court, there had been nothing to intensely draw the eye. But the eye, when drawn, lingered irresistibly. Once feeling her spell was like once tasting a rare wine. The bouquet was unique, and Henry resolved to drain the cup. He was conscious perfectly of the way she evaded him at every turn, of how dexterously she slipped away from his most pointed implications, parrying his phrases with a jest and turning back his questions with invulnerable innocence. It amused him in the beginning, sure as he was of its futility, but the tantalizing delay whetted his eagerness for her and made him impatient of such dallying. He felt that he had granted enough to her maiden panic. She had now recovered from the first shock of his demands. He determined to have clear speech with her alone. Anne was aware of this resolve, and at first in tremendous dread of its accomplishment. She felt impatient irritation because he would not accept the denial of her every word and act, but must have "no" fired plumply at him, in person, and she shrank from the firing, but since it must be done, she gathered up her spirit to know how to do it best. It was not so easy to reject a king, and Henry of all kings. Her refusal must be very delicately managed, for to anger him was to bring disaster on her and all her family. No other course than refusal ever occurred to her, even for one swift second. She was too high of pride, too maiden of spirit, to surrender to such ignoble fate. However, the moral atmosphere that she daily breathed might have robbed the idea of its strangeness. Her problem was how to extricate herself from the embarrassment of his admiration with the least damage to his pride and her own new popularity. The gay good times of the last month she had enjoyed to the full, and she had not been impervious to the hint of power that her dilemma brought her. From an unconsidered girl, she had become a young lady of consequence, and she hated tremendously to part with this new prestige. It made her give a backward thought to the lost coronet of Northumberland, realizing more than ever the independence of a powerful position. And with the prolongation of that thought came sudden inspiration. If, so ran her buoyant fancy, if the king could be managed and worked on, if his better feelings were appealed to and his heart touched, would he not recall Percy and permit their marriage? It was a strange solution to the affair, but stranger things had happened. There was in Henry, she divined, a love of the show of power, a joy in the parade of kingly benevolence that she might play on and conjure to this end. It was a riotous hope. It kept her company all her waking hours and invaded her sleep with dreams. She saw herself and Percy reunited, and the memories that she tried to banish from her forever she now welcomed back with open arms. To be sure, her quick mind questioned whether Percy would now, after their separation and her resentful disdain of his weakness, be to her what her girlish fancy had first made him, but she snubbed such questioning severely. Very likely the world would never seem quite the same to her either, now she had known injustice and sorrow and disappointment, but that could not be helped. It was, in spite of all, a wonderfully fascinating world, and Percy, even if she idolized him not so much, was always Percy, her young lover, to whom she had yielded the sweetness of her heart. She thought of his eyes, of how the deep blue of them kindled as they looked upon her, and of the thrill in his voice and things that he had whispered to her in the garden, and she thought, for the first time she let herself think, how desperately he must have been missing her all these months. Well, she would make it up to him when they met. When they met. The dream of it fluttered in her heart. When they met. Her young confidence in her ability to manage Henry, to transform the self-seeking passion of a violent man of 35 into a magnanimous self-denial was naively touching. End of chapter 5. Recording by Verity Kendall.
Chapter 6 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 6. The Interview. The opportunity came with another entertainment that Cardinal Wolsey gave in October, at York Place. There was a masque, a rather tedious bit of allegory, a solo or two by a young Italian with a seraph voice, and then the company broke up to chat or dance or play cards. The king was not present, and it was whispered that he had preferred to spend the evening roistering through the town in disguise, but Anne Boleyn thought that the evening would not pass without some glimpse of him. She was sure of it when the cardinal, singling her out for especial attention, directed her steps from room to room, on pretext of displaying the tapestries about which he was discoursing fluently. For all his smooth speech and the mask-like urbanity of his features, the girl fancied that she detected a twinkle of contemptuous amusement in the look that slanted to her under his heavy eyelid. Her strong dislike of the man never for an instant slept. Indeed, it was intensified by the part she perceived that he designed her to play, a puppet to amuse the king while Wolsey conducted the state. But her dislike was coated over by her youthful assurance of adequacy to the situation. She felt that she saw through his schemes and was more than equal to them, and her vanity could not resist the pleasant flattery in this all-powerful favourite's impressive attentions to her. As the two stood in the end room of a long suite, a small, odd-shaped room overlooking the Thames, Cavendish, one of the cardinal's ushers, appeared at the door, and Wolsey interrupted the history with which he was favouring Anne, to take the man's whispered message. "Pshaw!" said the cardinal, "always some affair, though it will take but a moment. I pray you pardon me if I quit you, Mistress Boleyn. 'Tis but a moment." He was out the door, and Anne was alone. Long initiated to the intrigues of court, she felt a sharp prescience of crisis, and in spite of that high confidence of her youth, her knees felt weak and her throat dry. She was obliged to remind herself urgently of her ability to meet the situation, and she hummed a little tune for reassurance. "Pestance with good company I love, and shall until I— Good evening, lady." Henry had gowned himself regally for this occasion, in cloth of silver picked out with gold, jewelled chains swung about his neck, a blazing diamond star flashed on the purple velvet of his flat, plumed cap. For a moment he filled the doorway with his splendour, then came forward into the room and shut the door behind him. "Nay, look not so fearful, sweet Anne," he said, holding out his hands. "'Tis not thy king, but thy lover commends himself to thee." It had come, then. The Rubicon was crossed. Anne rose from her curtsy with a pale face. "Nay, my king," she began quickly, but Henry had not come to fence longer with words. The floodgates of his feeling had opened at sight of her there alone, wide-eyed and lovely, and the torrent poured forth. He wanted her. He was resolved to have her. He did not clothe what he was pleased to call his sentiments in imaginative garb at all. He did not reckon with denial. Love he wanted. Love he would have. He was master. He would have his way. Never in Anne's life had she come so close to such fire. She had never suspected its existence. She shrank back, appalled and giddy, in a quivering panic from that inflamed pursuit. "I think that your Highness speaks such words in jest, and to prove me," she gasped, retreating. "You cannot have intent to degrade your princely self?" Unheeding her denial, he pressed closer, closer. His arms reached to draw her from the corner where she stood at bay. Anne faced him with upflung head and flashing eyes. "At the court of France the king does not make love by force," she cried. It checked him as nothing else on earth could have done, for if there was one thing he disliked more than another, it was any suggestion of inferiority to the polish of the French, and of lack of their savoir-faire. He looked with amazement at the young girl who had struck such a sure note of defiance. "Thou hast made me mad, sweetheart," he muttered in apology. "I cannot talk with madmen," she flung back in trembling voice. "Nay, then, I will be reasonable. So you do but love me?" He laughed gaily, for though thwarted in his first rough attempt, his confidence in victory was unshaken. Moments or minutes might delay it, but it was only a question of time. Equally determined on her part, the girl began to recover her self-possession. With the shifting of the contest from force to words, her sense of competence returned. Her knees ceased to shake, the colour surged back into her face, but her breath still came and went in fluttering excitement. "Nay, nay, it can never be, most noble king," she cried imploringly. "Such words on your part can be only in vain. For your own noble self it cannot be, and for mine own self." "For thy sake, sweet Anne, canst thou not love me? Hast thou not made me love thee? To madness, as I said? Canst thou call back the arrows thy dark eyes have shot?" Very unhappily, Anne was wishing to heaven that she could. "Nay, those eyes have belied thy cold words," he declared triumphantly. "Thou lovest me." It was an extremely difficult assertion to combat. Anne met it with a swift, "As my king?" "Only as thy king? Hast thou no heart, then, for the man, for Henry Tudor, thy most humble lover?" "As my king," she repeated again, her eyes steadily denying, meeting his in unfaltering courage. One white, upraised hand forbade, in its peremptory gesture, the advance he was ever on the verge of making. "More can never, never be," she went on hurriedly. "For thy sake, for thy princely sake, I would not let thee do thyself this wrong. Such love is unworthy of thee. I would die rather than bring degradation upon thee." Her voice rang stronger on those last words, feeling she had found the right method at last, and that the interview, diverted from its first outbreak, was being guided in the directions she had destined. It struck Henry's egregious vanity that she was an unusual girl, with opinions that did her credit. "But if I love thee, it is thy duty to minister unto the happiness of thy king," he argued shrewdly. He was adept at the game of sophist. She shook her head. "And for mine own sake it cannot be. I am of honourable lineage, your highness, and I would rather die than lose that which is the greatest and best part of the dowry I shall bring my husband." It was one of the phrases that she had prepared, and she awaited anxiously its effect. Henry was hesitating. He had not expected so much mettle. It seemed to her that he was weakening in his pursuit. "Hast thou a husband, then, in mind?" he asked. Here, so suddenly, was her great chance. Was it too soon for it? The ground too unprepared? She wavered a moment, trying to read his expression, but the impetuosity of her nature hurled her forward. "Ah, if your Grace had but truly an affection for me," she cried entreatingly, "if your princely heart would but grant one kindness, how I would honour and serve thee for it till the day of my death! I cannot yield my poor love to your Grace. Thou art too high, too mighty. I can only go my way, remembering with pride and happiness that my king once thought me worthy of his kindness." "What is this kindness?" "'Tis but a trifle, to one as all-powerful as your noble self. But to me it means— She dared not touch on her feeling for Percy, but took refuge in other motives. "It means a gift so great, so princely. Ah, if your highness but only would!" The cry came from her heart with pitiful beseechment. The desperate sense of crisis blanched her, and for a moment held back the words in her throat. Then, "Dost thou recall Percy of Northumberland?" she asked, her eyes imploringly on his. The gathering suspicion with which Henry had followed her, incoherent appeal, concentrated in a glare of such sudden, startling ferocity that instinctively she fell back a step. She had a terrifying vision of a face swarthily suffused, of grey eyes like sword points, and thick lips curling back like an animal's over white teeth. "Thou lovest him?" he snarled. She lied quickly. No, your Majesty. He but loves me. But—" "I remember," he said rancorously, a step nearer her, thrusting his face forward as if to read her own. "I remember the talk of him and thee." With a gesture she seemed to plead with him for forbearance, till she could find the right words to explain. "It would have been a marvellous good match, your Majesty," she supplicated, "and one my pride was set on. An enemy, a silly, love-mad cousin, spied on us, and all was broken off. I would love dearly, dearly to be revenged on that cousin, and through your Majesty's all-powerful hand. It would be a wondrous triumph, if I have found favour at all in thy sight, if indeed—" He seemed about to speak, and she broke off, her eyes beseeching him still. A slow, cunning smile spread over Henry's great face. "There are other ways, sweet Anne, of becoming a countess, and thou dost so pine for the coronet and the double train, than by wedding that beardless boy. Moreover, his father may live many years yet, and defer thy pride. Speak not to me of Northumberland again, and thou dost value his head." "Nay," she murmured faintly, while hope turned to mockery, and laughed horribly within her. To have dreamed of Henry's disinterested kindness, of his better nature! Wearily she braced herself to face this distinction of her fool's paradise. "I crave pardon for having presumed to offer my poor ambitions." "We will find better ones for thee," he promised, now smiling again. "Only be kind, sweetheart." "I will rejoin my father, and your Grace give me leave," she interrupted, in the composure of utter despair. "My absence will give him room for talk." A certain show of virtue Henry enjoyed, as long as he was at no time hampered by the genuine essence. He stood in doubt now, trying to read the cold little face she turned toward him. If Anne's secret hopes were mortally wounded, it appeared to the king that he, too, had not advanced his designs very far in this interview. But at least there had been some éclaircissement. She could not feign to misunderstand now, and it only remained to ply her with assiduity. With a vast show of respect he bent over her hand. "I shall continue to hope," he murmured, kissing her cold fingers. "I know not how your Highness should retain such hope," she said clearly, looking him full in the face. "Your wife I cannot be, both in respect of mine own unworthiness, and also because you have a wife already. Aught else I will not be." Startled, he returned her look. Decidedly this young maid of honour had an excellent respect of herself. "At the least, Anne, take me for thy knight and servant," he said, and unclasping a trinket from a dangling chain, extended it to her. It was a gold pistol, an inch long, richly chased. The barrel, fashioned into a whistle, enclosed a set of toothpicks. About the handle twined a serpent with ruby eyes. "A small token, but 'tis a whistle that will ever call me," he vowed. It occurred to the girl, with ironic humour, that it was a very small token indeed. A more royal gesture would have been to have swept the diamond star from his cap. Henry had a reputation for niggardliness with his lady loves. She turned the trinket over, with outward smiles. "Ah, your Highness," she said over her shoulder from the threshold, "I fear this is a true omen. Look, there is a serpent in the handle." End of chapter 6.
Chapter number 7 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Naomi Brewster, Melbourne, Australia. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 7. Calumny. In the opinion of the court, Anne was a netted bird. Her struggles were futile, her conquest but a question of time. Indeed, there were few who did not believe that the girl, gauging with rare perspicacity the soon-slaked ardour of her admirer, was but feigning to refuse to draw him on the more. She hath a rare prompter in her father. He hath already had experience in that quarter, was the sneer Sir Nicholas Carew spread about the court. Certainly Anne's denial only excited Henry to keener pursuit. From an idle diversion, the passion of a moment, Anne Boleyn became the king's engrossing thought. He coveted her more every day, and every day was deeper in thrall to her young witchery, her gaiety and grace, and that spiritual something that illumined all, her maiden inaccessibility. She was as refreshing as an April morning to his jaded sense. Her sudden flashes of audacity delighted him. Her verve and intelligence flattered him with the thought that here was a woman to understand him and do him justice in every talent. Her pride pleased his own. She was a fit conquest for a king. At every masque and revel and hunt, Mistress Boleyn was now included, and was fair to have her head turned by the amount of attention she received. It was here that the girl's temperament was a traitor to her, for resolve as she might to disenchant the king from his suit, she could not keep her young blood from responding gaily to the merry-making. Her little feet danced of themselves, her eyes sparkled, and laughter and repartee rose irresistibly to her lips. As she was harder and harder pressed, she flung herself more and more into the revels to escape the anxieties that thickened about her. Wyatt, lately returned from a mission to France, had been adding considerably to these, for Henry's love-making stung him to jealousy and overrode his scruples. In his heart he had said farewell to Anne when she was the betrothed of Percy, but now that she was no man's betrothed, and like becoming a man's favourite, he thought he might as well be that man as another. He courted the girl at every turn, and Anne, so well liking him, parried his courtship as best she could, while his suit and her lightness towards it and the quick public tattle about it all roused Henry to more insistent pressure. Altogether, when Anne faced her future, she found enough anxiety there to overcast any maiden's spirits. But Anne kept her spirits by refusing to face her future. Whatever embarrassments would ensue, whatever difficulties menace, would all be met when the time came, she told herself. Meanwhile she was doing the very best that she could, and meant to enjoy all the present sweets that were permissible. Things could not go on like this forever. She would never yield, she felt with sure confidence, and by her persistence would weary Henry's, and he would find some newer face, some fresher fancy. She did not reflect how her pride, feeding on these attractions from the court, would smart at his deflection. She merely repeated to herself that matters would adjust themselves somehow, and for the present there was certainly an excitement in all this love-making, and an elation in being pointed out as Mistress Boleyn, for whom the king is sighing. So Anne presented by no means the appearance of a damsel in distress as she sat in her room one November morning and planned costumes with Mary Wyatt and Helen Sackville. It was rarely mild for November. The yesterday's chill and fog had been blown away by a wind in the night, and the casement framed only a square of bluest sky, flecked here and there with a downy puff of white cloud. Anne sat on a window-seat, her profile silhouetted against the blue of that sky, was bending over a lapful of finery. "I shall put the scarlet under the lace to show off the pattern. Do you think this white here looks soiled?" she appealed, waving a length of tissue cloth before them. "Nay, that silver thread in the weave often gives a cloth that cast of grey," Mary Wyatt assured her comfortably. Anne turned to Helen, whose judgment was not so apt to be hampered by a dislike of dealing pain. "But no silver thread ever gives those round spots where some saucy varlet hath splattered grease," pronounced the young lady briskly. "Those spots are complete in at this end," Anne explained. "'Tis the effect of the whole that I want." "It is greyish," Helen then affirmed. This was Anne's own opinion, but she proceeded now to argue the matter, hoping to convert herself. "You do see that it is soiled, because you do know that it is soiled," she debated. To the general eyes it may appear fresher. Was it a front for the scarlet dress? Mary questioned. Ay, nay, it is soiled. Anne cast the offending tissue-cloth from her in sudden decision. I would I had a new ell of Morley cloth, she sighed. This making of new gowns out of old is wearisome. I think we know where our Anne could get a new ell of Morley cloth, do we not, Mary? Laughed Helen. Little Mary Wyatt smiled back uncertainly and cast a furtive glance on a new pin on Anne's gown. Her gentle, romance-loving soul forgot its allegiance to the Percy affair in the splendour of this royal suit, but she was in two minds as to how to regard it. Her innate goodness took sides with Anne's fine resistance, but she was not proof against the secret thrill at the excitement of the position. Her wondering awe at her king added to her confusion. On the one hand, she would have rather inclined to consider Anne a frail, persecuted heroine, a position Anne's mirth interfered with. On the other side, she would have liked to lend her sympathies to the royal love-making and condone whatever irregularities it permitted. In any case, she wondered a little at Anne's reckless air about it. She did not realize that the Anne who sat devising her scarlet gown was a different Anne from the girl who, 8 months before, had sat there, packing her clothes for Hever. Something more than time had passed over her. She had acquired a very definite hardness, a scoffing disbelief in the good intentions of life, and a determination to make the most of the moment. It would have surprised Mary to know that Anne's own thoughts at that instant were of that packing scene 8 months ago. She had picked up a mantle and remembered suddenly that on that day that seemed so distant she had folded that mantle in misery of heart, remembering that Percy liked it and wondering if she must face such reminders all her life. It had been weeks, months since she had remembered that Percy had liked that mantle or anything else. She had not let herself think of Percy since the conclusion of that first dismaying interview with the king. There had been many other interviews since then, some short, some long, but all in lighter vein. Anne had never dared again recur to that subject. Now, to drive away these unwelcome memories, she began humming a tune and finally broke into song, a kind of burlesque chant she made of it. The eagle's force subdues each bird that flies. What metal can resist the flaming fire? Doth not the sun dazzle the clearest eyes, and melt the ice and make the frost retire? The hardest stone are pierced through with tools. The wisest are with princes made but fools. The chant ended in a bubbling rush of laughter. Didst thou hear such a love verse? Anne appealed to them, her face bright with mischief. Remark its humility, the sweet candour of its sentiment. The hardest stones are pierced through with tools. The wisest are with princes made but fools. Her laughter rang through the room. In spite of my wisdom, I am to be made but a fool, it appears. Alack a day! I showed the verse to Wyatt the other day for his instruction. Anne, you did not. Ah, but I did, Helen. What matter? Naught to me, but you trust Wyatt much. In the matter of poetry, yes. But if he tells the king you made sport of his lines, I think my brother would not do such, said Mary with her gentle dignity, that Helen put aside with a pshaw, a man in love will do all. I make sport of his lines, the king's lines? Anne interrupted, with a pretty quiver of righteous indignation. I jest at what my mighty lord hath condescended to honour me with? Who dares such slander? I but showed the verse to Wyatt to teach him how a true poet should rhyme, and by their surpassing excellence he knew them for the king's. "'Tis on the common tongue," said Helen slowly, "that you've deemed a poet's favour worth a king's." "The common tongue is a wondrous informed thing," returned Anne amiably. "Mary, will you not sit on my new lace? No, on the other side. Hast heard the news of the morning?" "Not I, unless it is the tale of Don Inigo de Mendoza, the new imperial ambassador that is coming, or that Spain hath spited France again. I am heartily sorry for King Francis. He was so kind to me in the old days in France that I shall ever remember." "Keep thy sorrow for one nearer home. I know nothing of Spain and France, but I heard what chanced when the king was playing bowls." "So? Some rank slander of me, I'll vow, by your cold twinkle." "He was playing with thy poet and the Duke of Suffolk and Sir Francis Bryan." "A godly band," murmured Anne irreverently, with upcast eyes. "And thy king affirmed that his cast surpassed Wyatt's, though clearly 'twas not so." "Wyatt is a rash man to bowl better than his king, but go on." "So you but give me chance. The king insisted, however, that his cast was the better, smiling over it, and pointing with his finger and saying, 'Wyatt, I tell thee it is mine.' Then on a sudden they saw what he meant. There was a ring upon that finger which was one of thine." "Oh, la!" said Anne, with serene indifference. "Can a maid deny when her king asks her for a ring? He has given me the pin you have all been gaping at, most honourably in the presence of my father and aunt, for my playing upon the lute. 'Tis no uncommon thing for a prince to do, and he requested in exchange some token of mine to wear at the next jousting match." "If that be all thy news, Helen—" "Nay, the best comes. Wyatt but laughed at this and said in his gay way, 'And if it may like your majesty to give me leave to measure the cast with this, I have good hope it may yet be mine.' And he drew out from his bosom the chain and silver writing tablet thou hast so often worn." Anne made a sound in her throat. She stopped draping her lace. "Go on," she demanded. "Ah, now we prick our ears," Helen smiled. "Well then, mistress, your poet goes through a play of measuring his cast with that fine spun chain, while the king stands staring, and then King Henry mutters under his breath, 'It may be so, but then I am the more deceived,' and turned on his heel marches away with a face like thunder." "Who told you this?" "Sir Francis Bryan himself. I met him on the stairs an hour after. He says if we were in Wyatt's shoes he would shake, but Wyatt only laughs and says the king dare not touch him for fear of the sorry figure he would cut. Wyatt dares more than any other man at court." "Oh, surely the king will not touch him," Mary Wyatt cried a little tremulously, appealing to Anne for confirmation. "The king will not, but I will," that young lady briskly assured her. "The silly, bragging— Why, that tablet he snatched from me at play. It was none of my giving. I asked it back at once, but he put me off and someone else came up. This is what comes of being kind," she fumed, her eyes two storm centres. "Ah, he but meant a jest," Wyatt's loving sister interceded. Helen's contribution did not lack sly malice. "Perhaps 'tis for the best, Anne. 'Twill rid thee of thy troublesome king." "Thou art a fool," said Anne rudely, and most unjustly, for a fool Helen Sackville was not. She divined perfectly Anne's vexation at the incident, and in the days that followed, when Henry appeared almost unaware of the girl's presence, and devoted himself furiously to Lady Anne Hastings or some other belle whenever he was in Anne's sight, no one knew better than Helen how keenly Anne felt that coolness and the reflected casualness of the court that had been so preoccupied with her. Indeed, understanding Anne's pride and resentment so clearly, It was secretly amazing to Helen that the girl made no effort to reinstate herself in the king's favour. A little three-cornered billet doux would have done it, or 10 spoken words of explanation, but Anne gave no sign and chatted away as gaily as ever to her diminished circle. Wyatt she banished from it, but Norris and Brereton and Weston, with his engaging boyish ways, were staunch allies. Little Mary Wyatt clung to her at every turn, and the Duchess of Suffolk, the French Queen as the king's sister was called, often sought her companionship. Whether Anne was genuinely relieved to be rid of the king, though inevitably stung by some of the consequences, or whether she was determined to match his silence with her own, Helen could not determine. Of one thing, however, she was sure. Catherine and her women were as blind as bats at midday. The speeches and sly insinuations that they made as soon as the rumour of Anne's disfavour gained foothold among them were enough to drive a far less quick-tempered girl back to the king in revenge. On one morning, "'Tis a fine set of draperies we are making for the king's chamber," Donna Maria had said to Anne. "You have been away so much of late that you have not seen these, but we think now we shall see more of you." "The king's chamber has one noble set already," Donna Blanche had put in, she with the moles and the squint. "But as you have discovered, mistress, he tires of one thing so soon." Was not that enough to provoke Anne to folly? The girl had met that thrust with her most dangerous sweetness. "Nay, knowing his constancy to our most gracious queen, how can you say such things, Donna?" she had returned in mild rebuke. Helen had tingled with excitement at the silence in which the speech had been received. No one had dared raise their eyes to the queen. Some day, Helen said to herself, Anne would go too far in these still rages of hers, and she might be there to see. Helen speculated a good deal, in her shrewd, dispassionate way, on the future that might lie before such a girl as Anne. With one disastrous romance now to her credit, and this sensation about the king, well, it would come hard for her to descend to an ordinary knight. It would take a peer of the realm to mate her properly, but peer or knight, where were her suitors coming from? Most of the young men about Anne, her brother's intimates and the king's companions, were already married, and though they bore their yokes lightly and endured the marital infelicity that appeared the common lot with the nonchalant infidelity of the times, nevertheless married they remained, unless a pestilence relieved them, or a scruple as to some pre-contract pricked their consciences. It occurred to Helen, as it had often to Anne herself, that a maid was hardly in the way of making her fortune among them. What, in the end, would be her fate? Would some grand passion blaze her off her feet? Would she fling herself into disaster or connubial obscurity as her sister had done? Would she linger on at court, eclipsed in time by fresher sensations, pressed back into the ranks of forgotten, disappointed women? Helen shook her wise, cold head over the problem. King Henry, in gracious chat with the new imperial ambassador, Mendoza, became distrait. His eyes wandered. On the other side of the hall a slim, black-haired girl in pale blue was gaily holding forth to a group of young men and women. Wyatt was there leaning towards her, and his sister and Norris and blonde Brereton towering above them all. The hall was crowded, for it was a revel in honour of the new year, but through all the buzz of talk Henry's ears could catch the high, sweet note of that girl's voice. The conversation in which he had been engaging became most insupportably dull. It lagged, flagged, suffered a total eclipse. Mendoza was left with a bland phrase of excuse, and Henry was across the room in front of the girl in blue. At his approach the others fell tactfully away, leaving them in a little island of space in that ocean of folk. "Anne, thou art a witch," said the king bluntly. "And shall your majesty burn me at the stake?" she questioned, with challenging laughter in her eyes. From her gay composure they might be resuming the relations of a moment ago, instead of near 6 weeks. "'Tis I am burning, Anne." "And why am I a witch?" she demanded hastily. "Because I vowed to the Virgin and 5 saints that I would have no word with you till you had asked one of me, and here I am, vow or no vow. Naught but a witch would have brought me here." "I thought 'twas thy 2 feet," she murmured, catching at any shred of banter. Her cheeks were flushed. She was playing nervously with a fine chain at her girdle. It was the chain with which Wyatt had measured his cast. Henry saw it and frowned. "How much truth was there in that fellow's brag of thee?" he shot at her. Proudly, steadily, her eyes looked up at him. "How much truth was there in thy brag of me?" she flashed audaciously back. Then a gust of laughter blew out the defiant blaze of her eyes. In her left cheek a dimple popped suddenly into being. "I had not thought your Highness was so credulous," she smiled mischievously. "Heaven knows I have not found in thee so ready credence for my words." The last storm cloud was swept from Henry's mind. He laughed responsively, and the intolerable tedium that had afflicted him these past 6 weeks utterly vanished. Life again held cheer and jest. He tugged at his blonde beard, a gesture of content, as his eyes twinkled down into the girl's sparkling face, and he vowed to himself that it was the loveliest face at court, the brightest eyed, the rosiest cheeked. With cool attention to detail, even in his kindled passion, he noted the utterly absurd length of her eyelashes, the exquisite lines of her throat, the delicate whiteness of it against the black of the velvet ribbon she wore there. And he said to himself that such a prize of flesh and spirit should fall to no one else while Henry of England called himself a man. Aloud he was answering her. "Nay, nor shalt thou ever find credence in me for thy words of denial." "Nor shalt thou find credence in me for thy words of love," she returned smartly. Her words were well enough, but she said them with a saucy challenge of a glance from under her eyelashes, a glance unwise, imprudent in the extreme, which she knew in the giving was rank folly. Yet it slipped out from her excitement before second thought could overtake it. Small wonder he vowed stoutly, "Nay, I shall never despair. Thou canst not make me fail, nor thou me frail. Thou hast a poet's tongue. Truth, I need it to match thy Highness. I'm glad thou ownest thou art indeed my match. Oh, I will own I am thy match in one thing more, in resolution. I shall overtop thee there. I am irresistible." "And I invulnerable," proclaimed Anne. "Nay, I protest I am more impervious to the arrows of Cupid than was Achilles to the arrows of the Trojans. I have not even a heel to be pierced. My mother must have flung me headlong into the enchanted river." Henry was delighted. He had a pretty taste for mythology himself, and he had never met a woman at his court before who could have told Achilles from a corset. An atmosphere of such culture and wit, he felt, invested the affair with spiritual dignity. "And I again must fail thee credence?" he disputed. "For where love comes out, there may love come in. Through those same eyes by which thy shafts are launched, mayhap my shafts may enter." Anne was at a loss. She felt the analogies had grown cumbersome, so she took refuge in laughter and the frank confession, "Nay, now I own I am gravelled for matter." "So shall you be out of denial ere I am done with thee," he vowed. "Ah, now we are friends again," commented Helen Sackville. Wyatt followed her directing gaze to the hall, where King Henry and Anne Boleyn were dancing a galliard. Their hands were clasped. Their eyes sought each other in merry smiles that took no note of the onlookers. Wyatt's face darkened, though he forced, next moment, a short laugh. "What else?" he uttered. "That is what Anne will ask of herself some day. What else?" said Helen slowly. Wyatt turned to look at her. He found this pale, green-eyed girl a curious puzzle. He had hints at times of underground fire beneath her bloodlessness. Now he found the meaning of her peculiar inflection intensely disagreeable, though his love for Anne made him torture himself by dwelling on it. "You think—" he began, then paused. "Yes," said Helen. "Could you not—" he began, and again stopped abruptly. He had been about to ask impulsively if her influence might not have some restraint upon Anne's dangerous caprice. Helen read the thought. "No," she said, "not I, nor you, nor anyone. What will be, will be." "You speak like the prologue of a masque," Wyatt muttered with frank distaste. Helen looked at him, a queer glitter in her light eyes, and then she said one of those utterly unforeseen and uncomfortable things with which no true lady should affront a gentleman. "How all other women bore you." Wyatt shot her an oblique look, but he was too sad at heart to prick his wit for any light retort. The tall girl continued to regard him in strange malice. There seemed a devil in her humour. "Where the king hath loved," she told him, "there is always a latter field for consolation." Wyatt turned on his heel and left her. In the corridor he bumped against Sir John Russell, who was ordering his barge. "Eh? I am glad to have met thee, even so violently," cried the older man. "I thought you would be coming to bid me farewell." "Farewell? Have you forgot I am on my way to Rome?" "And I am on my way to nowhere," said the young poet, with a laugh devoid of mirth. "May we go together?" "Eh? Thou dost mean, may I join my way to thine?" "Gladly, Tom, gladly. But will the king—" "Aye, Henry will not keep me," and Wyatt's bitter laughter rang out again, to his old friend's wonderment. "He will not miss me now." Helen linked her arm through Anne's as they came from mass next morning, informed her, "Wyatt has gone." Anne finished a yawn. "So much the better," she cried crossly. She was outrageously sleepy and disgusted with herself for her too gay spirits of the night before. She had had a vision, in the midnight hours, of the net that was closing about her. "You are a strange prickle of mood," said Helen slowly. "Are you as indifferent as you seem? There are ladies in this court who would give their heads to get that one." "Are you one of them?" demanded Anne, in unthinking malice. "I give you leave to try." Bleakly Helen smiled. "Oh, I tried long ago," she said evenly. "He would have none of me." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 8. The Insult. Life had not been to Catherine of Aragon wholly the triumphant thing that her young eyes had pictured it, in setting forth at 16 from her father's court to be the wife of Prince Arthur and future Queen of England. But, to be sure, the opening of the affair had been joyous enough for the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella. On a November Sunday in 1501, the day of St. Erkenwald, Catherine and her boy bridegroom, two white satin-clad figures, posed on a high scarlet stage, had been married by the Archbishop of Canterbury before a jubilant throng, and had then led a prodigiously fine procession to the Bishop of London's palace. 600 ladies followed in the young bride's train. Puebla, the Spanish ambassador, was at her left, and at her right the young Henry, then the Duke of York. a child of 10, and the prettiest little figure in the world, clad in white velvet and gold, so flaxen-haired and fair-skinned, so frank and sturdy, that a rain of blessings showered on him as he passed. There followed a carnival week of jousts and balls. At one revel this little Henry led out his new sister to dance, and footed it so warmly that he cast off his coat and danced on in his doublet. Everything was joyous welcome and acclaim. 5 weeks from that reception, the young bride, with her sickly husband taken from her, and sent to travel for his health, and her serviteurs unpaid, was busy defending her jewels from her avaricious father-in-law, Henry VII., and begging proper maintenance. That April Arthur died, and 2 months later a treaty providing for her marriage with the child Henry, when he should be of sufficient age, was drawn up, and then followed long years of waiting in an anomalous position, years of alternate ups and downs, of exasperating bickerings with her father-in-law, who doled her out a miserly allowance, and of futile appeals to her parents to protect her or demand her return. Old Henry VII. Had no intention at all of permitting her return, for to send her back to Spain would be to send back her dowry, already snug in his English coffers, and then, too, no more advantageous match might offer for his son. And Ferdinand of Spain had no real intention to urge that return, for every year of her retention was an added claim on Prince Henry's hand, and each ruler was shrewdly aware of the other's mind, and of the other's awareness of his own mind, so that the correspondence between the English and Spanish courts exhibited some very pretty fencing indeed, and a most luminous state of clairvoyance between the ambiguous lines. Many a time Isabella, the girl's mother, must have grieved at the loneliness and humiliating uncertainty of her daughter's position. But Isabella was a Spaniard first and a mother afterwards, and she had impressed on her child's mind, on leaving home, that her first duty in England was to Spain, and that her life must be devoted to the promotion of the Spanish interests at court and the glory of the Roman Catholic Church. It was by way of Catherine's church that there came her great consolation in those days, young Diego Fernandez, a Franciscan monk. It was a costly comfort, however, for Catherine was obliged to pawn her plate for the fellow, going down on her knees, as George Boleyn had so scornfully repeated, to the Spanish ambassador to plead for his retention. Moreover, the scandal of their intimacy proved a convenient pretext for Henry's postponement of a marriage for which he was in no hurry. In the end the thing was hushed up, denied, ignored, and the poor waiting widow's cause was so popular with the general public that Henry, on coming to the throne in 1509, found it excellent policy to make her his queen. During all the years of her wifehood, pious, affectionate years, with no other scandal to ripple their steady current save on the king's side, Catherine had retained and increased the love of the common people, not only by her charity, for she distributed 18,000 ducats a year for widows and orphans, but by her pitying intercession on their behalf in times of trouble. The pardoning of 400 boy rioters at her urgent pleadings was never forgotten by the women of London. This friendship of the people was one of the joys of her life. Her little daughter, Mary, and the exercise of her religion concluded the number. Queenship and its privilege she took as a natural heritage. The greatest grief of her life had been the loss of her boy babies, who would have given England a male heir to the throne. She knew that there were not wanting those among the people, particularly among the nobles, who had ever murmured secretly against the validity of the dispensation of Pope Julius that permitted Henry to marry his brother's widow, a marriage forbidden absolutely by all religious law, and who held that the marriage was unlawful, and the death of every little prince a direct judgment from heaven. A son would have justified her in the eyes of all, but time, she felt now, had done that thoroughly enough, and though she knew a haunting jealousy of the little Duke of Richmond, a son of Henry and Lady Talboys, a one-time favourite, She felt certain that Henry would never discriminate against the Princess Mary, of whom he was extremely proud. The most she had to dread from that quarter was that Henry, in one of his moments of ingenious statecraft, would, for fear of leaving a divided England behind him, undertake to wed these two. She had been bitterly disappointed when her nephew, Charles, the Emperor, had broken his youthful contract with Mary, but now she had hope that her daughter would soon be betrothed to a French prince. For some time the king had lived apart from her, and it was nearly 2 years since he had spoken with her alone, but she knew him thoroughly and was too aware of her own influence over him to permit the slightest break in their relations. She sent daily to inquire concerning him. She looked after his linen personally, with punctilious care, and was ever affable and obliging in his presence. Of the rumours of divorce that had reached her from time to time, in fact ever since she had been married, she was sincerely disdainful, too secure of her own position and power to be alarmed however her intimacy with Henry might wane. She had grown hardened, through those years, to whatever jealousy the wanderings of his capricious affections might cause, and her knowledge of the fleeting nature of these affections was a vast help to the suavity of manner she offered these rivals, and which cloaked her own secret contempt. But for this last rival, this upstart maid of honour, Catherine had a much bitterer feeling. She had never liked Anne Boleyn, prejudiced from the start against the girl's French sympathies and gay manners, and she frowned upon her accomplishments, and never asked her to play or sing, reiterating that needlework and prayers were the proper occupations for a woman's time. She had never lost an opportunity of putting the girl in her place, and had used the Percy affair as an excellent means to that end. When at Wolsey's request, a veiled command, for she dared not offend Henry's powerful favourite, she had received the girl again in her train, she had treated her, as ever, with a haughty politeness which Anne's success at the dance had spiced with cold malice. It was a very prickly thorn indeed in Catherine's flesh that her husband should make a favourite of this girl even for a fleeting instant, and when the instant extended and months went by, merging autumn into winter and winter into spring, while still Anne's favour grew, Catherine's vexation strained her self-control to breaking point. It was intolerable to see this Anne Boleyn give herself such airs, to see her sweeping forth to masque or revel, to hear of her success with the lute or song, and not be able to lift one finger to prevent it. Very promptly, back in the autumn, Catherine had demanded the girl's dismissal of Henry, and he had denied it so sharply that her worst suspicions were confirmed. Not for a second did she believe in the innocence of Anne's conduct. She believed the girl had strained every nerve to attract the king, and was now flaunting his favour in her eyes. A bitter anger used to possess the neglected wife at times as she would look at the girl bent over her embroidery, or at some assembly in animated converse with vying gallants, and the anger mounted to frenzy at the amusement in Anne's gaze when she met the glance. Catherine would set her teeth and school herself to patience, reminding herself that the end would not be long in coming, and then Anne's disgrace would be before all eyes. "How long, O Lord, how long?" she used to pray before the crucifix in her secret closet. A damp February had been blown away by a windy March, and still Anne's star ascended. The whispers about her had become talk now. There was not a scullion or lackey at court so dull as not to know where the wind sat, and not a country yokel came to sleep on the rushes of a London tavern but learned the affair, with winks and chuckles over his first glass of ale. It was gall and wormwood to the Queen's pride, and she was all the bitterer for her enforced repression and suavity. Then, one day, as she turned a corner in a corridor, she came upon Anne sallying gaily forth, hatted and gowned for the chase. Anne swept her a magnificent curtsy, intolerable in its irony. Catherine's nostrils quivered with her trembling breath as she looked down at the nodding plumes that hid, for a moment, the face of her rival from her. Anne rose, and the streaming sunshine from a casement was like candles held to display her young brilliance. Catherine was conscious of a terrible desire to strike that flaunting youth to her feet. "You go hunting, mistress?" she said slowly, looking her up and down. "An it please your Majesty," said Anne. "I hear," said the Queen, "that you are a shrewd huntress." Her edged tone, her continued look of plain, contemptuous insult, brought the quick blood to the girl's cheek. How dared the Queen look so? All the world went hunting in the king's train. There was no harm in it. The anger that unfortunately was always in Catherine's power to excite rose in her. Catherine spoke to the woman beside her without turning her head. "How red she grows, Maria! Doth she not blush like a maid?" There were 4 waiting women with the Queen, and their quick titter emphasized their equivocation. "Your Majesty," slipped from Anne, her eyes ablaze. "Why should you not blush like a maid?" went on the Queen's voice, a spice of bitter amusement lightening its heavy rancour. "You are over quick at conclusions, Mistress Boleyn. You will o'erreach yourself some fair day." She stopped and stared again at the baited girl before her, a slow, hard, measuring stare. "You are wondrously apparelled," she commented. "Too fine for the society of the simple gentlewomen about me, who have paid no such price for their clothes. 'Twas a clever device, those new-fangled pointed sleeves, to hide that extra finger of thine." The laugh that Catherine waited for came unstintedly. Anne stretched out her left hand in full sight of them all. "'Tis a double nail, your Majesty," she corrected in dangerous calm. "Only a nail? But that is enough. Pho! Put thy hand down. I could never bear to look upon blemishes." From red Anne turned to chalky white. "Oh, how dare you? How dare you?" sang through her veins. "I could make you pay for this. I shall make you pay. If you knew—" Catherine, looking on her, saw nothing but a little intriguant for her husband's favour. She had no vision of the girl's soul intolerably humiliated, intolerably goaded, quivering on the brink of a fiery revenge. She had no notion of tremendous crisis in their lives. With the savage gusto of her outraged arrogance she flung her gibes. "'Tis said, your Majesty," tittered Donna Maria, her loyalty revelling in Anne's helpless fury, "that Mistress Anne must needs be clever at devising strange fashions. She hath so much about her person to conceal." "There is that wart, that swelling on her neck that she must hide with her velvet ribbon," sniggered another. "A pity she could not wear a veil altogether," laughed an emboldened third. Anne said never a word. For once she was dumb, and Catherine fed her satisfaction with the sight of her white pallor. Then the Queen made a gesture of dismissal. "Take thy deformities to thy ride, mistress," she commanded, and Anne slipped back into the doorway with a low bow to let the royal party pass by. Then with a bursting heart she swept forth to her hunt. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 9. A Vision of a Crown. She rode a white horse of Henry's gift, a spirited, beautiful creature, with whose dashing impetuosity and chafing impatience at control she was much in sympathy. To-day she gave Diana the rein, and with Henry's big black at her side, they shot ahead of the field of riders and raced dizzily along the way that wound from St. James's Park into Epping Forest. The speed, the motion, the whistling of the wind past her ears, was all at first that Anne was conscious of. The hard riding answered her need for violent action, and the buffeting wind seemed to do her struggling and screaming for her. With her head bent forward, one hand clinging to the reins, the other holding on her flapping hat, she dashed on, tossing only a curt word to the gay questions of the king. Every spark of spirit in her was flaming in revolt at the ignominious baiting to which she had been subjected. She felt outraged, degraded. Her face flamed. All afternoon she rode furiously, obliviously following the dogs that were trailing a fine stag. It was March. The bare boughs were swelling with tender buds, the ground was soft and spongy from spring rains, and little brooks ran black and swollen in their courses. The seasons seldom made their appeal in vain to Anne. She rarely saw the out-of-doors without a lifting of her spirit to its wide horizons, but to-day, though the fiercest her trembling anger outwore itself in her heart, she felt no balm for the wound within her. The dark eyes that were set so rigidly on the path ahead of her were in reality following the path of her life, searching its conclusions, facing its despairs. The net that her soberest moments had been folding about her had closed in. She was caught, branded in the eyes of the world if not yet in her own conscience. Who of that jesting throng behind them believed in her? Who of those who called themselves her friends? Who of her family? At the best, they but thought she was playing a game, deferring her surrender, raising perhaps her price. Under all the sweets that she had tasted in their eager deference to her, their flattery, their vying for favour, she came now upon the venom of this thought of theirs of her, this utter disbelief in her own innocence. Oh, fool, fool that she had been, to think that she could play with fire, could control such a situation. She remembered with a sorry smile her first naive hope that she could bend Henry to consent to her marriage with Percy. She had not profited by that lesson. She had gone on in her absurd self-confidence, thinking she could take as she liked and reject as she liked. But the court was no place for half-way measures. But what else could she have done, she angrily demanded of this accusing self. If she had angered Henry, she would have been bundled off again into the country to yawn her head off among the kitchen-maids, and there would have been no second chance for her then. She would have grown older and duller and older with each succeeding year, becoming wisely proficient in making jellies and flavouring sweets for such greybeards as her father would semi-annually bring to the place. Perhaps a fat country squire would wish to marry her. Any girl, so she vindicated herself, would have done as she had done. And what, after all, was it that she had done? Nothing in the world to be ashamed of. There had been nothing that the whole court might not see. Indeed, nothing that the whole court had not seen. She was not to blame because the court had gone on and constructed tales of what it thought it had not seen. She had been pleasant to Henry, nothing more. Danced, talked, bantered, accepted a gift or two, refused steadfastly any hope of her bestowing anything in return. He, at least, she thought bitterly, knew how little she had granted. She had made him respect her. But what should she do? How was she to go on? Leave court? In disgrace would be on everyone's tongue. No one would believe it was of her own volition. No one would believe her such a fool as to throw away her favour for such a bubble as self-esteem. And it would be too late to save her reputation then. She felt in helpless shame how bespattered that was now. Her sister's scandal had urged on her own. Stay on at court? She could not continue like this for ever. Henry was impatient. She had exhausted her wit and her spirit in keeping him at his distance. If she denied him longer, he would turn against her. Oh, dear God, what a labyrinth it all was! What should she do? She was aroused from her absorption by the abrupt ending of the hunt. The stag had escaped along a brook, and the baffled dogs were puzzling up and down the sides of it. She and the king had outridden all the rest, and the calls of the others' horns came to them from a distance. Henry wound his own horn, then sprang down from the sweating black that staggered under him. "The horses are spent," he said. "Shall we rest them here while the others come up? There are always fresh relays at the lodge that should soon be brought." Anne murmured an assent and jumped down, scarcely touching his hand. They were on high ground, in a little glade on top of a long, narrow ridge. A circle of trees half shut them in. From one side came the murmur of the unseen brook down which the stag had fled, and the worrying whine of the searching dogs, and on the other side through the spaces in the trees, was a view of rolling woods and meadows, brown and grey, and here and there the purple patches of fresh ploughed lands, and beyond them, where the Thames showed itself broad and blue from out under its trees, the diminished towers and spires of London were etched against the western sky. Anne caught up the trail of her scarlet gown, and began to walk back and forth restlessly in the glade. She was conscious, fully, of her folly in having outridden the rest and thus furnished fresh fuel for gossip, but she told herself defiantly that she did not care. It was too late to be fastidious. Henry, having tethered the 2 steaming animals, came and joined her in her restless walking. He took off his cap, running his fingers through his damp hair. It had vanished from the top of his head, but courtiers had positively assured that this baldness added to the nobility of his forehead. Although he had been drinking to a late hour the night before, there were no signs of fatigue in his floridly fresh complexion. Anyone meeting for the first time that ruddy stalwart man, youthfully exuberant, would have taken him for 5 or 10 years under his age. A powdering of dust lay on his suit of Lincoln green, and he occupied himself a moment brushing it off, with shrewdly inquiring glances at his abstracted companion. Clearly something out of the ordinary was passing behind that frowning forehead of hers. "Where sits thy mood, Anne?" he asked at length, leaning forward to look in her face. "Thou hast said naught but yea or nay since the beginning of the hunt. Something has displeased thee." "That something has," she returned brusquely. "Mayhap I can remedy the matter," he suggested. She laughed, then gave him a darkling glance from her clouded eyes. "In coming to the hunt I met her most gracious Majesty the Queen. She said certain things to me which I like not." "What things?" Anne's pride could not bring itself to repeat the insults. I care not to name them," she cried, her bosom heaving. Henry eyed her for a moment in silence. He was not sorry to have her animosity roused against his wife, seeing there a chance for himself. He had no notion how strong already was that animosity. Yet his feeling for the girl resented stiffly any scorn put upon her. He turned the matter over in his mind. "She is jealous," he told her with a laugh, "and with good cause, I well ween." "Not with any cause of mine," she disputed, and her anger and disgust broke into mutinous revolt. "I vow I shall leave this court where I have too much to endure. I beg to take leave of your Grace to-morrow." The threat shot Henry with alarm. She was absolutely capable of carrying it out. The look that his small grey eyes turned upon her was one of strangely humbled beseechment. She reminded him in that moment of nothing so much as some elusive bird of passage, a gay-plumed wanderer alighted by hazard and half ready to take wing again. The contentment that was generally upon him in her presence vanished before the reminder of this insecurity. He felt how insupportable his court would be without her bright presence. He felt how intolerable his life would be without the promise of her love. He felt a surge of savage resentment against the conditions of his life. He, a king, accounted the most powerful man in England, and he had less freedom, less joy than some of the meanest of his subjects. Weighted with responsibility, in his welling indignation he forgot Wolsey's vast assumption of that same responsibility. Loaded with cares, tied to a dull, sick, aging woman, denied a son and heir, and in love, desperately, deeply in love with a slip of a girl whom he was powerless to make his own. Deceive himself as he might by drinking bouts and revels, truly his life was not a happy one. "Wherein have I offended?" he said to Anne, turning this over bitterly. Anne made no reply. She tossed back the fluttering hair from her face with a characteristic gesture that seemed to be tossing him and his court away also from her thoughts. "Am I then nothing to thee?" he said a little huskily. He was a very different man this day from the conqueror who had tried to clasp Anne in rough wooing at that first interview at the Cardinal's. His voice touched Anne, swift as her nature was to respond to any genuine affection for herself. At any rate, he loved her. He very truly loved her. She exonerated him from his share of the situation in which she found herself. He had but done what any monarch would have done. He was not to blame that he loved her. He had suffered for that love, in her denial of it, and in the sting of her humiliation and self-upbraiding. That love and its flattering respect was a comfort she hugged close. So this curiously feminine psychology made her answer his question with a glance of disarmed friendliness that was not without a hint of sympathy. Instantly he caught at her hand nearest him, and in spite of her attempted withdrawal carried it to his lips. He felt the delicate warmth of her flesh within her loose glove. "Anne, sweetheart," he said in a voice that was like a groan. He felt her hand tremble against his lips. He kissed it hungrily a dozen times, then clasped it close, searching her face for some hint of weakness or surrender. He met only the proud denial of her steady eyes. "Will you never love me?" he implored. "I will never tell thee so." "Oh, Anne, Anne!" She tried, a moment's pause after his crying her name, to pull away her hand, but she felt it in a tighter grasp. His great fingers gripped it convulsively. She heard his quick breathing. "God, I want thee so," came from him. It was fiercely, piteously sincere. He had never wanted anything in his life as he wanted Anne. He had never felt for any woman such curiously mingled stirring of desire and admiration. It was the most profoundly disconcerting emotion of his experience, and its primitive force recreated in him the lost innocence and naivety of his first youth. It would have been incredible to him at that moment that he had ever found another woman desirable. As it was, he forgot that there ever had been any other woman. Anne turned her head away, and though her hands still rested prisoned in his, she twisted her body slightly from him, and stared down at the ground at her feet. She was curiously shaken by his emotion, and she felt the need of being cool and in command of the situation. "Your Grace knows what is ever between us," she said in low voice. They were on the edge of a small hollow, filled with last autumn's leaves that the vanishing cover of snow had left soaked and sodden. Only the topmost leaves had been dried by the spring sun. Anne stood there, stirring the mass about with her foot, as if she had lost something there. "There is nothing between us," he denied. "Heaven hath made your Highness a king," she murmured, faintly ironic, "and my Highness will make you a queen." "You have one queen already." The memory of her last passage with that queen stiffened her curving lips to an angry line. Henry pressed closer, still gripping her hand. "And if I did not have that queen?" he suggested, his voice thick with implication. Anne raised her head in a startled gesture. Her widening eyes caught the fire of his. He had said to her before that if she granted him her love, he would surely crown her when Catherine died. But now there seemed another significance in his dilated pupils. Then she felt that he was trying to test her by false suppositions, and impatiently she brushed it aside. "If! What is the good of if?" she cried. "But there is good in it. Sweetheart, and thou wilt be mine, I will crown thee so surely as there is a God who hears me." His grip of her hand hurt. "Catherine is no lawful wife of mine. The Pope will soon rid me of that coil." You mean, she faltered, her eyes on his. "I will have that marriage, which is no true marriage, annulled. Then will my throne stand free for you. For you! And no power on earth shall let me from sharing it with you. So you do but love me as I have hoped, Anne, darling." Anne leaned away from him, instinctively lowering her eyes that he may not surprise her emotion there. Fixedly she stared down at the dead leaves, conscious of physical tremors and strange tinglings that were of her mind, yet of her flesh too. The king's voice went on, husky, yet vibrating with its resolve. "My throne, Anne, is for thee. I want thee as I have wanted nothing in all this life before, and I will give this life and all that I possess in it to win thee." Surely thou hast a mind for me. I have been patient. I have yielded to thee. But before God I can endure this no more. I will make thee wife. I will hew a way to thee, though every Spaniard in hell oppose it." Anne's heart stood still that moment, struck with the incredible realization that he was in actual earnest. He was not deceiving her or himself. He meant to do this amazing thing for her. And then, as she yielded herself to the temptation of that thought, her heart galloped on at a terrific rate. "I tell thee, Anne, I will crown thee." Henry had seen the half-frightened, half-fascinated uncertainty of the girl's expression, and his words rang with stout assurance. "Thou hast said thou wouldst be naught but wife, and wife thou shalt be, even as thy ancestress was wived by another king, Edward, my good progenitor. Thou shalt be the darlingest wife a man ever cherished, the tenderest loved queen a king ever crowned." He heard her draw a quick breath. "Ah, thou hast not taken thought." "Oh, I am well advised in this. I have taken thought of the head and heart of Henry of England, and he swears to thee by his kingly faith that he will give thee his throne for thy love, and that neither church nor state, nor pope nor devil shall stand between him and thee. Aye, and in so doing he will be ridding his conscience of the foul wrong of keeping his brother's widow to wife." He laughed loudly and strove to draw her closer, but she backed a step away. She felt appalled, and cast a glance over her shoulder at her tethered horse, as if contemplating sheer flight. "It is too high an honour for a simple maid," she stammered. "No, no, it cannot be." "In God's name it shall be. By the bones of my father and the honour of my mother, and the 7 pains of our Lord, and my own right royal love for thee, I say it shall be." "But the Cardinal, the Pope, the Emperor," she flung at him, "they will all be against it." "The Cardinal, the Pope, and the Emperor will all be tools in my hand, one against the other. Wolsey will devise ways to do my will. We have oft discussed it of old." "But not for me," ran Anne's agitated secret thought. "Dare the Pope deny to England's king what he hath lavished on every hand? He grants annulments as freely as heaven doth its showers." "But the Emperor is Catherine's nephew. But will he lose my favour for an aged aunt?" Henry scoffed, his face aglow with his assurance. "Nay, sweet, be not so fearful. Canst thou not trust thyself to me? Lean on this arm and heart." Henry's words were lost to Anne in the swimming confusion of her senses. The glade seemed to whirl about her. She felt the rushing of vast wings, the elation of airy heights. To be queen of England! Every accent of Henry's impassioned voice beat in the truth of his intention. He would crown her queen in Catherine's place. She was too familiar with prophecies of a divorce, or rather an annulment, to feel much shock or doubt of it, accustomed as she was to regard Catherine as an unlawful usurper. But to be herself crowned in her stead was a thought too incredible to be fully grasped. Some whispering of it had come to her with Henry's offer to make her queen after Catherine's death, but she had put this shrewdly from her as a bribe, an empty enticement. But now this was real, immediate. A fierce, cruel wave of joy swept over her. To be queen on Catherine's throne! Oh, what an exquisite, what an infinitely ironic retaliation! Dared she trust herself to the mad project? Dared she undertake the humbling of one queen, the crowning of another? Aye, she dared. Her blood rushed on in faster time. With feverish recklessness it sang songs of triumph and power in her veins. There was little that wild blood would not dare. Henry bent over her as she stood staring past him, and as he saw her face illumined with the splendour of her vision, "Thou wilt!" he cried, and caught her to him. But for one more instant, even within the circle of his arm, she held him off. Her hands pressed against his breast, her head bent back, while her great eyes searched his face in almost piteous entreaty. "Thou wilt be true to me?" she besought, for in that instant There had come to her some inkling of the lonely audacity of the enterprise on which she was staking herself. "Until I die, sweet, until I die." In that first moment of surrender, shaken by emotion, swept by a passionate gratitude and admiration for Henry's force, ravished with the sweets of foretasted triumph, Anne had given no thought to the price of her dream. She was half persuaded that she was yielding to the man in yielding to the king. But in the next moment a wave of denial, a despairing certitude of her own aloofness, surged through her. She hid her face on his shoulder, away from his kisses. He felt her slim body tremble in his arms, and held her the closer. Alas for the thought of Percy that crossed her mind! Must a second time bring always the inevitable comparison? She put the reminder defiantly away from her. Percy had been a boy, a helpless boy. Henry was a man, a king of men. He was bringing her a kingdom. He was daring the world and all for her. For her! And his strength and passion, even while they frightened, held a fascination. She felt that she was loved indeed. Presently, his first turbulence over, he held her more tenderly to him, pushing the tangled hair from her forehead, which his lips ever and again pressed, and a sense of gladness in him and in his love for her stole over her again. She saw, framed in the trees' black boughs, the distant towers of London bathed in rosy light, and before her dreaming eyes then swam a vision of the city, peopled with bowing throngs, who cheered her as she passed, of eager courtiers, gallant knights, and smiling ladies, of feasts and jousts and tournaments, vista after vista of intoxicating glory, all springing from that first incredible vision of Anne Boleyn, in robes of state, mounting over Catherine to England's throne. Anne of England. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 10. Second Thoughts. Anne had little sleep that night, and that little was agitated with dreams. Towards morning she fell into the heavy oblivion of exhaustion, from which some chance noise roused her like an alarm. For some moments after she opened her eyes she was conscious of a curious sense of well-being. She felt as if something very delightful had happened of which her senses were already aware, the meaning of which would filter presently to her brain. In a few moments the events of the past afternoon came over her. She was to be Queen of England. With the remembrance fled the last vestige of sleepiness, and also that sensation of indefinable pleasure. The undertaking, viewed in morning light, within the four walls of her dormer chamber, appeared fantastic and unreal in the extreme. The visions which had thronged her restless brain all night were as divorced from reality as the incoherent dreams that had succeeded them. It was in vain to recall the example of her illustrious ancestress, Elizabeth Woodville, or to repeat the promises of Henry. She was a prey to the irritating self-reproach of having made a fool of herself. She wondered how Henry was feeling. She wondered if he was experiencing the reaction of the morning after. Her maid, hurrying down from the wind-racked attic that servantdom accepted unquestioningly as its due, found her young mistress, nearly gowned, staring out absently over the gardens. "This be more nipping than yesterday, mistress," she said, blowing on her red hands where the winter's chilblains still smarted. "I would there were no yesterday," Anne murmured. "Bet, shall we go back to Hever now? The buds will be swelling on the trees, and the tender shoots pricking through the dead leaves. Another month, and the lady smocks will be white. I should love to tend my flowers again, and sleep sound o' nights. Shall we go?" The girl giggled nervously, and cast a curious look on her young mistress. "La, but 'tis dull in the country," she answered, a little uneasily. "Dull? And where was that farmer lad of thine that brought thee such clear honey from his bees?" The girl giggled again in embarrassment. That lad, Dickon! What great boots he wore, mistress, and how red he got when I looked on him." Still laughing, she went to answer a rap on the door. She was back with a small packet in her hand. "By your leave, mistress, Master Weston bringeth this to thee, and saith that his master, the king, commendeth himself to thee, and would know how you have passed the night." "Well enough," returned Anne laconically. She opened the packet slowly. Inside the wrappings was a small, charmingly wrought box of silver, fitted with lock and key, and inside the box, on a bed of white satin, flashed a sparkling pendant of rubies and diamonds. A tiny note was tucked beside it. She laid down the box and spread out the note. The king had written it in haste on his awakening. He sent her his love, and was most glad in that which had passed. He was impatient till he should see her again. He signed himself her entire servant, Henry. The watching maid, making a pretence of occupation about the room, cast shrewd glances on her mistress as she read. She saw a sudden animation light Anne's face, and a smile part her lips, as Anne finally folded her note and slipped it away, and Bet made bold to approach and admire the jewel that Anne had caught up again. "La, mistress, might I have a look? God a mercy, how the thing shines! 'Twill become you finely. Will you put it on?" And as Anne nodded, the girl eagerly fastened the slender gold chain about her neck. The pendant rested just below the little hollow of Anne's throat, and catching the morning sun, it sparkled radiantly with 1,000 flashes of light. "How it glisters!" admired the maid, while the mistress, raising her hand-glass, beamed impulsively at her image. "Why, those white stones be as bright as water-drops, and that big one is red as blood. Sure it cost a mint of money. I'm thinking the one who sent it thought a lot of you, mistress." "I'm thinking he did too, Bet," cried Anne, with a bubbling laugh, "though thou art a bold wench to name it. But there is no harm in thee. Thou thinkest, then, it becometh me right well?" "Aye, aye, it setteth thee off grand." Into the girl's simple eyes, as they rested on the jewel, crept a hint of wistfulness. "It must be fine," she murmured, "to be gentlefolk and wear such a thing upon one." "Why, I take it for no more than thou dost a new ribbon, Bet," Anne returned carelessly, though that was scarcely true. But the girl's speech had touched her susceptible sympathies, and running to her drawer, she pulled out a hair ribbon of sky-blue satin. "Here is one, fresh and unbemoiled for thee," she cried, tucking it into the girl's hands. "Here, now be off with ye, and bring me fresh water. Thou hast forgot thy duties for thy staring." When the maid, scarlet with pleasure, went out bearing her treasure, Anne stood a moment quizzically smiling. "Belike her new bauble will bring her as much mischief as will mine," she reflected, fingering the pendant at her throat. "I hear there is a groom of the chamber in hot pursuit of the simple lass. I must look to it." Then she took advantage of her solitude to read her note again. She passed the love praise in it for the last sentence. "God send that we what of shall come to pass." "Amen," she echoed merrily. Her spirits were risen, indeed. The concrete splendour of the pendant linked all her hopes again with reality. Moreover, she reminded herself, she was not a whit worse off than she was before. If Henry could crown her, well and good. If not, no harm had been done. She would be wary and not commit herself too far. She sang as she completed her dressing the song she had made for the king's words, gaily repeating the couplet: "Youth must needs have dalliance, of good or ill some pastance." There was no more talk of returning to Hever. At 10 she dined with her aunt and uncle, the Duke and Duchess of Norfolk. The Norfolks had not particularly troubled themselves about Anne during her first days at court. Their deferential courtesy now was a conquest. The old Dowager Duchess of Norfolk, of whom Anne was fond, was present. So were her father, her brother and his wife, and Mary Wyatt, who was a sort of protégée of the old Dowager Duchesses. The hour for dinner had been reached and passed, and the company appeared assembled. Yet no move was made toward the dining-hall until a tiptoeing servant had come whispering to the master of the house. Then the Duke of Norfolk rose quickly and led the way with Anne Boleyn. In the hall they were stopped by another servant. Norfolk, receiving his message with a great show of surprise and delight, gave orders for the rearrangement of the tables, and then announced to his guests that Providence had sent them a rare privilege. The king was without in his barge with Sir Henry Norris, and would do them the honour of dining with them. Norfolk hurried off to receive his royal guest, and George Boleyn leaned forward and pinched his sister's arm. "What carrier-pigeon keeps Henry informed of thy whereabouts?" He laughed, and Lord Rochford smiled at his daughter with quizzical benevolence. "Let us hope that some carrier-pigeon does not keep the court informed of the king's whereabouts to-day," tittered George's wife. "Thou art ever zealous for the honour of our name," shot back Anne promptly, and George Boleyn laughingly advised his wife, "She hath thee there. Never match thy wits against Anne's," while Lord Rochford shook his head ever so slightly at his daughter, and murmured in her ear, "Imprudent, imprudent, never stir a causeless strife." As Anne sat at table, at her place down the board beside her brother and Mary Wyatt, she began to surmise shrewdly that some hint had already been dropped to her father and uncle concerning Henry's intentions. She saw that both of them were a trifle self-conscious, and that their eyes often met as if for consultation, as do the eyes of those who believe they hold between them a secret. As for the king, he had a distinct air of being en famille. Dignity was jovially relaxed. He called down the table to Anne, bidding her be ready to play and sing after the meal, and informing her of the progress of the new anthem he was composing. Anne found herself in a state of secret and suppressed excitement. The instinct for romance of her strongly imaginative temperament eagerly seized and built upon the wonderful material the situation offered. The vision of that future crown had magically dispelled the discredit of the position in her own mind. Her ultimate justification would be overwhelming. She could not help reflecting on herself. What a situation! What a career she was having! A maid of honour, young and fair, sought in marriage by her king. And what a king! Anne's eyes saw Henry now through the glorious illusion of her romance. She saw his youth, his strength, his splendour, and his charm, and saw them multiplied 100-fold. She remembered the two other kings she had seen, Louis of France, decrepit, querulous, who had taken Henry's sister in unwived wifehood, and Francis, his successor, suave and debonair, and she compared them most disadvantageously to the great, dashing Henry. She told herself that she was a most lucky maid, and compared her story to the romantic ballads that the minstrels told. After the meal she sang, and Anne had a voice of rare loveliness. She gave them Ballot and a new verse of Surrey's, Wyatt's youthful cousin and poetic rival, set to a tune of her own making, and then at Henry's request she began, "As ye came from the Holy Land." At the lines, "Met you not with thy true love by the way you came," Henry joined in with her, and at the stanza, "Such a one did I meet, good sir, such an angelic face, who like a nymph, like a queen did appear, in her gait, in her grace," he came out so strongly with the words, "like a queen," with an intent look at Anne, who at her own chagrined confusion spoiled her accompaniment, that Norfolk and Rochford glanced involuntarily at each other, and young George Boleyn became instinctively aware of something electric in the atmosphere. When, by tacit comprehension, the company gathered at one end of the room, leaving the king to compliment the singer alone, George drew his father aside. "What's in the wind?" he asked carelessly. "What is new in that?" And he jerked his head toward his sister and her admirer. Lord Rochford hesitated. He did not regard his flighty son as a safe confidant, but he shrewdly reflected that Anne would probably tell him herself anyway, and he might as well prepare his mind first and have the credit of being open. He lowered his voice cautiously. "There is again talk of a divorce." "Between their highnesses," he murmured as George did not comprehend. But once with the cue, The young fellow's mind was alert enough. His face showed his sudden thought. "And do you mean there is talk of a successor?" he demanded incredulously. His father nodded. "Talk," he replied with peculiar emphasis, "and mind, not a word to thy wife. Norfolk and I are all that are advised, and he hath but thrown out an enigmatic hint to us this morning. Even his Eminence is not aware. Never drop a word on it." In his turn George nodded, with vast carelessness, like a man of the world, but his expression betrayed how the thing had struck him. After a pause of astonishing reflections, he murmured, "Well, what think you, sir?" "Of the divorce? Oh, that may well come to pass. Henry and Wolsey are both set towards it. But as for anything further," he hesitated, "why, Norfolk thinks 'tis folly. The caprice will last a fortnight." "And what do you think?" "Why, I think 'tis folly too, and so it is. But that is no reason why it not may hap," he finished, with one of his delightfully whimsical smiles. They were both silent for a moment, casting covert glances at the pair by the window. "Anne is a clever girl," said her brother in a shaken voice. "Clever, yes," returned the father in a cool appraisement, "but too hot, too hot. She will out at him some day as at an uncrowned head, and she makes enemies." "Yet 'tis that very spirit that wins him," the younger man mused. "Too hot, too hot," Rochford repeated. "Build not on't. I do not. And when 'tis shattered, will we be not cast down?" "I have seen Wolsey," Henry was informing Anne. "Your Grace is prompt." "My Grace is eager," he gave back, pressing her hand. "I count a day too long." Shyly she returned the pressure. "And what said my Lord Cardinal?" "He is of my mind entirely, and he is full of wise devisings. I did not acquaint him with the dearest part of my secret matter." Henry nodded meaningly. "We will let that come later. His business is to clear the throne, mine to fill it." Anne drew back her hand. So he had not dared the cardinal's disapproval. She felt a quick renewal of her old spite against Wolsey as she divined how strong his opposition would be to any marriage between her and the king, however lightly he might pass over the talk of it now, when it was out of the question. And this very incident was revealing to her the extent of the cardinal's influence over the king. A shadow crossed her face that Henry, always clairvoyant when his vanity was involved, was quick to interpret. Eager to play the ruler in her eyes. "Oh, I have let fall sufficient hint to advise him of my will," he declared pompously. "But it is not needful that a servant should know all his master's mind." "Then perchance I am myself not fully aware of your graces," Anne flashed back petulantly. That shining vision of her all-powerful royal wooer had suffered an unexpected eclipse. She felt uncomfortably that he suggested a plotting schoolboy circumventing an awe-inspiring master. "Nay, sweet, with you am I not the servant and you the mistress?" Henry reproached, leaning closer to her and smiling into her clouded eyes. The warmth of his words, the eager importunity that every inflection, every glance expressed, sent all her doubts whisking again. If the cardinal were strong, she would be stronger. She had the weapons that no cardinal could wield. Her confidence touched her lips again with smiles, and she gave her head an impudent cocksure little tilt, like a braggart robin, as she laughed. "Troth, I know not what sort of servant your grace may prove. I think I will but take you on trial." "My love hath no fear of any trials you may impose." "Then I impose that you do not grip my hands like that when all my kinsfolk are peeping over their shoulders at us. Do you not know they will be saying ill of me?" "Not for long, darling," he promised. "List, this is how we have devised the matter. Wolsey, as Archbishop of York, together with the Archbishop of Canterbury, will hold a secret sitting of the ecclesiastical court. They will summon me before it for living with my brother's widow. I will defend myself, exceedingly ill." His eyes twinkled knowingly. "And they will pronounce sentence against us, declaring the marriage to be no marriage, as indeed it hath never been one, and impose some penalty, to which I will say right hearty amen. We will then live apart for a time to avoid scandal, and then, why then, little sweeting, we are free to love and wed. Is it not bravely resolved?" Excitement was shining like a lamp in the girl's face. "And when will this come to pass?" she questioned. Her lover tweaked a straying curl. "This head is then impatient for the crown?" She laughed in irrepressible pleasure and confusion at the thrill that his words of crowning sent through her. "For my part, I would God that it were the morrow," he declared. "But there is yet need for caution while the French ambassador is here, and the negotiations for Mary's hand not yet concluded. We must do naught to injure her position till that is done. Not," he added defensively, "that her position will be in anywise touched, for her rights shall be maintained." He was silent a moment, and Anne felt how strange and remote that past of his seemed now to her. She had visualized him so intensely as her lover that it was a shock to remember that he was still the public husband of another and the father of a little girl of 11. His life with Catherine seemed very distant and unreal. So too did her passages with Percy. She reflected that life was a very curious experience, that in one part of her brain, the very smallest part, was reflecting that. All the rest of her was waiting, tinglingly expectant, for Henry to name the time when all these remarkable proceedings were to begin. "Once Mary is betrothed," he continued, "there will be naught to let us. And look you, the betrothal itself giveth us a good pretext for the inquiry, for we can say that the French threw such doubt of Mary's position, owing to the circumstance of her mother's marriage, that the archbishops were moved to clear the matter. By April Wolsey promises that we shall be at it." April, and it was March already. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 11. An Inopportune Event. However, it was May before the two archbishops felt that the time was ripe for that secret tribunal of theirs. The treaty with the French had been signed, and the Princess Mary was betrothed to marry either King Francis himself or his second son, and enough of the nobles of the court had been sounded on the subject of the divorce, the king's secret matter, as it was whispered, to give assurance of their support. Not a man of them, even if he had a notion that Anne had aught to do with the strength of the king's desire for his freedom, believed for a moment that she would actually profit by it. Cardinal Wolsey, from his long experience of his ruler's caprices, was more thoroughly incredulous than any. He did not doubt that Henry cherished some random and fervid intention of making the girl his queen, but by the time he could be able to do so he would have forgotten the colour of her eyes. Anne was still a pawn in the game. She would serve to keep the king amused, and if she pricked him towards freedom, in a humorous spurt of feminine grasping at the moon, why, she was still serving Wolsey's ends, for with Henry free there would be a fine opportunity for the cardinal to make a good match for him, and win a generous recompense in the making. The French would be very glad to marry off a princess to the King of England. They would pay Wolsey a handsome price if he brought about such a marriage, and the price that the cardinal's secret dreams were harbouring was nothing less than French help in making himself the next pope. There was always, Wolsey had asserted, one more rung in the ladder of ambition, but he himself had approached the topmost rung of his. The papacy. Pope Clement was ill and failing. Why not the Cardinal of England as well as another? With the aid of France the thing was not at all impossible. The son of the Ipswich butcher, the petty scribe of Nanfan and Fox, had scaled more difficult pinnacles than that. But all this, of course, was for the future. For the present, the annulment of the marriage must be brought about. So Wolsey went to work, laughing in his sleeve at the hopes he saw stirring in Anne Boleyn's mind, and reflecting for the 1000th time what simple tools the passions of other men were to one who was beyond them. Wolsey had but one passion, advancement, and its watchword had ever been concentration. The loves and desires and weaknesses that distracted others from their goals were like children's playthings to his thoughts. Only once had a woman seriously entered his life, and she had been so soon hidden from him in the mist of death that the experience appeared a fleeting illusion. He remembered that he had cried in secret over her dead body. He recalled the fact now with a species of ironical wonder. There had been plenty of other women that he had amused himself with in those youthful carousals, in which he had played boon companion to a roystering king. He had 2 daughters now shrouded in a convent in the north, and a son in Paris to whom he had granted rich English benefices. But these other women were like shadows thrown on a screen. Impossible to conceive of one of that sex agitating him for an instant. He had a profound contempt for femininity, as irrational, wayward, capricious, undone by compassion and vanity, and amiable scruples. The 17th of May was the fateful day when His Eminence, the Archbishop of York, and Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, held secretly a court at Westminster, beginning proceedings against their king for his scandalous relations with the widow of his late brother. 3 days later the court met again, and again 3 days after that. In the meantime the 2 archbishops, feeling their authority a little shakily insufficient to decide so far-reaching a matter, had the question put to the most learned bishops of England as to whether a man might validly marry his brother's widow, or not, with a dispensation from the Pope. Either the bishops were more dense or more independent than the archbishops had foreseen, for the majority of them came out with a plump statement that a man might do so with perfect validity, providing he had that papal dispensation. This made it extremely difficult for the archbishops to decide as Henry demanded, and then, if they did so, they pointed out that Catherine would still have left the right of appeal to the Pope. It would be wise, Wolsey insisted to his angry sovereign, to sound the Pope first, and make sure that he would abide by the king's wishes. Henry grumbled and protested. It was incredible that the Pope should ultimately deny him, and he did not want any delay. He wanted the archbishops to go ahead. Wolsey repeated how ineffectual any decision of theirs would be without papal authority, and urged a secret messenger to the Vatican. And then, one rainy morning, a bespattered courier rode a staggering horse to the gates of Richmond Palace with urgent tidings for the king. The emperor's troops had entered and sacked Rome, and the Pope was shut up a prisoner in his own castle of St. Angelo. It was a complication for Europe generally, but Henry's first furious thought was not of political situations. He was realizing bitterly that this was no moment to ask an imprisoned pope for a judgment against the aunt of his besieger. "God's blood, but I think that Spain and the devil are leagued to thwart me," he stormed. "Why in the name of all that's damned should Spain and the Vatican have been at odds at this moment? May hell receive them all!" Savagely he kicked the spaniel that leaped to fawn upon him, and sent a plate of Spanish lustre-ware crashing to the floor. A quaking page was sent scurrying in haste for the cardinal. Henry was in no better humour when he had conferred with him, if his tumultuous outbreak of imprecations can be called a conference. His brow was black when he strode out to the chamber where his attendants were idling. "He bursts with thunder," was Norris's hurried aside to Brereton. Both young courtiers were by now in the king's confidence, and enthusiastic supporters of Anne and the divorce. "Well, sirs?" growled Henry, with the general air of challenge. Norris dashed valiantly into the work of consolation. "Sure from thy highness's visage, methinks that his eminence hath brought small comfort," he ventured. "Comfort!" uttered Henry between his teeth, with a ferocious glare. Anne would scarcely have recognized his face. "His word is wait, wait, wait. The time is out of joint. Have patience for a few months. Months!" he ejaculated ferociously, "when weeks are too long. I could wring the neck of that wry-faced loon that brought me this news. Months!" "Methinks your highness puts too black a complexion on the matter," Norris smoothly presented, "or that his eminence is too restrained by his most usual caution. He thinketh the Pope will not decide for thee? Now it may hap that he will be all the more eager to decide for thee, and against his besieger, the Emperor." "Thou art a fool, Norris. The Pope will not aid England, unless England aid the Pope, and we cannot take the field against the Emperor. France would at once throw in with him. Why, Spain hath Clement by the very beard. He is shut up in St. Angelo, and the imperial troops are ravaging the city, despoiling monastery and convents, looting rich shrines, and making sport with nuns. 'Tis a scandal to Christendom. Besides, Clement is a craven. He quakes for his own miserable remnant of life. Our envoy had speech with one of the men shut in St. Angelo with him, Cellini, that artificer who was at the court of France a while anon, and this Benvenuto Cellini saith that Clement is ever on his knees in grovelling petition. He would not dare offend the Emperor." "The matter, your highness, hath not gone so far as Pope and Emperor yet," Brereton asserted, "nor need it ever. England hath priests to attend to England's conscience at home. Let them decide." "Hath not the Pope ever final appeal, thou idiot?" Henry thundered. Brereton only blinked stolidly. "So should it not be," he muttered. "Sooth, it's a fact that the matter hath not yet reached Pope or Emperor," Norris declared. "Who knoweth that her highness will appeal? She is as yet in ignorance." "Ignorance!" snorted the king. "I tell thee the devil is in league with all Spaniards, and that I have very blabbers about my person. Wolsey hath learned that the very day after the first sitting of the court at Westminster, Mendoza, the imperial ambassador, was full informed. The man who told Mendoza was from the queen's suite. From where she got it I know not, but if I caught the gab-mouth, the news would be half over Spain by now." "And yet that doth not prove that the queen will appeal," Norris made bold to insist. "Doth not her highness value your princely favour more than all else? And when she learneth thy will towards her, will she not submit herself to thy pleasure? What good thing will she obtain by thwarting your highness in this? She is a lady of devout mind, and leaneth toward a quiet life. She knoweth that thy royal self is a very lion when roused. Will she not shrink from incurring thy anger? Troth, the matter does not look as black to me as it is painted." Henry's humour changed with its characteristic abruptness. His scowl relaxed, his small eyes twinkled, and he gave Norris a sudden buffet on the shoulder that sent him staggering. "Odds bodkins, man, but thou hast a head on thee after all," he proclaimed. "I am more than half persuaded thou art right. England need not pull such a long face. Come, one of you off to Mistress Boleyn, and bring her this news with my greetings. I myself will shortly follow." Chapter 12 of the Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 12. A Royal Tête-À-Tête. The words of Norris about Queen Catherine made a strong impression upon Henry. Accustomed to a slavish compliance in all his whims, it was really impossible for him to conceive of protracted denial. It seemed to him that the simplest way to cut the knot was to wring from Catherine an agreement to the proceedings. She was a religious woman. Very good. Then if he pressed the point that his conscience felt their union to be one of mortal sin, There would be nothing for her and her religion to do but acquiesce. Delightfully simple and sensible. Therefore, when 3 more weeks went by and Wolsey still balked at continuing proceedings in the present uncertainty of ecclesiastical conditions, Henry presented himself at Catherine's chambers, requesting a private conversation. In a flutter her ladies rose from their embroidery and retired into an inner chamber, and for the first time in over 2 years the husband and wife were alone together. Catherine made a quick step toward him, caught and raised his hand to her lips. "Good my lord, 'tis many a day since I have been so rejoiced," she told him. "I beg your grace to be seated. This chair here hath been thy favourite of old." Henry ignored that chair and took another. With a rustle of her bulky draperies, Catherine seated herself opposite. Abruptly he began. "Thou canst not be ignorant of what brings me here." "Nay, I have too long known thy kindness of heart to be ignorant of it," his wife returned with celerity. "I have known thou wouldst not leave me too long without thy favour." This was not the opening that Henry desired, and he cast about for another. "I see," with a nod at the ebony rosary dangling at her girdle, "thou art ever at thy devotions." "My prayers for your Grace's welfare rise continually," she replied, her fingers nervously entwining in the rosary. He eyed her a moment contemplatively. His look was mild. "I, too, have been oft at prayer of late," he continued, "and it hath come over me that my conscience is not clear toward heaven. I have felt a strong conviction of sin." For one incredible instant of sparkling hope, she believed that he was in earnest, and that he referred to Anne. Ah, that was over then. She had known it would not endure, but coming so suddenly after such reports. "Your Grace," she murmured in a trembling voice, "and in this scruple I have not been alone. It may have come to your ears that my archbishops—" Her hope was over. She saw in an instant the part he had come to play. She set her lips, the muscles of her mouth twitching. "I know not to what scruple your Highness refers." "Then is thy conscience duller than mine? For I have long felt that in our union there was mortal sin." "Long felt?" she uttered quiveringly. He had come prepared for some reproaches, and swept promptly over them. "Aye, thou and I have contracted no true wedlock." "Thou sayest this to me? To me, my lord?" she interrupted harshly. He saw her beetling brows stiffen and contract, and the sharp ridge between them deepen. He noticed with distaste how thick and fat her features were become, and what hairs her moles carried. Truly it was an effrontery in the woman to consider herself now a mate for him. "I have heard rumours of this thing," she went on, riding over his beginnings of another speech, "but I would not insult your royal self by crediting them. And now thou sayest this to me." Her voice shook. It was evident that in spite of what preparation she had, she was exceedingly upset. Recovering herself, she went on in a firmer tone. "I think your Highness cannot be in earnest." "My good Catherine," said Henry, leaning forward, his eyes keenly on hers, "I am very much in earnest. I am grieved to grieve thee, but we have come to a parting of our ways. We have offended against heaven, and heaven hath sent such a sense of its displeasure upon my soul that I can no more endure it. And knowing thy religious mind, I cannot but feel that something of the kind hath come to thee in secret, which thou hast hidden for fear of paining me. But let us now be open. Let us own our sin and separate." She made a choking sound in her throat. For an instant it was impossible for her to get a word out. Then they came with a rush. "For 18 years," she gasped, "I have been loyal wife and true to your Highness, and there is now talk of questioning my honour as a wife and my title as a queen. Truly, I think your Grace raves. You cannot mean this thing. Bethink yourself. I have been your wife these 18 years. I have borne thy children." "But no sons have lived. Therein hath heaven punished us," put in Henry calmly. Her features stiffened. I do not think that my conscience lives so near heaven as your Grace's, and I find in that grief no punishment for sin, but only a trial for us to undergo. And it may indeed be a mercy in disguise, for where would your Highness find a fairer heir than in the Princess Mary? And indeed your Grace was not wont to look upon our old griefs in such cruel wise. It was not always so. Hast thou forgot those years? Those years?" The composed, slightly bored face of the man opposite her told her that he had indeed forgotten those years. All that had been husband in him had vanished utterly. It was incredible to her to think that she had once been his bride, that they had once mingled their tears over a dead son. He sat there, exuberant in youth and strength, wrapped in a world of his own, eager with its desires. She felt herself suddenly forlorn and old and helpless, unable to sway him in the slightest fashion. A terrible sob shook her. She forced it back, but the hot tears filled her eyes and ran slowly down her cheeks. It seemed to Henry that she was weakening. "You excite yourself. Come, Catherine, look at this thing." "In reason," he said persuasively, "it is not so terrible as thou thinkest. What to thee are the cares of court? Thy mind is on higher things. Thou art for reflection and meditation and pious deeds. Choose thou some other residence, and thou canst spend thy days as thou wilt. Ay, and be happier so than now. Thou hast always been loving and careful of my conscience's welfare, and it should not plague thee now to yield thy place when thou canst no longer minister to my happiness." It seemed to him, as he spoke, that he was uttering only the most reasonable truths. "The years have come between us. Thou hast but 6 more than I, but with thy sudden nature 'tis twice 6. Thou hast come to the time when retirement is but natural." More and more her emotion had been mastering her during the course of this singular speech, and at that last reference to her age she burst into wild sobbing, her face in her hands, her bulky body rocking piteously to and fro. Henry got up, and took a restless turn or two about the room. He spoke to her, but his voice was lost in her sobs. When she seemed quieter, he began again, insistently on his arguments, pressing her to name a place of retirement, and her distress broke out afresh. "No, no, no!" she iterated convulsively, shaking her head violently. Beyond that, he presently decided, there was nothing to be got out of her. He caught up his cap, which he had tossed on the table over her open breviary, turned it about a moment or so, irresolutely in his hand, eyeing her bent head half pugnaciously, half discomfited. Then he clapped on his cap and bade her farewell. "There is no need to take this so hard," he pointed out. "It is all being done for the best. Have no uneasiness. And, Catherine, look to it that thou keepest this to thyself. Wilt thou not?" Only her convulsive weeping answered that last bland request. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 13. The Cardinal's Enlightenment. It was the last day of September, 1527. The country was still green with the abundance of a lush summer, but there was autumn in the chill air, and the tug of the wind and the streamers of long grey cloud in the sky. Cardinal Wolsey, fresh from the milder airs and brighter sun of France, found the crispness too penetrating, and drew his mantle closer and wrapped his sables more tightly about his throat, as, at the head of a long train of retainers, he rode along the highway on the last stage of his journey from Dover to London. His thoughts, that had been running backwards more often than forwards, dwelling in agreeable retrospect upon the pleasant honours shown him in France, forsook their musings as he neared the town and concentrated upon the conditions that he might expect to find there. Anne was still in favour. That he knew from his last messages from Henry, and it gave his reflections a tinge of uneasiness, Now, as he recalled that in discussing Henry's prospective freedom with King Francis, he had somewhat too assuredly hinted at a French alliance, mentioned, in fact, the king's sister, the Duchess of Alençon. Francis had certainly understood that he was Henry's mouthpiece. However, it would be months before the divorce could be obtained, and by then Anne's star would be set. It was probably now on the wane. The league with France against the Emperor, which had been the object of Wolsey's journey, had been most successfully accomplished. Henry would be pleased if he could spare enough thoughts from his divorce to be interested in anything else. It was unfortunate that Henry was still so set on that divorce as not to wait for the most expedient way. Certainly an appeal to the Pope, still the prisoner of Charles, was not the best way. But Henry had decided that it was, and after Wolsey's departure had sent old Dr. Knight, his first secretary, to try to make his way to the Pope. Wolsey had had an interview with Knight in Compiègne, and mentally condemned him as totally unfit for the fine finesse of the affair, but he had no authority to prevent the fellow's leaving on the king's errand. Well, perhaps it was for the best, as it would show Henry the folly of trying to take things in his own hands, Wolsey decided, dismissing the affair with a shrug. And by tomorrow Anne Boleyn might be enduring the sneers of some victorious rival. The court was at Richmond, and as the cardinal entered the great gate and looked across the gardens to the pleasant, ruddy façade of the palace, his 3 months' absence made him survey the view with the critical eyes of a newcomer. His feeling for elegance, reinforced by his recent French standards, condemned the gardens as too small, too informal and confused, and the palace, he felt, lacked impressiveness and force. Some building was going on in the west wing, and Wolsey's thoughts sped to the colleges that he was having erected at Ipswich and at Oxford, and he wondered how long it would be before he would be able to go there and observe the progress that had been made. These colleges of his were the affections of his heart. He lavished on them with care the dreams, the hopes that other men put into their families. He had brought back with him some beautiful patterns of embroidery to serve as models for the copes his scholars were to wear at Cardinal's College at Oxford, and he had a vision of stately edifices, sun-flooded quadrangles, and richly gowned students passing to and fro under Gothic doorways into splendid halls, and passing out by and by into the world as finely mannered scholars, courteous of bearing and ripe of judgment. England had need of them. He had halted now before the palace gates, and his ushers were about him to assist in dismounting. The house servants, that the sound of his warning trumpets had brought streaming out from the palace, formed a respectful lane for his passage, and the Dukes of Suffolk and of Norfolk hastened to greet him. The cardinal stood in chat with them while he sent Cavendish, one of his ushers, to acquaint the king of his arrival, for it was always Henry's custom to receive him in a private room for their confidential talk. Cavendish returned and stood on the outskirts of the little group. "Well, sir," said the cardinal over his shoulder. "The king, your eminence," reported the usher, "is in the great hall." "Alone?" the cardinal wondered. The usher stammered. He looked pitiably bewildered. Nay, there—" "Didst give him my message?" his master curtly demanded. "Ay, your eminence, that I did. He was sitting there in the hall, with many about him. 'Where is the Lord Cardinal to come?' said I, and at that up spake Mistress Boleyn, who was sitting at the king's side. 'Where else,' quoth she, 'should the cardinal come but where the king is?' And although I waited, struck with wonder at her, the king but confirmed a lady, and so—" The fellow's voluble report trailed off into uncertainty. "As his highness wills," returned Wolsey suavely. His air was one of indifferent acceptance, but from his single and piercing eye he gave his hapless usher a glance that made him blench. Bowing to the dukes, he moved with a dignified and stately tread into the hall, but beneath this simulacrum of proud composure the inner man experienced violent and savage emotion. That such a message should be sent to him, and sent by a woman, a dangling favourite, a little maid of honour he himself had thrown into the king's way! He felt a pricking and tingling sensation over his entire body, and then something curiously cold, something that was not anger nor humiliation, something that he had never felt in all these long, superbly confident years, seemed to creep up and down his veins with chill suggestion. It was fear. Only for a moment, but that moment made his throat dry. Then, in an instant, it was gone, and he knew in anger the deadlier for that weak surrender. "The little fool shall pay," he thought grimly, knowing how those two dukes, small dark Norfolk and big blonde Suffolk, both outwardly his friends and inwardly his bitterest foes, must have enjoyed that moment. But now, knowing that immediate submission was the only route to regain Henry's favour, intolerable that it was that he should have to regain that favour, he played his difficult role with outward ease and courtesy. But imperturbable as was his mask of expression, it was not hard for Anne to divine his thoughts, and she took a wayward pleasure in pricking him yet more with her malice. She interrupted his first few sentences to crave Henry for a cushion at his hand. She twined one of her long dark curls over her thumb into a circle, and then slipped it ring fashion over Henry's finger. She played a dozen youthful impertinent tricks, doubly harassing to the smouldering man before her from the doting pleasure that Henry took in her every word and act. However, as Wolsey reflected to himself that evening as he sat in his chamber, warming before a genial fire the body that the physical exertions and the mental revolutions of the day had left exhausted, passion is a very transient thing. Aloud he said to the only creature on earth to whom he had ever addressed a disinterestedly confidential word, "Mistress Boleyn hath more wit under the hair of hers than I credited." He spoke to Patch, his fool, a long, loose-limbed fellow with a comic, wide-eared face, who sat now at his feet, looking up at him with eyes as idolatrous as a woman's. "In my absence she hath twined round him." He reflected that he himself, in the days when Catherine had been a consideration in her husband's life, had then taken advantage of her absence in the same way, to tighten his hold on Henry. The wheel turns, he thought. "Eh, master, she leads him by the beard," the jester said. "She hath a merry life." After a time, Patch, watching, saw his master's face relax, and a smile, infinitely sagacious, infinitely malicious, wrinkle the corners of his full mouth. "But he tires, Patch," he murmured. "How many times have I seen? She hath lasted long, but he will cloy of her, and when he does, then will I—" The glare of his single eye completed that menace. However, since the cloying process had not yet commenced, Wolsey hastened to reconcile himself at once with the reigning divinity and assure the lovers of his eagerness to serve their interests. He was admitted again to private audiences with the old-time show of favour, but the old-time empire over the king's mind was distinctly over. Warned by that interview in the great hall, Wolsey looked at Anne with more attentive eyes. His easy, tolerant contempt for her as a light, capricious woman-creature, a clever tool to his hand, was gone. In its place stirred sharp dislike, and a faint touch, if possible, of respect. She had mettle, she had will, she had insight, but she was untrained, inexpert, passionate. So he summed her in his mind, while a faint foreboding grew in him as he realized how largely he had committed himself to France in favor of that alliance with Henry. However, he meant to strain every nerve to bring that alliance to pass. It was needful for his own credit and for his papal ambitions, and he concluded sagely that the best way to make his hopes a possibility was to make the divorce an impossibility until Anne's influence waned. It would be easy enough, he reflected, to assure her of his anxiety to obtain this divorce for them, since a good deal of time must inevitably elapse and a good deal of water flow under the bridges before a decision could be obtained, and the time was his friend, not hers. After that first saucy exhibition of her power, Anne was quite ready to be conciliated. She had, under all her antagonism to the man, a profound respect for the quality of mind that had so impressed itself on England. In the months of his absence her eyes became somewhat open to the tangled difficulties of administration, and her mounting sense of Henry's character discerned that however boldly his will to have might grasp at its desire, he lacked the perspicacity and undeviating diplomacy to achieve his own ends. "So we and my Lord Cardinal are thick as thieves?" laughed George Boleyn one morning as he played with her spaniel in her chamber, for now Anne, released from her long nominal attendance on the Queen, had a fine suite at her disposal, next to her father and her aunt and her uncle. "We smile, we cozen, we scribble billets doux, eh, sister?" Anne nodded with a droll grimace. She was at her writing-table, a quill in hand. Boon companions, said she, I am writing now to thank him for a dish of carps sent from his table, and they were very good carps too. The tale of his reception hath gone the rounds of London, there is a ballad made upon it. And where shall we see the king, quoth she, but in the great hall where the king and I be? It must have been a shrewd shock to him. It was, the young lady affirmed serenely. He turned the colour of an overcooked plum tart. George laughed, tweaking the spaniel's ears, who retired growling, only to rush again with little joyful barks on his tormentor. And after that, think you, he will use his wits to crown you? Needs must. There is no other way out for him. He is eager enough in our service, and troth, I think we need him. And by the way, brother, if he should say aught to you of knight's instructions, the real instructions, I mean, look you that you confirm him that they were given to knight after he had left Wolsey at Compiègne. Eh? So you've told Wolsey what were knight's real errands? Sith he's to help us, he must know the facts. Anne signed her name to her note with a flourish. Yes, to that, but why, he lazily wondered, do you tell him that knight had those instructions after Compiègne? Why not the truth, that these were indeed his instructions all the time, only that Henry wished them secret from all, and so knight disguised them when he talked with the Cardinal at Compiègne? Anne's face darkened. She hesitated, and then, Henry's caution, she said shortly. He does not want the Cardinal to know that he was not frank with him at first. Is he the king's master? George questioned with ironic eyebrows. Anne herself had the same disdain for Henry's subterfuge with his minister, but she did not choose to disparage her lover to her brother, and made no answer. Some tangled worsteds gave her a pretence of occupation, and she bent over them a while, idly straightening the skeins, while her brother continued his lazy romping with Robin on the casement-seat. In the year, the relation between those two had subtly changed. Anne had ceased to look up to her brother as a member of a privileged and envied class in the gay court world. She had become a member of that world herself, and a much more important one, and so, although he retained, to be sure, the inestimable and permanent advantage of his sex, they met on terms whose slight inequality were in her favour. George was immensely proud of his sister, and dominated by her more adventurous spirit. "'Tis well we told the Cardinal when we did," owned Anne at last, in a slightly troubled voice. "He thinketh we were ill-advised in what we sent knight to ask, and so we have sent father's chaplain post-haste to overtake the doctor before he can win to the Pope." "What, Barlow? Well, he's a sagacious dog. But ill-advised in what?" "Wolsey thinks that we were asking too much. Knight was to seek a dispensation, you know, for Henry to marry again, without waiting for the other marriage to be set aside. The second marriage would itself be a setting of the first aside, and yet," Anne pointed out dubiously, "it appeareth as bigamy." "What o' that? Hath not the king's own brother-in-law twice committed bigamy, and been 3 times divorced? Sure his holiness might allow the king himself one little leniency in the matter." "Wolsey says that he would never consent. He would never consent as things be. He says that Christendom would cry against it, and in truth I am not eager to rush into this bigamy thing myself, but I could not well deny. No, we must rid ourselves of the first marriage first. We were hasty and ill-advised. Barlow is to tell Knight to ask the Pope to have the whole matter left to a legatine court in England, and then to win from him a dispensation for Henry to remarry if the divorce is granted." "But if it's granted, why needs he a dispensation?" Anne bent her head over her work. "The dispensation is for him to marry one within the prohibited degrees of affinity," she answered in a lower voice. She felt the glow of a blush in her cheek, and wished to hide it from her brother. Since Henry had given those instructions, she could have no more doubts as to that past of his with her sister Mary, which brought them within the outer degree of prohibited affinities. George stared, and then loudly laughed. "Huh! It is a coil! He asks for a divorce from one woman because she is within the prohibited degrees on one count, and in the same breath he asks marriage with another within those same degrees on another count. 'Tis a good jest, I vow, 'tis a good jest." He was so accustomed to Anne's gay humour that he was amazed when she lifted a scarlet face to flash an angry look at him. "You may e'en keep your jests to yourself," she snapped. He was ingenuously puzzled. Then he stooped over the dog to hide a smile. Jealous, he said, knowingly to himself. He had no glimmering of the outraged delicacy that still struggled in the girl's soul against the callous corruption of the world about her. "Why, that should be no hard matter," he observed. "Look you, Emmanuel of Portugal wed first Catherine's sister Isabel, and next the sister Maria, and next Eleanor, the niece of his two first wives, all under dispensation, and under more dispensation Charles the Emperor married his cousin." After a moment he said carelessly, "Hast thou heard aught from Wyatt?" "Now how could I hear from Wyatt?" "Methought he might have penned thee some verse from his prison cell. Do you know what ransom the imperial troops are asking for him?" Anne shook her head. 3,000 ducats. 3,000 ducats. And his poor family has squeezed their estate near dry to pay for their last liveries. Troth, but he was a fool to go careering about Italy when the invaders were looking for prisoners. Do you think Henry will make up the sum?" She frowned, then meeting his mischievous glance, she laughed outright. "That he will not. He loveth Wyatt for himself, but he loveth him not for me. He believeth that I never cared for him, yet he believeth it not. He trusteth me in all things, yet he trusteth me not in this. And small wonder. An I were a woman, I would ne'er be January when Wyatt wode. I have been January so oft, it hath become a habit to my mood," Anne vowed. "But of this ransom—" She rose impulsively, and unlocked a cupboard in the room, from which she drew the silver box that had contained Henry's early gift of a pendant. Unlocking that, she emptied its stores of gold pieces in her hand, and gave them to her brother. "Add this to the sum, but as coming from you," she cautioned. "There is no need to ruffle Henry on this, but if the sum be not made up, then will I ask him for more, ruffle him or no. Poor cousin, I fear he is faring ill in some Italian cell. Mayhap a cat will bring him a pigeon each day, as did that famous cat to his father when he was in the Tower," George suggested lightly, pocketing the coins. "No wonder the Wyatts do honour to the cat. Oh, Tom will win back to us safe enough, never fear. He hath this likeness to a cat, that he falleth ever on his feet. He will be mazed at all that hath happened in England since he left. I may be queen ere he returns," Anne declared with a look that revealed the tingling eagerness within her. George returned the look, struck to an impression of that amazement that she often aroused in him. "God's truth, but you are monstrous sure of being queen, little sister." "Why, so I am," she declared, her eyes glowing with high confidence, her lips edged with laughter. "So I am, and I do not have the smallpox, or lose a front tooth." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 14. The Pestilence. That was in November, and no result could be expected from night for 2 months or more. Those months seemed long to Henry's impatience and to Anne's, but after all, when two people are in love, even when one of them is only in love with love, the time is not tedious, and they had every resource of amusement. Anne found her position tremendously exciting. She lived in that excitement, slept, ate, talked, danced in it. Henry was her shadow. There was no pretense now of concealment. Everyone knew she expected to be made queen, and whether the courtiers believed in her success or not, they treated her with the deference due to one already crowned. She breathed an atmosphere of adulation. Even her confessor, when she owned to him that she felt her bearing over-proud, declared to her that he had never found the grace of humility so sweetly flourishing in any female character, for the confessor, too, had his ambitions. He wanted to be the confessor of a queen. Everywhere Anne carried herself with blithe assurance. From her air with Henry, she might have been the queen and he the consort. Her gowns and jewels were paid for out of the privy purse. She moved, a bright, spectacular figure, across each day's stage of petty drama, gay, alluring, audaciously confident. At the Christmas revels she and Henry whispered together that before the next Yuletide she would be his wife and queen. In January she suffered a sharp reversal of spirit. The documents which Knight had obtained from the Pope, whom he had seen after his escape to Orvieto, were forwarded by special courier, and were found not to have been worth the pain of writing, for by an ingeniously inserted word or two, Clement had contrived to make the commission of no effect. Whatever the English court might decide, permission to appeal to the Pope was still left, and the fact that Clement retained this right pointed that he intended to exercise it. Balked and chagrined, Henry made life thoroughly unpleasant for those around him, and Anne wreaked part of her chagrin upon him by leaving court for Hever. It was a triumph for Wolsey, for it sustained his objections to Knight, and the cardinal made haste now to bestir himself in the royal cause, sending his own chief secretary, Dr. Stephen Gardiner, and Dr. Edward Fox of the Royal Chapel, hurrying to the Pope with twofold instructions. They were to urge him to give to Wolsey and to some other legate such authority as would enable them to pronounce a final judgment in the case, and they were to dispel any prejudices the Pope might be entertaining against the lady whom the indiscreet Knight had allowed him to learn was Catherine's chosen successor. Anne smiled when at Hever. The two emissaries stopped there to display their instructions. She read in the cardinal's fine hand of her excellent virtuous qualities, the purity of her life, her soberness, chasteness, meekness, humility, wisdom, descent right noble and high through regal blood, and education in all good and laudable qualities and manners. Truly, a great change had come over the time since she had been cast aside as too trifling for the bride of an earl's son. Great stress was laid, in Wolsey's appeal, upon the urgent need of England for a prince and heir. The need was great, for no woman had reigned upon its throne, and if the kingdom was left without a direct male heir, it would be torn between rival claims. The Princess Mary's succession would be most certainly disputed by the Duke of Richmond, by James V. of Scotland, son of Henry's eldest sister Margaret, by the Greys, inheriting through his second sister Mary, and by the Marquis of Exeter, grandson of Edward IV. And there were others, too, who would press what claims they possessed if the chance offered, a formidable array of perils. Anne, when she read this, was shrouded in far-reaching dreams. She felt the house of her hopes was built upon a rock, for she had the strongest of political necessities to back her. It should be clear to the most blinded that it was better for an old woman to be displaced than for the kingdom to run red with the blood of another civil war. The raw, wet February of 1528 kept England shivering a month long. A windy March swept over the land, and it was April before word came from the two emissaries, and then a special messenger reported that after lengthy struggles with Clement they were obtaining all the king desired. Anne, in high feather, carried her head higher than ever, and Henry's rollicking good humour made the court a carnival. When Fox himself arrived in May, bearing the commission from the Pope which appointed the case to be tried in England before Cardinal Wolsey and Cardinal Campeggio, Henry and Anne kept him with them the day long, making merry over the news, and when he left them late at night, he was ordered to go at once to Durham Place in the Strand, where Wolsey was, and show him the commission. "How now, Wolsey?" was Henry's cheery greeting next morning. "Is it not well done?" The cardinal hesitated, and in that instant Henry's good-humoured challenge changed to something of belligerency. "Ay, your grace, 'tis well, as far as it goes," the cardinal said slowly. "As far as— what flaws do you pick? Could a man better advised toward England be chosen than this Cardinal Campeggio? And he is ordered to hasten here next month. Marry, if the Pope does not intend to decide in my favour, why permits he to have the case opened at all?" "Perchance his Eminence hath found some reason for further delay," came from Anne Boleyn in dangerously silken tones. Again there ran through the man before them that prickling current of dread. He felt how precarious, for all his care, was his footing among these pitfalls. How they turned on him at the first hint of denial! Was he to blame that Fox had not brought a strong enough commission? True, the permission to have the case tried by the legates in England was granted, but there was no definite, only an implicit surrender of final authority to that court, and Wolsey's trained mind saw that, as in Knight's documents, though more subtly covered, the appeal to Rome was still open. But his caution, aroused by the revelation of their manner, closed his lips. He answered smoothly, "No more delay, nay. I am but so zealous in the cause that I would not leave room for disaster to creep in. Let the legate come with all speed, and let him bring with him a decretal to define the law as we are to judge it. Without some definition we have room for confusion of opinion." "A decretal, by all means," the king cried in a voice of relief, yet tinged with impatience, as if yielding a point to his minister's caprice. "Write to Gardiner for it, and have him press ever for the legate's speedy departure." "Your grace's will be done," Wolsey assured him. "Truly now is my heart much lightened." But as the cardinal rode back to Durham Place on his white mule, the trumpeters blaring before him and the silver crosses borne aloft, it was not a light heart that beat in his bosom. Care had tightened her clutch of him. He had not dared tell Henry the truth and brave his displeasure. Henry would choose to believe that Wolsey feigned dissatisfaction because he wished delay, and Anne in her heart was suspicious of him for all her surface amiability. What instant antagonism she had betrayed, and how set were the pair of them on their absurd union! The statesman sighed as he reflected that, after all, other men's passions were not the pliant things he had considered them. Why, in the devil's name, did Henry not tire of her? Could no one devise a way? A few weeks later, it appeared as if Providence itself had devised a way of disposing of the young lady. For the sweating sickness, as the epidemic was named from its manner of attack, which had been ravaging the congested portions of the city, and routing the priests at all hours to hear the confessions of dying lips and administer last rites to those who had been in health that morning, grew more audacious, and reaching from quarter to quarter, invaded even the sanctity of the palace itself, and one of its first victims at Greenwich was a little maid in Anne's service. The alarm spread quickly. Court was broken up. The king prepared to retire to Waltham, and Anne made ready for Hever. The halls were filled with excited courtiers, bustling about with orders for departure. Everything was tumult and hurry. Strong men, careless and lusty livers, who could beard an enemy with a jest, were thrown into quaking confusion by this unseen foe who stole among them like a thief in the night, laying its cold and compelling hand on rich and poor alike. "The infection! A maid of Mistress Boleyn's hath fallen ill," was on all lips. When that news reached the north wing of the palace, a grim-visaged woman went down on her knees before her crucifix in silent prayer. Her lips moved, but none of her attendants heard the words that rose to them. They had no need, for their own hearts knew them. Wolsey said no prayers. He kept those for public custom. But the hope that shot up in him beat in his heart like a caged bird against the bars. How pat Anne's death would fall. A week later came the news that she was lying dangerously ill at Hever. "But you may place your last ducat on Anne Boleyn," Henry Norris gaily announced to the circle of his intimates one July morning at Hunsdon, where the king had removed in his flight from the infection. "The lass hath a genius for victories. She hath snatched one now from the very circumstance that was to defeat her. When she fell sick, Lord, what a Spanish crowing there was, and what a quaking in our camp! Not only the girl was down, but her father too. The hand of God, says that woman of the Queen's, the one with the squint. Why, even if Anne died not of the sickness, 'twas said the separation from Henry would wean him from her, and that her looks would be damaged. Wean him from her? He is madder than ever. He is a caged lion. He sent Butts, his own physician, post-haste, a man we had not thought he would let from his own side in these times of danger, and kept a courier wearing out horses on the road between Hunsdon and Hever. Why, if the lady needed a device to fan that flame of his, she could have found none shrewder than this same sweating sickness. And in truth, it hath not damaged her looks?" big Brereton put in, with odd hesitancy. "Damaged them?" Norris laughed. "When I laid eyes on her 3 days since, I vowed I had never found her so killing. A thought pale, perhaps, but a lovely paleness. Zounds, man, you need not look so relieved. 'Tis not for you that those looks bloom." And Norris, still laughing, dealt Brereton a rollicking thrust in the ribs. "Come, come, drive it not home," Brian gaily interposed. "Have ye not seen how full of sighs this great ruffler hath grown? He hath neglected his dress. He hath not worn a new rig for a fortnight, and goes about scribbling little verse full of eyes and cries, and heart and dart. Why, his case is as plain as the nose on his face. Which you will do well to leave alone, or your own poor knob will be tweaked to some bigness," Brereton promised, joining in the mirth at his expense, but with a self-conscious note of constraint that brought Norris's eyes alertly to him. "By the book, Francis, now you speak on it, I think 'tis so," he cried, smacking his leg. "Our Brereton is changed. He hath not cozened a countess, nor betrayed a county wench for a month long, to my certain knowledge. Sure I thought 'twas the fear of the pestilence upon him, bidding him clean his soul, but now I see with another pair of eyes." "You will need another pair if you keep on, for I will black your present out of all seeing," grinned the big fellow, but his grin was stiff. "This is no kind of talk for king's men." "Sure, we'd all be burnt for sacrilege for mentioning you in the same breath with the lady," Brian declared. "It is very good talk for king's men," Norris insisted. "If the Pope proved obdurate, the king may have his uses for thee, so complaisant a husband as thou wouldst be." He dodged the gauntlet that Brereton sent hurling at him. "You're a crow's nest of foul-tongued profligates," proclaimed the victim of their jests, "and I will have no more of you." And with a vast assumption of indifference he took himself off. "Seek out George. Doubtless in his society you will find some family flavour of the divinity," Brian roared after him. "I'll keep the gloves for the 3 shillings you owe me on that cockfight," Norris used his full lungs to add. Then, still chuckling, he turned to Brian. "By heaven, there is something in it, think you not? The man was touched." "Not likelier," Brian carelessly assented. "But he is a wise fellow. He is not like to beard his sovereign, as did Wyatt, for the lady's favour. Have you heard more news of Wyatt?" "None but the same. He escaped before his ransom was paid, so he hath saved his friends 3,000 ducats, for which God be praised. He is probably making the best way he can out of that unlucky Italy." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 15. In Hever Castle. The sound of a horn rang through the clear country air, and Anne, flying to the casement, glimpsed on the top of Hever Castle a gallant figure on horseback against the summer sky. A moment later he remained poised there, then dashed down the hillside and entered the cover of the adjoining woods. Anne lingered at the casement till she saw a little group of outridden retainers appear in turn upon the hilltop, and then she darted to her mirror in a pell-mell of excitement. She had not seen Henry since her illness, for in spite of his lover's anxiety, his terror of sickness had kept him away, and she had not expected him for a full 10 days yet. Now in another minute he would be knocking at the gates. "I look a fright, my hair is all undone," she told herself in dismay, struggling out of her brown dress into one of soft rose colour. Bet, where art thou? Come here. No, run and tell my father that the king is come. I saw him from the casement. Bid him receive him below. I will be down. No, I will not be down. I will be in the library. Let him have his drinks ere he come up. That will give me the more time. I am a fright. And send me Mary Wyatt to do this gown. Why must the fashion be that a woman must needs be an eel to hook her dress? I am as nervous as a witch before her stake," she laughed to herself, as her hands shook in brushing back the heavy hair that swept over her shoulders. "Will he think me changed? It seemeth a year since we have met." A thunderous knocking at the gates put an end to her soliloquy. Laying down her hand-glass with a little moue at the white face she saw therein, she slipped out from her room and down the passageway to the great library. It was a fine room, panelled in dark rich oak. A small musician's gallery ran across one end. A fireplace, overhung by a deer's head with branching horns, was at the other. Along the sides were some grim-faced portraits, mostly of Anne's own mother's family, the Howards, and a tapestry or two, while the books and manuscripts that gave the room its name were ranged in shelves and cupboards along the walls. Towards the east 2 double casements, their leaded planes medallioned with armorial bearings, filled the library with soft summer light. Anne sat down on the seat before one of them, listening to the uproar of voices below. It sounded like an uproar in the stillness of the old castle. Then she heard the quick sound of feet taking the stairs 3 steps at a time. Henry had not lingered over his greetings and his drink. She rose to meet him, her hands half stretched out, and the next instant he had dashed like a whirlwind into the room and caught her to his breast. "Anne! Little Anne!" he whispered huskily. "Little sweeting! My pretty rose! It hath been a year!" He released her only to have her face where he might cover it with kisses. Then he held her off to gaze at her, and in the gazing realized again the menace of her illness. She was so slight, so fragile. It seemed as if a breath could blow her away. Her dark eyes looked tremendous in her thin face. He caught her to him again, with a sigh that was half a groan. "If you had died before you were mine," he cried. "When I am yours, you will then be ready to part with me?" The girl gave quickly back, with an attempt to release herself. "Nay, you are too keen." He kissed her lips to silence. She felt his tremble on hers, and realized afresh with a sense of happy power the strength of his passion for her. She pressed her cheek against his great arm with a thrill of proud possession. Her big Henry, her king and lover. He drew her to the casement, and with his arm about her and her head against his shoulder, they sat in that indescribable content, that oblivion of time and the world, that is peculiar to the state of lovers. Through the open casement floated the warm breath of July, rich with unthrifty sweets. The birds from the forest sang shrilly clear. The cast was very still. The bark of a dog and his splashings in the moat, and the hollow stamp of a horse in the stables, sounded remote and far away. Idly they rested there, now regarding each other, now the square of sky and wood that the casement framed. Their talk was desultory. Now he told her of the progress he was making with his book, which he was writing in favour of the divorce. Now he enumerated the remedies and precautions he had taken against the infection, eventually abating, but mostly the talk ran of his love for her, and of the pain her absence had been. "You will always love me so?" Anne murmured. 'Twas perhaps the 10th, and for the 10th time her lover answered, his kiss on her lips, "Till death take all loving from me." This time she did not content herself with the vow. "Nay," she persisted, "will you always look on me with such kind eyes? Shall I be worth the trouble and vexation you incur in making me your queen? 'Tis a very high estate to which you are raising me. I grow dizzy when even my thoughts reach it. At times I think it cannot really be. Will you ne'er regret, ne'er look back, ne'er wish you had chosen to crown a more regal brow than poor Anne Boleyn's?" He kissed the brow. "There is none more regal, none more fair." "But when I am no longer fair?" In her eyes rested a sudden shadow, a thought of Catherine's lot, but only as fleetly and lightly as a cloud shadow on a brook. He had never loved Catherine. He had sworn it to her. "Thou wilt always be fair." "So I think myself," she owned, with her soft laugh, "for I cannot think of myself, or of thyself, as ever old and grey. Just as those who sat in this room before us, I dare say, could never think of themselves as growing old and going forth. Poor souls! But some day even I— "And thou wilt never love any one else?" "How can I, when I have given all to you?" "Nay, but bethink thee, Henry, will you ever and forever love me so? I have been wondering much since I have been ill and alone. Speak me true, for if thou wilt change, if thou art not sure, then were it better to end all now. We will not try to live our dream." "While I have breath left to kiss thee, darling, God, He knoweth how I shall cherish thee. Never a lady was loved as thou art, Anne. Why, sweet, what aileth thee to question so coldly?" "I know not. I never was so happy before. And yet I fear I know not what. How will this end? They will all hate me when you make me queen." "My subjects love where I love." "Ah, they will be jealous of me, under all their flattery to me. and many hands will reach up to pull me down. And if I lose thy love, women have warned me that thou art a fickle lover, my king. I have never loved thee before." She lifted her lips for him to kiss in marvellous content. Presently, "How little we know," she murmured, her eyes roving idly about the great hall, already filling with the shadows of the declining day. "How little I dreamed as I roamed a child about this place, that here I should some day sit with my king." "God had his destiny for thee," said Henry piously. Her upturning eyes found no answering twinkle in his own. It was one of those moments that tickled her with his lack of humour. She wondered, half quizzical, half mutinous, whether God had had his destiny for her sister Mary also, and concluded that her own individual wits had more to do with the assurance of her prospects than Providence. Aloud she acquiesced in vast gravity. "Sure he works wonders." And then, with her irrepressible laugh, "But oh, that it would please him to perform with greater speed!" Henry stirred restively. If he would but incline the Pope now to see his hand in this, and the Queen to bow to Heaven's will. "The devil's in the woman to thwart me thus," Henry growled under his breath. "If she would but submit, as she makes such outward protestation of doing, to your Grace's will for her, and retire, as dowager queen, to some estate, then she could live her life, and you yours, and how happy we could be." A genuine sense of grievance sharpened Anne's tone. She felt that Catherine's attitude was unreasonable. The woman had lived the best part of her life. Now let her bow to unchangeable conditions, make her bargain with circumstances, and get the most out of her remaining years. She professed to love retirement and prayer. Very good, let her retire and pray. England's throne had never been hers by right. She had been lucky to be allowed on it so long. "She can delay, she cannot stop me," Henry muttered. His scowl was vicious. To banish the cloud she had raised, "How little I dreamed," Anne recurred, "when you found me gathering flowers 2 years ago, that when I gave thee that rose—" "Thou wouldst be giving thy heart? When did you first begin to love me, darling?" She paused a moment, honestly wondering. She was conscious of a much deeper tenderness for him now than she had ever known. When had the change come about? Her woman's instinct to give pleasure led to a sweet mendacity. "That instant, I think, though I knew it not. I remember when I watched thee ride away, I thought—" "What didst thou think?" as she paused. She recalled too well, and an ironic smile hovered on the curled edges of her lips. How far away Percy seemed now. "I thought I wished I had known thee before," she replied with misleading truth. "Aye, and I also. I had speech with Wolsey when I rode back, and I do remember I told him I had met with a maid worth a crown." Henry paused over the significance of it. "What said Wolsey?" "He said—well, he judged it enough if I found you worthy of my love." "In sooth! And was it at thy will the Cardinal requested the Queen to recall me?" "Nay," slipped from Henry before his second thought that a yes would be more lover-like could overtake it. Anxious ever for the best impression, he amended, "Not at my spoken command, that is, but I let fall such hints." She smiled a dutiful gratitude, while she disbelieved. His nay had been honest, she divined. He had admired and forgotten, while Wolsey had remembered and flung her again in the king's path. Clearer than ever she understood the part that pitiless maker of destinies had meant her to play. Well, she had paid him out for that. "But when I saw thee at the dance," said Henry, and his eyes kindled at the memory, "then, sweet, I felt I must have thee for my own, or ne'er know happiness again. 'Tis beauty's flower, I thought, and shall one pluck this save the king? Oh, I loved thee, Anne, I loved thee from that moment. I knew not then how cruel you could be," he added in plaintive chiding. "And you call virtue cruel?" she returned, with that little set of the lips he knew so well. "Is it not cruel when I perish from it?" She leaned away from his tightening embrace, knowing how swiftly her lover's deference might slip back into demand if her spirit failed. "Virtue to choose, vice to refuse," she sang mischievously to him from that song of his own to which he had first seen her dance. "I but follow your Grace's counsel." The afternoon wore on. The west was stained with saffron, and rose before Henry had forced himself to take leave of that slender girl whose laughing eyes and petulant lips were more than all his world to him. At last he tore himself away, and Anne lingered on the casement seat, watching for that final glimpse of his figure on Hever Hill. She saw him turn and blow his horn, and then he galloped on out of sight with the little group of riders at his heels. Paler and paler grew the sunset, dimmer and dimmer the shadowy forest. A lilac veil seemed drawn over the world. The bird-songs had sunk to quiet, only here and there from the leafage came a last call to the nest. A hoarse croaking of frogs boomed out from the moat. From a pool in the forest came a faint answer softened by distance to harmony. Anne lay dreaming at the window her rare, vivid daydreams. Across her mind swept a procession of brilliant pictures. One insistently recurred, a great hall, the hall of Westminster, filled with applauding multitudes, echoing with music's note. And before all that multitude, up the steps to the throne, led by a kingly hand, mounted Anne Boleyn in regal robes. They would be gold and white, she decided joyously, or else scarlet tissue, with ermine furs and gems. She saw other gatherings, masques, revels, receptions for ambassadors and foreign kings who would bow before her as she received them with her husband. She saw herself dancing triumphant down the years, till sedater days brought their dignity upon her, and she stood, a charming matron, at the marriage of her son, the heir of England, to some princess of France. Her son, the heir of England, the king to be. "Art here, Anne?" The voice of her stepmother broke in on her dreaming. "Here, mother. Just wondering what robes I shall wear at my coronation. White and gold, or scarlet, think you?" "I think thou art a random talking maid." The stepmother endeavoured to infuse some severity into her tone. She was secretly uneasy at Anne's aspirations, and divided between a nervous apprehension and a fluttering delight. It was difficult for her to become accustomed to such sudden accession to greatness in her wayward stepdaughter. "Coronation, indeed!" she brought out, entering the room and closing the door carefully behind her, her big bunch of keys clattering at her girdle. "Your father would smoke to hear you crying it out thus. Tell me in truth, Anne, is your mind serious in all this? Do you fully expect to be queen in your mistress's stead?" "My mistress!" Anne curled her lips mockingly. "I expect to be hers, if the Pope will but ease Henry of that yoke. And 'twill not be long now." The Countess of Rochford stood looking with troubled, searching eyes, as if to read this baffling spirit to its depths. Then, with a sigh, she sank on the window-seat beside the girl. "You were ever a forward girl, it may be," she owned, "but I could not believe such things would come to pass if I had not the king's presence here under my own eyes, and all your goings-on in London back of it. The little thing I washed and tended when your own good mother was alive, how she doted on you, poor lady! She would be amazed to see this day, to think of you to be queen, to wear a crown, to sit on a throne. Nay, nay, that can never be," the good woman broke off to declare, grown quite positive of it, as her mind had conjured up that concrete picture of crowned royalty on its pinnacle. "It can never be. Queenship is not for a simple maid. 'Tis a dangerous path you are in, as full of snares as a wood of brambles." "Thou wast ever a shrewd lass. Be warned while there is yet time, and let it all go by." Anne laughed shortly. "What shall I then do, mother? Go back as maid to Catherine? Sit at the Spaniard's feet?" The stepmother sighed, with a covert turn of her eyes on Anne. At last she brought out, "Hearest thou naught from Henry Percy?" "Less than naught." "Yet dost thou not think he would devise some means to aid thee?" Ay, Percy is full of brave devisings. Again Anne laughed. Why, hast thou not heard that he is already to Mary Talbot? His father saw to that before he died, and left him earl. The elder woman sighed again, turning the situation over in her mind. Thou dost not seem to believe that I am to be queen, mother? The countess shook her head. It may be. I know not of such things. But I fear— You fear? No good from it all, dearie. Nay, if I am crowned, what ill can there be? But tell me true, what does my father think in this matter? You should know. You have his counsels more than I. I know his counsels. I ask what you guess his mind to be in the matter. His mind is a very secret thing, said the wife simply, but I know he thinks you do attempt too much, and that you had best take what is in your grasp. He will play none but the safe game, the daughter murmured, but I would grasp at the sun, though it burned. Ay, assented Lady Boleyn, and then irreverently, a pity Wyatt was so young wed. Anne arched her brows in raillery. Still at that, mother? Why, so I think myself, but I have no heart to wish his poor lady any ill. She has a lonely lot, but if she would marry a boy of 17— He was but a foolish lad, and the parents made the match. I am sorry for Wyatt. There is better stuff in him than in that other cousin of thine, that rake, Brian. Is he still abroad? He hath not yet gone. Oh, you mean Wyatt. I thought you still spoke of Brian, for the king purposes to send him as envoy to meet the coming legate, Campeggio. Yes, Wyatt is still abroad. Hast thou heard from him? No, and to what purpose an I did? Nay, nay, mother, there may be husbands enough at court, but none for me. Henry would have their heads for it. And I cannot go back now. I will not, when all eyes have been drawn to me. Shall I fall back now and bear the jeers and laughter, aye, and the ill names they call me? There is no other way for me now. I must go on. I must win, or I shall die shamed. Then, as if regretting the urgency her speech betrayed, she added with assumed lightness, Master Tyndale's scriptures prophesy ill to him that layeth his hand to the plough and taketh it back. Anne, Anne, thou hast not read the work of that accursed heretic. Lady Boleyn crossed herself in alarm. They say the devil opens his veins for black blood for him to write with. Vastly obliging of him, the girl scoffed, but the Bible that I saw, mother, was in good German ink. Then, to dispel the anxious alarm she saw gathering on the older woman's countenance, nay, look not so ill. 'Tis a good book, the story of our Lord and Saviour. There is no evil in it. But 'tis forbidden to be read. The Church hath laid its holy ban on it. There were 2 men burnt on All Saints for such reading, and Master Holworthy of our village was brought before the council and heavily fined because of the accusation that he had sheltered it. How soon, think you, Henry will pile up the faggots for me? Her stepmother shuddered. Talk not on it. My flesh pricks as if someone stepped across my grave. Bethink you of your soul, girl. These be matters for priests to decide. Why be they? What is a priest to tell me what I must and what I must not read? A priest is but petticoated man, whom you would not trust with your kitchen wench. Have I not a soul as clean and a brain as shrewd as a priest? Can I not see with as good eyes, think with as keen wits, feel with as fine sensibilities? As for that, am I not as good as a bishop myself, right reverend female bishop of the Catholic Church, for Wolsey hath made over the revenues of Durham to me? But priests have taken holy orders. Holy orders given of men. Thou art not still so simple down in the country as to believe a man's soul is white because his head is shaven. I tell thee, priests are man-made things who stand between us and heaven to collect toll for pointing us on our way. There are no words of priests in that New Testament. I tell thee, it is a good book, the story of our Lord's birth and passion, and the salvation that he left for our souls. Why should I be forbidden to read that? Anne! Anne! but Lady Boleyn's shocked protests were powerless to check the girl's vivid earnestness. She leaned forward, her eyes aglow with a steady light her mother had never seen burn there. "It is the vilest wrong," she said passionately, "to keep that book from the people, a book that would do their hearts more honest good than all the chanted masses, though a mass is a lovely thing. But I will tell thee something else, mother, the wherefore that I think the priests do deny this book. There is no word of them nor of the Pope himself in it. That came later, in the works of the Holy Fathers, but it is in my mind that there are other ways to heaven than with St. Peter's keys. The Lord, when he was on earth, dealt with the people himself, and through no triple-crowned mediators. 'Tis a shrewd thing, the papacy, and 'tis shrewd for it to forbid any book that would make a man think for himself and not through any priest's shaved head. Ah, heavens, what talk! Could the priests but hear you now, you would be excommunicated." "That is what my good aunt, Lady Norfolk, says I will be anyway if I keep on with this marriage. In her heart she is against me and a Queen Catherine woman. I will sit above her at the board yet," Anne prophesied, then returned to her attack. "Why, mother, doth not the Pope read the Scriptures? Are they not holy? Why then are they evil for me? But if it is known that you read them—" "It is known," Anne brought triumphantly out. "Sure 'tis known to the Cardinal himself, and much good did it do him. I gave my book to one of my ladies, Mistress Gainsford, to read, and she paid so much heed to it that morning, and so little to Zouch, that was her sweetheart, that he snatched the book from her in play and carried it off. Then at mass, being dull, he opened it and began to read and became so lost to all around him that he was forgetting to go out when mass was done, and a priest came softly up and snatched the book away. And to clear himself the frightened fellow told from where he had it, and the priest ran post-haste to the Cardinal, and the Cardinal, God wot, gave thanks and was in a heaven of anticipation. He meant to denounce me to Henry, to slyly insinuate concerning my secret Lutheran tendencies, but I was before him." Anne laughed maliciously. "As soon as I heard from Zouch what had befell, I sent for Henry, and with great indignation related how my book had been taken away, a book, I told him, that was worth of the highest, and on which I wanted his princely opinion, and I denounced the Cardinal for hiding such a rare book from his king. And Henry sent to the Cardinal, and the book came back, and his Eminence's most humble apologies for the forwardness of the priest. Ah, well do I read that Cardinal. He would have undone me there, but I was too quick for him. I let him have no hand in the making up of Henry's mind." "But Anne, Anne," Lady Boleyn could only protest, "what risks you run, and all for reading a book. Sure, if that matter had been reported differently to his Highness, it might have been made to cost you his favour, I fear." "And wasn't that just what you were advising me to lose a minute agone?" Anne thrust home. "But not with danger." "Nay, mother, never fear for me. I can take care of Anne Boleyn. And as for this burning men for reading of our Saviour, why, it is an accursed and evil thing. I saw a man burnt once. I was riding, and came suddenly upon the place. He was old and white-haired and feeble, but he had such spirit, such spirit. He cried to his God in such a strong voice, even with the flames licking his lips and his cheeks falling in ash. Oh, it was terrible. I could not sleep nights. And his wife and children, poor souls, stood sobbing there. Ah, if I could not sleep, what nights they must have had! What nights!" Anne's voice broke suddenly. The tears overran her eyes. She turned her head sharply and looked out the window to hide them from her stepmother. "There, there," that good woman said soothingly. "You are weak yet from your fever. You see it is a book that does no good if it brings such things to pass." And then hastily she sought a safer topic. "Didst say that Francis Bryan is to be sent to Europe?" "Aye," said Anne, her voice still shaky. "He is to meet Campeggio, the Italian legate in France. 'Tis for a courtesy, and also to hurry him along. I doubt not the Pope hath given him orders to linger all he may by the wayside. But Brian will change all that. Ah, if only—" She broke off. She did not wish even her mother to see the depths of her anxious impatience. The countess sat silent, absently smoothing a tapestry cushion. Presently she murmured, "Your father says she will never accept an English judgment. She will appeal to Rome. The Pope hath promised to let Wolsey and Campeggio decide." This time it was the mother who had her fling at Rome. "Popes and foxes have ever two holes in a burrow," she quoted. "Yet she may appeal but in vain. Charles may not press her cause, for he has little to gain from it. She is no young maid. Let me think. She must be 43 now. 'Tis hard on a woman that age to have her place and name taken from her." She sighed half to herself. Anne flashed a resentful look at her through the dusk about them. "Think you she is Henry's lawful wife?" "La, how could I tell? I heard many murmur when he married her, but then he had a dispensation, and after so many years of being taken as lawful. But I think she did wrong to wed him in the first place, and now see what hath come upon her for it. Heaven hath punished her hard. If she had only had a son, though. I mind how anxious they were to have one, and then that first child—was it a girl or a boy now? A boy, I think—was born dead. Few enough knew of that mishap at the time, and 'twas hustled away like a pauper's brat, for fear folks would say that it was the judgment of heaven upon them. The outcry, your father says, was great at court against the marriage, though 'twas ever popular with the people. The story of the child got out, though. They had written their hopes to the King of Spain, or rather that Friar Diego, the Queen's confessor, had. Catherine was under his thumb, and Henry was so easy-going and complacent that either he did not or he would not see. However, at last he—" "Yes, I know," cut in Anne. "He drove him out. But what about the King of Spain?" "'Twas some time before the poor lady had the heart to write her father of the disappointment. Everything in England was hushed and secret. No man durst speak of it, and few indeed knew aught for a fact. Catherine was up and about, at table and tournament, though she leaned on her chair and looked like very death. And 'twas the same over again with the second child, only more mystery and play-acting and pretence. The poor wee corpse was flung in the river at night, and if ever a word of God was spoken over it, was spoken by that black-hearted priest, Diego, who was closer to the queen than her woman, being a torch of scandal for the court and a pit for her own feet." Anne rushed in amid this tangling of figures. "How many children were there in all?" "Am I not telling you? 1 and 2 dead. Then a live boy, bells ringing and bonfires in the streets, and priests and acolytes marching with pyx and cross, and singing matins to all the people. 'A prince is born this day. A prince has come into the world. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.'" Anne was stirred with a quick thrill. So they will sing for my son," her heart whispered to itself. "I mind the words well. 'Tis before I was married to your father, and Betsy Trimble and I stood out in the village street to see them pass. How long did it live? Was I not telling you? How can a body talk, Anne, when you are clipping your questions at 'em? You were the same as a young one when I was for telling you anything. How long did it live? Oh, a matter of weeks. 'Twas the New Year it was born, the New Year 1511, since you count time from the New Year, though I like better myself the old way of reckoning from Our Lady's Day. But this is an age that is for new-fangled things. Well, it was born the New Year and gone in February. They had not 2 months' comfort of it, after the king had gone on a pilgrimage and all. He went to Our Lady of the Greyfriars at Walsingham, a shrine second only to St. Thomas of Canterbury, and the better for this cause as Our Lady was a guardian of young mothers. At Barsham he halted, and took off his boots and hose, and walked barefoot to Walsingham. But all to no good, dearie. The punishment was on them, and in a few weeks the young thing died, and the next was only born to die, and the next was born dead, or was it the other way about? And everyone at court murmuring that England was without an heir, and wondering when the king would put away that woman and take a lawful wife." "What made him keep her?" Oh, 'tis not so easy putting away queens, though your foolish head may think so now. And Catherine was not then so ill to look upon. A big, broad, red-haired woman. They say she is as grey as a rat now, but you can scarce see her hair under that cap. Then, too, Henry has the Tudor stubbornness. He will not own that he has done ill, unless there is something he desires to gain by that owning. And I dare say they continue to have hopes. And then the Princess Mary was born, and lived, and that was something." "Too much," Anne frowned sharply. The day that she had left Greenwich, she had passed the Princess Mary in the halls, and the child, darting on her a look of hate from her wise unchildlike eyes, had cried out in the hearing of all, "Good riddance, six-fingered scum!" Well, that was something, as I said, but not enough to show that Heaven's curse was lifted. "Perchance I am the fulfilment of that curse," Anne mocked, still frowning. Lady Boleyn sighed in unconscious sympathy. "A sharp fulfilment to the poor lady. Why, mother, do you pity her? You have called her hard names in my hearing as a child, and wished her down from a throne where she brought only disaster." "Ay, I know that, but—" The older woman hesitated. The age in her was an unconscious league with the age in Catherine against this ascending youth. Then she apologized for her weakness. "Truth she may have no right thereon, but Henry took her for wife, and she hath been there so long." "A long enough wrong makes a right, then? You waste your pity, for the Spaniard gives none in return. She had no heart for my need." "What need? When did she refuse thee?" "Oh, a long time since." Anne was half repentant of having spoken, but her bitterness drove her on. "I never told thee, but when the Cardinal stood between me and Henry Percy, I asked of the Queen—oh, why should I fence? I begged on my knees before them all to have her help me. She said she had other duties than to make me the Countess of Northumberland. It was a pretty jest, and pleased her ladies well. I shall remind her of that jest some day. It were a pity to let so excellent an answer be forgotten." There was an edge under the silk of Anne's soft voice that made her stepmother look at her with a feeling in which there was something like to fear. She felt as if the young creature beside her, with the dangerously glowing eyes and twitching nostrils, was another than the girl she had known, a strange, ardent creature, imperious, unfathomable, capable of unforeseen caprice, mating herself to high destinies. She felt a passing thrill of wonder at her. The next instant this alien vision of her stepdaughter was swept away, and she saw her as her own dear girl, smarting with the memory of her wrongs, and her hand went out to her in involuntary sympathy and love. "She is a hard woman. She would have done well to make thee Countess of Northumberland," she cried, every vestige of sympathy for Catherine swept away by her memory of Anne's grief. Anne gave her hand a warm, quick squeeze, then rose with an unsteady little laugh. "'Tis dark as midnight. I have talked myself aweary. Countess of Northumberland," she repeated, her voice grown light and exultant. "Nay, Queen of England is a vastly better title." Chapter 16 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 16. The Queen Speaks. In August wrote the French ambassador Du Bellay to his king, "Mademoiselle has at last returned to court, and I believe the king to be so infatuated with her that God alone could abate his madness." Henry's passion was the theme and wonder of the court. Anne was lodged in a splendid suite next to his, and not a courtier that vied for royal favour but came to Anne's rooms daily, as in the very old days, other courtiers had come to the queen's. She was the cynosure of eyes, the theme of tongues, and the hope, the eager urgent hope of her kinsfolk. The younger courtiers, her brother's set, the idle, jolly rufflers of fashion, spending their all upon their backs, who roistered about Henry night and day, were hand in glove for her, lauding her to the skies, revelling in the merriment she brought, captivated in stout earnest by her charm. In the older set, those who were eager for the Cardinal's overthrow were hopeful of bringing it about through Anne, and so leagued themselves with Norfolk, her uncle, and Rochford, her father. There were others, like Sir Thomas More, that stood aloof from the participants, the outwardly courteous, inexpressive onlookers, and still others, who were, either in secret or in public, adherents of Catherine and the interests she represented. But these last were few in number, and had no place in the riotous merrymaking that surrounded the person of the king. Anne had been hitherto most tantalizing in absenting herself from court, in caprices that were intuitive wisdom, but it had been no part of her design to be away at the arrival of the legate, Campeggio, and when Wolsey urged the disadvantageousness of her presence at that time, and Henry for once held with him, she smoked, as Carew succinctly reported, and announced in dudgeon that as she had been sent to Hever, at Hever she would remain, and maintained an attitude of petulant resentment that Henry was at some trouble to mollify by frequent messages and expensive presents. In September of that year, 1528, he was able to write her, "The legate, which we most desire, arrived at Paris on Sunday last, and I trust next Monday to hear of his arrival at Calais. Then I trust a while after to enjoy that which I have so long longed for, to God's pleasure and both our comfort. No more to you at present, mine own darling, for lack of time, but that I would you were in my arms and I in yours, for I think it long since I kissed you." The time proved longer than Henry's ardour desired, for it was weeks before the ailing and gouty Italian arrived in London. He had brought with him the commission which entrusted the decision of the annulment to himself and to Wolsey, and which promised that the Pope would not revoke those powers, and he had also brought that for which Wolsey had pressed, a decretal defining the law in the case in a manner so favourable to the king that the matter appeared judged beforehand. But this decretal had been wrung from the Pope, and now that another turn of his variable fortunes placed him more than ever at the mercy of the Emperor, and the Emperor was proving generous, he was less inclined to commit himself, and he had sent message after message to Campeggio, forbidding him to show the document to any save the king and Wolsey, or to reveal its contents. Moreover, he was to dissuade the king, if possible, or persuade the queen to enter a convent. Failing this, to delay the opening of the trial. Poor Campeggio! After 2 private audiences with the king, wherein Henry had plied him for continuous hours with all the arguments that his natural shrewdness and his knowledge of law and theology had arrayed, the luckless legate wrote the Pope that "the king is better versed in the matter than a great theologian or jurist, and if an angel descended from heaven he would be unable to convince him of the validity of the marriage." Henry having proved unyielding, the other alternative was the queen. Could she be induced to enter the life of religion? She could, and would, Henry opined, delighted at Campeggio's aid in the matter, and for inducement he piled concession on concession. The title of Queen Dowager would be given her, and all her dowry and belongings. The Princess Mary, failing a legitimate male heir, would be heiress to the crown, and nothing would be required of Catherine but the conventional vow of chastity. She would be free as air to do what she pleased. A wise woman would have accepted the offer, but Catherine never for a second considered it. Compromise was absolutely foreign to her, and while she might not be shrewd enough to strike a way through her difficulties, she had a terrible bulldog tenacity in clinging to her resolve. Never did she confront the possibility of defeat. The imagination which sustained Anne by lifting her eyes to the goal ahead was met in Catherine by a want of imagination which robbed the combat of the paralyzing terror of disaster. She shut her eyes and held on. It is to be surmised that somewhat in Campeggio stirred sympathy for Henry during his private interview with the queen, one grey October morning. Catherine was rock and iron and tempest. She would die, as she lived, a wife. She flung to all his pleadings of concession. Her stiff-robed bulk filled the great carved chair in which she sat. There was immobility in her attitude, and in the rigid lines of her proud features. Every art and eloquence in his possession Campeggio tried in vain. In vain, too, his attempted exercise of priestly influence and authority. "But may your Majesty not see God's hand in this?" he suavely suggested. "Is it not your duty to submit yourself to his will and accept the trial he has laid upon you?" "Ha!" said Catherine scornfully in her throat. To the warning, in a sterner voice, that the sentence might be against her and submission become a necessity, not a merit, she blazed her defiance. "Let a sentence be given, and if he be against me, I shall go free to do as I like, even as my husband will." The cardinal raised his hand in deprecation, a delicate, priestly hand, with choice lace falling back from the wrist. "But the child," he gently rebuked, "the fate of the Princess Mary is in thy hands. Wilt thou wreck it in attempting to thwart the king?" "Is it wrecking my daughter's name to keep her mother's name and marriage sacred?" Catherine flung at him. "The Princess Mary's position is now beyond dispute, and will be harmed not by your retirement, but if you anger the king, he will vent his displeasure on her." "He will not. He dare not. She is his only daughter and heiress of England, and to permit him to marry again would be to raise rivals to her claim." "It is rivalled now in the person of the young Duke of Richmond. England hath great need of a rightful male heir." "None would be rightful but my child. That scum of Lady Talboys is naught to us. The Princess Mary's title is sure." "That will it not be long," the man warned her gravely, "if you refuse to make terms with the king. He is ill to trifle with, and is it such a hardship that is asked? Your own honour, the honour of your daughter, would be in no wise injured were you to enter the life of religion, and naught but the vow of chastity would be required in the matter. You would be free to reside at any of the palaces that you wished, you would be in full possession of your estates and dowry, and you would have the wardship of your beloved daughter, and the title of Queen Dowager. In that you would be following the honoured example of a Queen of France. I cannot too strongly counsel your Grace to accept, and I bring the advice of the Holy Father to the same end, and the secret wish of your nephew, the Emperor. Is it not a duty laid on your soul not to cause dissension between the Holy See and England? With no sacrifice on your part, for you would but be conceding what is no longer yours, the person of the king, you would be ensuring the continual peace of yourself and your daughter and the welfare of the realm. You would win the Holy Father's most tender benediction, a true daughter in Christ. So now when you refuse this duty, you do wrong." "I do wrong? I? Oh, you men, you are all of a piece. What right, what reason is on your side? Am I the king's wife, or am I not? If I am not, how can Mary be Princess of England? Did not the king feign that the Bishop of Tarbes inquired into her legitimacy on her betrothal to the French prince? How long would her position be honoured if I swallowed this insult? First I would go, then my child, and what hurt can she fear from her mother's proving her own right and legitimacy?" "But perchance," Campeggio ventured very significantly, "perchance it should not be proved. If your Grace's contention was not accepted, then would the princess be disproved heiress without A rattle of angry words drowned his speech. Catherine was leaning forward in her chair, her hands gripping its arms, her face twitching with the wrath that was vibrant in her voice. "My contentions not accepted! My rights as an honest woman and a queen denied in the face of God and his justice! Who would do this thing, my lord? Would you? Would your master, the Pope? Never will I believe such infamy of an agent of God's. 'Twas a former pope's dispensation married us. If that prove now at fault, what security will hereafter be placed in any papal bull? There is no law in heaven or earth that can unmarry me from Henry, and no power that will force me to yield one jot of my right, though I were broken on the wheel. Can you face these words, my Lord Legate? Can you deny me the truth? Ah, you men! How you patter and shuffle and lie to reach your ends, yet crave ever a fair appearance, however foul the secret mire you wallow in. I am sickened with this talk of sin and conscience. Do I not know Henry's conscience? I have been his wife for 19 years, and I know, and you know, that he is a man to be fed and flattered, with no scruples save to make a show with, and no law save the limit of his power. You know, and I know, that his infamy flaunts through this palace, whose shame is hanging over England like a curse." "Madame!" again the upraised feeble hand. "Doubtless, in hopes of a succession—" "The succession!" Never had the Italian heard fiercer scorn than was flung into those 2 words. "The succession of Mistress Anne Boleyn! Oh, worthy dam! Oh, worthy heritors of a crown! I know the lady, my lord. She was maid to me till I sent her packing for a low, wanton intrigue with Henry Percy. A saucy, upsmart, scheming jade, who has been love to Thomas Wyatt, a poet-rake, these many years, whose favours are every courtier's for the asking or the paying. A sly, black-eyed, double-fingered hussy, who hath bewitched Henry Tudor with the arts the devil, her master, doth lend her. And this is the woman you would put on the throne of England. Oh, she would soon have you and your kind overboard, a loose-tongued, free-thinking Lutheran." "Your Highness, your Highness!" "Spare your words. I know your heart. You are all men together. What is there in a man that makes him so like a devil? No, no, I do not mean you, my Lord Cardinal. You may mean only kindness. Indeed, I trust you do, but I have been so embittered with the man Wolsey, whose falsity and ambitions I will cast into his teeth, and he come beseeching me again to throw my fair name into the mire to cushion his pathway. I know the man. You are not he, but you are all men. You hang together, you condone each other's vices, you veil each other's crimes. And a woman, good God, let a woman but glance so fleetingly aside, and what a stone throwing is there? All your hands against her. What, my lord? Are all your arguments to me? Are they for the right, the justice of the cause? Not one. 'Tis all for expediency and prudence. It is, "Bethink you, madame, of the Princess Mary, and anger not the king," and "Softly, lady, let the king have his way. Consider how much he yearneth towards his new wife, and go you to a convent and pray God bless the union," and "True, your majesty, you are the king's wife, and the crown is yours, but your head has grown grey under it. Put it on a fairer brow. Do not trouble to defend yourself when they call you no wife, and your marriage a deadly sin. It will stir up strife and embarrass the Pope, and annoy Charles, and disappoint Henry. All other men are freed when their old wives cloy. 'Tis the way of the world. Let thy honour, thy daughter's honour, go. 'Tis for the best. 'Twill please the king." Campeggio did not meet her eyes. He was staring out the window on the blue, wind-ruffled Thames. The wrinkles on his face looked deep and sunken. Then he turned to her, and his hands, with Italian expressiveness, went out in a gesture of deprecating admission. "My dear lady," he said in his softly ironic tones, "this is life." But there was no response in Catherine to such philosophizing. She had no intellectual interest in the generalization. "Neither the realm nor the greatest punishment," she said, speaking more quietly, though with breath shortened by passion, "nor even being torn limb from limb shall alter me in this, and if after death I were to return, I would die again, and yet again, rather than give way." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 17. A Tragic Farce. The great hall of Blackfriars Blackfriars was the theatre selected for gaping England to witness upon a June day, 1529, the novel spectacle of its king and queen debating in open court the validity of their marriage. The Pope had wished the inquiry private, but Henry's theatric taste made him stage it with splendour, and his thirst for popularity inspired him to take the people into his confidence to try and win them by a personal appeal. The hall had been most sumptuously fitted up for its farce of justice, and the two legates in their scarlet robes, in chairs draped with cloth of gold, on a raised platform, and with the king and queen amid more golden drapings and canopies raised on either side of them, and the Archbishop of Canterbury and his bishops and the councillors for the king and queen in front, while all about the sides of the hall were packed the peers and members of court, the officials, the clergy, and all the commoners who could effect an entrance. Back among them, shrouded in a veil, was a girl whose delicate features, sharpened with eager suspense, took on the irony of derision as the sentences of the king's address rang out, declaring the anxiety of the royal conscience and the pious resolve to continue no longer in the mortal sin of an unholy wedlock. Not so would she have postured. The Dowager Duchess of Norfolk beside her nodded her understanding of Anne's thought. "Appeal to men, and they will turn against you. Carry all with a high hand, and they clap you to the skies for valiance," she whispered. "The world loves its conquerors." "Amen," grunted Big Brereton, who, with Norris, pressed close to them in the throng. "This clatter of priests' tongues deafens me." "Priests' tongues!" sniffed the old duchess. "Nay, it hath gone further than priests. All England is waging. Not a toothless grandame in her chimney corner but hath her opinion on whether the king be rightfully married or not. Not a dog-faced peasant but knows the opinion of heaven on the matter." "Heaven's will is clear enough," Anne gave back. "'Tis but the opinion of those slant-eyed foxes that I crave." It had been a time of fretting impatience for Anne. In December she had returned to court, where Suffolk House was given for her establishment, and though she had every assurance of success, from the sight of the Pope's commission granting power to Wolsey and Campeggio to try the case, and promising not to revoke that authority, to Henry's account of the decretal that defined the law in his favour, fairly prejudging the case, yet a haunting fear possessed her of some blow in the dark. There had been too much delay. She did not trust that Pope. It was whispered that Catherine had private assurances from the Emperor that nothing would be done against her, and Catherine was more than convinced that Pope Clement was lying impartially to both sides, cozening them in desperate opportunism till he could see which of the alternate dangers threatening him from Emperor and King would be ultimately the least perilous. It was perfectly realized that neither the validity of the dispensation, nor the justice of Catherine's claims, nor England's urgent political necessities were taken into his consideration for one instant. But now, though maddeningly postponed, the trial had opened, and it dragged its weary length of formalities along, according to its preconceived plan, until, unexpectedly, on the conclusion of Wolsey's address, Catherine of Aragon rose suddenly from her seat. Deliberately she circled the legates and bishops, in a hall grown so still that the creakings of her stiff silk were audible in the farthest corners, and when approached to the king's chair she went down on her 2 knees before him, reaching up with clasped hands and pouring out a loud and passionate appeal. "The poseurs!" muttered the old duchess, but that the poor queen was not reciting a set speech for spectacular effect, but was labouring with an almost uncontrollable distress was evident from the curious fact that she spoke in almost broken English, as if her tongue had forgotten the habits of so many years and slipped back into the accents with which she had first expressed herself in her husband's language. It was a wild and piteous harangue that she poured forth. "Your Highness hath declared that it is your desire that this marriage shall be proved valid," she was reminding the king, and indeed Henry, in one of his many posturings before the council, had acquitted himself of that very declaration in order to establish his perfect impartiality in the matter. and have declared your great love for my person, and have stated that were you free to choose, you would liefer marry me than any woman in your realm. So then by all the loves that have ever been between us, for the love of God, for my honour, and for that of our daughter and yourself, let me have justice and right. Have pity on me, a poor lone woman and a stranger, without a trusty friend or impartial adviser, flying to you as the head of justice in this realm. Alas, how have I offended you, that you should seek to put me away? Have I ever attempted to do anything against your will and pleasure? I take God and all the world to witness that I have ever been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife, ever conforming to your will and pleasure, never showing ill temper or discontent by word or look, but always pleased with all things in which you showed delight, and loving all whom you loved, for your sake alone, whether they were my friends or my enemies." "La, la, what love she hath shed!" muttered the Duchess, but Anne did not hear. She was leaning forward, her lips parted, her eyes big and dark. She was thinking of the time that she had knelt to Catherine. Henry had risen from his seat and bent over the queen, trying to raise her from her knees, but her hands repulsed him. She went on, beginning to sob, but still speaking loudly for all to hear. "For 20 years I have been a true wife to you, and by me you have had several children, though it has pleased God to call them out of this world, which is no fault of mine. And when you had me at the first, I take God to judge whether I was a very maid, and whether it be true or not, I put it to your conscience." The Dowager Duchess shook her head vehemently. "Tut, tut, tut," she clucked between her teeth. "She may vow so, but some 27 years ago the whole court was whispering Prince Arthur's boasts to the very contrary. He was a sick young husband, but husband he was. And then there was that matter of the priest." "Which may have been but slander," Anne gave back in an undertone, amazed herself at the impulse that prompted her to the queen's defence. "They may have loved, but not to ill doing." "Slander!" shrugged the old lady expressively. Her nose lifted in disdain of such absurd sentiment. "When everyone knew—" "Everyone knows many a thing now that is not true," Anne muttered, and the old Duchess, suddenly divining the impulse of the girl's denial, reached out and patted her hand smilingly. "We know thou art as innocent as a field flower," she whispered. "Else," and she chuckled incorrigibly, "Henry would not be so hot after thee." Through this rapid interchange of murmurs Anne had been listening to the impassioned tones of the kneeling queen. "In any case, if any just cause or impediment can be alleged against me," Catherine was declaring, "I am well contented to depart to my great shame and dishonour, but if there be none, I here most humbly beseech you to let me receive justice at your hand." Raising her voice till it carried to the pressing listeners, blocking the wide open doors and filling the hall beyond, she went on to urge that she could not expect justice from English subjects or an English court. "And therefore," she added, "I most humbly entreat you, as a charity for the love of God, to allow me to prosecute my appeal in Rome before the common Father of all Christians." She started to rise, and the king sprang forward to assist her. Bowing, she turned away, but instead of passing about the bishops again to her seat, she motioned to Griffiths, her general receiver, to present his arm for her to lean upon, and then directed her way forward, out of the court. Quickly the king beckoned to the crier and commanded him to order her, in the king's name, to return. "Queen Catherine of England, come into court! Catherine of England, come into court!" roared the crier's voice, and Griffiths, pausing irresolutely, whispered, "Madame, you are called." He felt the agitated trembling of her heavy body as she pressed forward. "On, on, it maketh no matter," she answered fiercely. The tears her excitement could not control, perhaps did not wish to control, raining down her cheeks. Again the crier shouted her name, and Griffiths, in 2 minds, would have hung back. "On, sir," she commanded. "It maketh no matter, for it is no indifferent court to me. I will not tarry," and she swept resolutely from sight, her ladies hurrying to rejoin her at the entrance. There was a tremendous stir all through the hall, a rustling of tongues and clothes as people turned and whispered to each other, gesturing, expostulating, demurring. Everywhere there were clustered heads and curious eyes slanted at the king. Henry felt the sudden current against him. Catherine had made a powerful impression. With his eagerness to be with the popular tide of feeling, and his thin-skinned inability to permit himself to be for a moment thought of as being in the wrong, Henry sprang excitedly to his feet and addressed the court in feeling tones of sympathy. "Forasmuch as the queen is gone, I will in her absence declare unto you all, my lords, she hath been to me as true, as obedient, and as comfortable a wife as I could in my fancy wish or desire. She hath all the virtuous qualities that a woman of her quality, or of any lower rank, ought to possess." Did there come to Anne Boleyn in that moment some swift insight into the character of the man to whom she was yielding her life, staking all her future upon? If it did, it was gone in the moment, before the answering reassurance of self-confidence. She shut her foolish eyes to his shallow instability, his callous insincerity, thinking that these lies, these posturings, these tricky machinations, would always be for the others about him. For her, who held his heart, the innate sincerity of his love, but her cheeks flamed that he should, as she felt, degrade himself by those protestations that hoodwinked nobody, and but revealed his thirsty craving for approbation. Not so would she have played the ruler. But there did come to the girl that night, as she tossed restlessly, far from sleep, a haunting perception of the pitiableness of that woman, old and haggard, weeping at the feet of her husband. She closed her heart against that pity, she flouted it with the memory of Catherine's old insults to her, but it persisted, sharp and discomforting, setting deeper currents of thought stirring in her, new questions knocking at her brain. At last, turning at bay against the tracking doubts that pressed upon her, she faced the thought. Was Catherine right? Was she? Canon law forbade the marriage, but Henry had been willing to oppose canon law with the Pope's dispensation, those 20 years ago, she reminded herself, endeavouring with new largeness of character to slip away from the distortions of her pride, her ambitions and her hates, and to be fair to the enemy, whom even to think of was to make the blood quicken in her veins. But her thoughts circled swiftly back to her justifications. Henry had been willing to accept her as wife for a particular result, an heir for England. It had failed, and Catherine would now never realize that hope. If such had been the case when he married her, he could have put her away at once. Why, then, not now? Catherine had staked herself upon the chance which had gone against her. She should take the fortunes of war with a positive gratitude for the generous terms of her dismissal, instead of haggling wretchedly for the validity of that dispensation. It pierced Anne's consciousness that she was playing a strangely significant part in England's history. She had precipitated a crisis, political, religious, whose far-reaching effects she could not begin to foresee. There were large things at stake: the right of trial of English cases by English courts, the lessening of the papal grasp. A perception flitted vaguely across her of being a tool in the hands of forces greater than she divined, forces waging a persistent and inevitable war. The perception faded, and she saw herself, from a different angle of vision, as a person of deep importance, of vast potential power. What could she not do, she who had England's king at her beck and call? There came to her a larger vision of the possibilities of her position than she had at first conceived of, and she saw herself abolishing abuses, protecting heretics, encouraging education and all true feeling in religion. By morning, when sleep at last came to her, she had forgotten in her enthusiasm for the good that her reign would bring, the immediate devastation of the discarded woman, kneeling before the husband of 20 years. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Doyon.
The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 18. The Law's Delays. The tedious delays which made the case drag on interminably through June and through July had daily tightened that knot of tension in Anne's breast, and deepened the weight of her secret burden of foreboding. There was the Pope's written word to let these legates decide, and there was the secret decretal defining a favourable law. It was incredible that Clement would recede from all he had promised England, but yet. So that when Anne saw the king's face as he burst in the door of her apartment on the day set for concluding the trial, although her heart gave a terrible sick drop of dismay, she had nevertheless a cold sense of having all along expected this very thing, and her manner was strangely quiet. "Is it against us?" she asked, white to the lips. "It is nothing," Henry answered with a roar of anger. "It is nothing, nothing, nothing. No sentence at all is given. The court is prorogued to October, because that is the custom of the courts at Rome." His fury was immense. The veins swelled in his neck, his skin burned, his lips curled back over his teeth in the snarl of an infuriated beast as he poured out an astounding steam of profanity and invective. Anne put her cold hand calmingly on his. It was at least better than the opposing judgment her worst fears had anticipated. "Tell me all," she asked. Suffolk, red-faced with anger, had followed in his brother-in-law's wake, and they told her, roundly cursing as they revived the scene, how when the king's proctor had demanded sentence, Campeggio had arisen, and in smooth Latin announced that the court was prorogued, for it was then the time of vacation in Rome, and there would be no further sitting till October. "Wolsey sitting grinning by," flung out Suffolk, which was not a truth, for Wolsey's features had worn a mask-like fixity. "And I struck the table a slap under his hawk's nose and let fly. Now I see the old said saw is true, that there was never legate or cardinal that did good in England." "How answered he?" demanded Henry. "I left." Suffolk's red face grew a shade redder, though he struggled with immense disdain. "That I was not the one to say it." At another, less furious moment, Henry might have grinned at the aptness of the reminder, for long ago, when Charles Brandon had rashly eloped with the king's sister on the death of her French husband, making her his third, or perchance his fourth wife, none were quite sure, it had indeed been Wolsey who had made peace between Suffolk and his angry king, and again, later, when Suffolk had disbanded the army without leave, Henry's rage might have cost him his head, but for the cardinal's intervention. But the king was in no mood now to join with Wolsey in these reminders of benefits forgot. "His damned arrogance," Suffolk was uttering between his teeth. "The butcher's son, to toss that in my face. He hath outwitted us." "October," Anne was desolately repeating. "October," Henry ground out. "There will be a new trick turned ere then. I see that Clement means to fail me." Suffolk suddenly stopped his angry growling. "Well, sire, I will out and see what is being done. I leave you in fair hands." A half-smile touched his surly face as he glanced at Anne. "Belike you be in better mood when we meet. For me there is no such solace." "And yet my solace is my torment," Henry muttered, with a look at the girl he had hoped to make his wife ere that October came. "Oh, to be flouted so!" he burst out as the door shut upon the Duke. "To be cheated by those lying Italians!" "Italians!" mocked Anne, with ironic emphasis. "Oh, never say Wolsey to me again!" Suddenly Henry crossed the room and caught the girl in a grip of rough passion. "They cannot balk me of all, Anne," he said hoarsely. "They cannot cheat me of thee, if thou art indeed mine own. I am sick unto death of nays and coldness. Come, be mine. Be mine and end this torment of delay." "Ay, end it an thou wilt," she cried, and the ringing challenge of her voice roused wonder and stayed his clasp. "Marry me," she flashed impetuously at him. "Troth, an I could." "And thou couldst? If you and Catherine are not wed, what is to let? Is there no priest in England bold enough to do his master's will?" Backwards in the circle of his arms she leaned, her uplifted face blazing its reckless challenge to him. "Art Hal of England or Clement's man?" she taunted. For an instant his eyes caught fire from hers, but the straw flame flickered, and she saw grey calculation fog his gaze. "'Tis a matter of state. The time is out of joint. Marry me," she flung insistently into his hesitant mutterings, and again, "Marry me," she breathed, drawing closer, her back-tipped face a lure for love. "I will," he groaned, "so thou but love me now, at the first chance, when this hot outcry has cooled." Like a whirlwind, she was out of his arms and away from him. "When, and by, and at the first chance," she derided in a mocking fury. "Oh, give me the patience to wait till my hairs are grey. Troth I need it with such a lag o' love as thou. Where are thy vows now? Anne, I will crown thee. Anne, I will make thee queen," she mouthed back at him. "And what hast thou done? I am the laughter of the court. I am held for thy light of love." "So would you be in truth, and your heart were indeed mine," he tossed back, smarting. "So now you throw my virtue in my teeth. Were I otherwise, I'd not be worth the wiving. Well, I am done with all this. I know enough from more. I am wasting my youth and my fame in a wild goose chase, but now I stop. I leave the court. I give up all pretensions to your too high and mighty majesty, and cleave unto my own low estate, where I pray you let me rest. This is the end for us." "Anne, thou art mad." "Nay, my madness is over." "Anne, touch me not. I am not thy betrothed." "Unsay that, Anne, unsay that. I will not give thee up. Thou art my very life, my wife that shall be, queen of all my realm." She sank down on a chair and covered her face with her hands. "Am I?" she sobbed in a storm of tears. "Am I? Or am I only a mock of time, a fool of fortune, dizzy with a dream?" He knelt beside her, pouring out wild words and oaths and vows of love, and presently, her fury spent with its own violence, she let herself be wooed and won from her mad mood. "Belike I shall be thine," she said wearily, sopping her eyes with her wet handkerchief. "But it hath the look of a long wooing, and I am fair gravelled for patience." "And I the more so," he chafed unhappily. "Yet you will not wed me, and dare all," ran her secret bitterness, but she did not speak it out again. She had taken the measure of her present power, and for pride's sake was now silent while he talked eagerly, trying to build up again her hopes and faith. Many a knight, he urged, had fought for years to win his true love, and he would do no less, and she must trust his courage and his love. And as his ardent words played on her pride and vanity, her despair ebbed, and the net of her situation closed about her again. For after all, what else was there now in life for her? What could she do but trust in him and go on? Impossible for her proud spirit to renounce its dream. And so, with abrupt change of mood, she roused from huddling in her chair, and shook the black curls over her tear-stained face. "Sith you are so resolved on my poor self, Hal, I cannot say you nay," she cried. "But let us be up and out of London town. I am sick of the hot streets and of the quibbling courts. Let us be done with all, and out into the green wood with the cool wind in our faces and the waving trees about." "In heaven's name, yes," the king concurred, and that night his gentlemen and Anne's ladies began hastily to pack for the excursion. They were at Grafton, after an idyllic sojourn at Woodstock, fair Rosamond's bower, when Cardinal Campeggio, escorted by Wolsey, arrived to bid the king farewell. It was September, and the months which had elapsed had completely shattered any remnant of hope which Henry might have retained that his holy father meant to fulfill his pledges or arrange, in any favorable way, the matrimonial difficulty. In bland oblivion of every promise, Clement had yielded to the emperor's urgings and annulled the legate's powers, revoked the cause to Rome, and cited both Catherine and Henry to appear before him. A choice predicament for a king of England. It was not hard to see on whose head Henry's displeasure was falling, for when the two cardinals arrived at Grafton, there were no lodgings provided for the Lord Chancellor of England, and he was indebted to Henry Norris's kindliness for a place to change his garments for supper, while the neighbourhood was searched for rooms for the night. Yet so unforeseen were the disconcerting reactions of King Henry's moods, that though the betting was 5-1 on Wolsey's immediate disgrace, the king received him most graciously, and taking him by the hand, led him to a window in private talk with all the old-time show of intimacy. And although once the king's voice was heard in sharp question over a paper, saying, "How can that be? Is not this your hand?" Yet the talk concluded so amiably with the reappointment for the evening that the Boleyn faction took swift alarm. Sharp warnings were whispered Anne to stiffen Henry against his former favourite, and when the king joined her at supper, she treated him to a petulant dispute. "Is it not a marvellous thing, sire," she demanded, with a provoked laugh, "to consider what debt and danger the cardinal hath brought upon you with all your subjects?" Henry drained his cup, and wiped his beard. "How so, sweetheart?" "Forsooth, there is not a man worth 5 pounds but he hath indebted you unto him," she gave back, referring to a recent loan which had set the people all by the ears. "Well, well," said Henry temperately, "as for that, there is no blame in him, for I know that matter better than you or any other." "Nay, sir," said Anne, her colour rising. "Besides all that, what things hath he wrought within this realm to your great slander and dishonour? There is never a nobleman, but if he had done half so much, but were well worthy to lose his head. If my Lord of Suffolk, my Lord of Norfolk, my lord my father, or any other noble person, had done much less than he, they should have lost their heads ere this." Henry smiled to the excited face. "Why, then, I perceive you are not the cardinal's friend. Forsooth, I have no cause, nor have any other that loveth your grace, if ye consider well his doings." He paused, and then with a short laugh, "His friend." When Henry, only superficially impressed, had gone off to his appointment, she remained angrily ruminative. She feared Wolsey as she feared none other in the world, and when she learned that he was to remain for a meeting of the council in the morning and not depart with Campeggio till afternoon, it did not need her father's anxieties to prick her to action. Breakfast at Grafton was at the hour of 6, and it was the king's custom to take it in the Boleyn apartments. That morning Anne sent for him earlier than usual, and he found her in a riding suit of Lincoln green, a cocked hat already perched on her flying hair. "Prithee, eat in haste, and let us away," she cried, smiling and waving him to the table. "I can hardly wait. The day calls me, and it is in my mind to see that stretch of land that you destine for a park." It was difficult to demur in the face of that radiant expression, but he shook his head at her. "The council sits." "La, sir, but you are not the council. You are the king, and surely are free to ride it out over the green country with such a nice young maid as I." She dimpled mischievously, and pushed the honey and venison toward him. "Nay, not free in conscience," he said with open regret, for Anne was sweetly lovely as she sat there smiling at him, and the country looked very fresh and fair as he glanced through the open casement. It had rained in the night, and every leaf and grass blade held its shining drop of water. The air and sky looked fresh-washed and sparkling. The breeze blew gently, and in the east the colors of sunrise still shimmered in paling rose and saffron. It was undeniably a morning on which to be up and away, but there was the council to see, and Wolsey. "We must wait, sweet, till afternoon." "Nay, your council knows your grace's will. They will see it done in all matters," Anne protested, a little upright line deepening between her arched brows. But she banished it with a sudden smile. "Oh, very well," she laughed lightly, "since your grace can liefer part of me than that council." "'Tis not alone the council, but Wolsey," he paused, fearing the name would win an outburst from her. "It mattereth not." She went on eating, with an apparently absorbed but most dainty interest in her viands. Then she pushed back her plate, beginning to hum a gay little tune under her breath. "Pastance with good company, I love and shall—" "Right after dinner," promised Henry. She jumped lightly to her feet. "At dinner I shall be many, many miles away." "What foolery is this?" "Very true foolery." "Where are you going?" "As far as my horse can carry me, on the way to Blickling." "Prithee be sober," Henry frowned. The young lady smiled. "I am as sober as an anchorite in the desert, dear my lord." "You have it in your mind to leave this place, and me?" "I think, sire, you would not account it much loss," she gave back with a flash of defiance in her eyes. He stared, then left the table to approach her, but she put out a protesting hand. "Nay, I am in no mood for being cozened." "Cozened? What spell is on thee?" "A very woeful one. I am persuaded that the presence of Anne Boleyn is a matter of indifference to thee, and I am minded to remove it. Perchance there are others more appreciative." "Indifferent," he said, half angry, yet trying to smile at her blandishment. "Now, Anne, thou art mad as a March hare. What bee is buzzing in thee? Thou art but in jest." "I am glad your grace is so well advised of my humours." She crossed the room to the door that opened into her chamber. "I crave your highness to excuse me. I have some orders to give." "Anne, come hither, I tell thee." She turned towards him, making no motion to approach, but offering him a vastly engaging and roguish face to gaze upon. "What makes you think I am indifferent?" She puckered her lips. "Faith, when a knight refuses his lady's company to her face, and that for no reason at all save a musty counsel." "And thou wouldst really leave me so?" He attempted sternness, but there was an uncontrollable panic in his tone. "To fly at such a tangent when I—" "Was but jesting, Harry, was but jesting," she supplied quickly as he hung fire, and running up to him, she caught his coat by her two hands, smiling up into his face in bewitching confidence of the kiss that he instantly pressed on her warm lips. "I was but jesting," he echoed, their laughter mingling, and he continued to kiss, not her lips only, but her soft brow, her eyes, her scented hair. "You knew I could not gainsay thee, little wench." And so, some minutes later, when Cardinal Wolsey rode hurrying into the courtyard at Grafton, for the lodging he had found for the night was 3 miles distant, he had the pleasure of seeing the king lifting a light figure into the saddle and then swing quickly on his own horse. The cardinal almost tumbled in his eagerness to dismount, and hurried to kneel at the stirrup where Henry was feeling for the right brace. Smilingly, the king greeted him and waved him to one side. "I can tarry not. Another time," he called, putting spurs to his horse and dashing out after the girl who had already given rein to her mount. Wolsey stood and gazed after, forgetting the gaping onlookers in the intense premonition of disaster that came upon him. He saw Anne, light as a fairy on her white horse, her black hair blowing like a pennant about her, against a sky of blue that seemed to deepen as he gazed, a fleeting, eluding phantom of delight after which the king was spurring his black in furious haste. And as the aging man watched, his heart sank in heavier and heavier dejection. He had ridden with Henry on many a mad quest, but now his usefulness was over. Henry rode alone, and it had been his own hand that baited the trap. The Duke of Suffolk advanced from the castle to greet him, and Wolsey turned with a summoned smile. "How fair the picture," he said, waving his hand at the two bright riders against the blue, and he turned again to watch them out of sight. He had a momentary feeling that he should never see his king again. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Doyon. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 19. A Farewell to Greatness. But Henry had one more service that his minister might perform. If that decretal could be wrested from Campeggio, Wolsey could reopen the legatine court, for the commission was made out to the legates separately or jointly, and once in possession of the pontiff's written promise not to revoke the legatine authority, Wolsey could pronounce a favourable judgment in the case, as he should long since have done, Anne heatedly declared. 2 years ago he could have pronounced the verdict quietly and with small talk, and when it was done, those who are eager now to prevent would have hesitated to try and undo. But no, he durst not. He dallied. He appealed to Rome. He noised it abroad. He let Catherine rouse Charles, and Charles command the Pope. And then he fathered that treachery of a legatine court with its lying commissions and secret decretals. And how hath it all gone? The commission was made out with his name first, but he let Campeggio supersede him, so the Italian can lag in calling the court and then prorogue it. Tell me not Wolsey was unknowing from the beginning of what was coming, and all the while the decretal remained with Campeggio. Wolsey could have begged it of him, for he trusted Wolsey, and with good reason. If this be his best, give me another's worst. If that decretal be found, he shall mend that best, Henry promised. But the decretal was not found, although the English customs officials searched the protesting legate most thoroughly, and the sudden puff of hope that had flickered before the two lovers was swiftly extinguished and left Henry cold with vindictive wrath. That was Wolsey's last chance, he said grimly. Now they can be at him. They were at him then, like dogs about a wolf. All the enemies whom the cardinal's long, arrogant years had embittered, men he had humbled, men he had injured, men whose relatives he had sent to the block, men whose pride and ambition had seethed against his power, bared their fangs at him and struck. Nobles and officials for once made common cause against him, and ere the king's humour could change, they closed hungrily round their victim. The very day the messenger brought the king his disappointing news, the king's attorney drew up articles against the cardinal for infringement of the Act of Prémunire. Wolsey had foreboded disaster ever since the close of that legatine court, but always he hoped against hope, so incredible it was to conceive of himself as overtaken by absolute disgrace. If only he could see the king again! He had waited for that chance in agonized suspense, but the Boleyn faction had seen to the continuation of those hunting excursions about the country with Anne, and Wolsey had not looked upon his sovereign since the morning at Grafton, when he had watched him dash off so blithely after his eluding lady. He knew that without the king's favour he was defenceless before his enemies. He saw himself ringed by so many daggers of hate, pointed at him by those men who had endured his arrogant exactions in the king's name with such forced suavity, and back of them lowered the bitter animosity of all England, who saw in him the very embodiment of the loathed ecclesiastical abuses. As cardinal and chancellor, He had controlled the patronage of the realm, and his power had stretched over all like a web. In every country and diocese his spider-like officials were collecting tithes and tolls, and to this enormous accretion of wealth foreign princes had been eager to add pensions after pension to enlist his influence. He had known, of course, that this gigantic web had been spun with the single thread of the king's favor, but he had believed himself indispensable to the king until the dark-eyed girl had crossed their paths, and from the bottom of his terror-stricken soul he cursed the cool pride of her character which had undone him. It was possible for him to defend himself with the simple truth that everything he had done as legate, in violation of the Act of Praemunire, which forbade the exercise of the power of any agent of the Pope in England, had been entirely at the king's desire, but Wolsey understood the temper of his master too well to attempt a defence. To thwart Henry when he was provoked was to draw the whole force of his wrath. The wisest course was to bow to the storm and throw oneself upon the royal mercy. Wolsey knew English justice far too thoroughly to believe that any defence would be strong enough to protect him. If he was to be ruined, ruined he would be. If Praemunire failed, the court was packed with men who, at the king's whisper, would manufacture enough evidence of treason, furnishing names and dates to send his head spinning. There was no help for him if the king's favour failed, and at the king's order he yielded the Great Seal, he pleaded guilty, he surrendered his goods. There are moments in life of such dramatic contrasts that even the dullest vision sees something of their poignancy. And in that moment when the disgraced cardinal stood taking what was like to be his last leave of York House, there was a quality so vivid that the very yeomen, the thick-headed giants, who on feast nights stood with upraised torches, illuminating and guarding his golden treasures, now piling those treasures out on tables, were thrilled with an inarticulate emotion. It was not grief. They had neither affection nor anxiety for their master, who had been a fearful power, remote and awe-inspiring. If anything, they felt a pleasurable excitement in the stir of events and coarse humanity's careless exulting that one who was high was now low. But at that moment it was not excitement nor curiosity that stirred them, but a vague perception of the greatness of the tragedy. The cardinal was passing slowly, silently, through the great rooms of his palace. At his order, all the riches it contained had been brought out and displayed in the expectation of the king's coming to take possession. The halls of the gallery were hung with cloths of silver and gold. The long tables down its length were laden with whole pieces of silk of every colour and quality, velvets, satins, grograms, and taffetas. Of fine linen alone there were 1,000 pieces. The prodigality of the display astonished even those in the household who were acquainted with the cardinal's possessions. On one side of the gallery were hung the rich suits and copes that he had provided for his colleagues at Ipswich and Oxford, and it was here that the cardinal paused and longest lingered in his slow progress. As he gazed, the rigidity which had frozen his features into a death-like mask seemed to weaken. A violent twitching in his left cheek suddenly commenced, but it was his only show of the profound and overwhelming emotion within. He was taking leave of the labours of achievements of a whole life. He had not yet given himself utterly to despair. He sustained his courage with the hope of regaining the king's grace, but he could not deceive himself into imagining that he would ever regain it to his former extent. The richness which he was surrendering would never again be his. These copes would never be worn by his scholars. That great cardinal's college at Oxford would never be completed by him. His vision of stately stone walls and towering belfries, of sunlit quadrangles and oak-beamed halls filled with England's choicest youth would not be for his eyes to gaze on. A gust of anger seethed through the man as he thought of the men who would take advantage of his fall to enrich themselves and possess in turn the powers he had wielded. He despised them, They were a horde of pleasure-seekers, incapable of laying one stone for the glory of England, or adding one jot to the learning within her borders. Whatever men might say of him, he thought with a stiffening of his pride, he had risen to great heights, he had borne great cares, he had supported high ambitions. He had had a vision of England's future welfare, of fine colleges and scholarly men and wise-minded administrators. If only it had been given to him to follow this vision unimpeded. But, oh God, how he had been thwarted and baffled, what circuitous routes he had travelled, what ends he had served. And all that he had done was undone, or like to it, and England was left, to whom? He pitied England intensely in that moment, and in the next he was kindled with an immense passion against the absurd injustice, the capricious unreason of events. On what pitiful threads of whim and spite hang tragic destinies! What a random passion had overthrown in petulant resentment the unremitting toil of an unwearying intelligence! As he stood there, he was struck with a sudden memory of a scene that had never before recurred to him save in amusement, the challenge that had been flashed him, one long ago morning at the palace door, from the angry eyes of a disgraced maid of honor. He had lived to see that same maid of honor's strange elevation to power. He had lived to see the menace of those eyes fulfilled, and he remembered the morning when young Henry Percy had poured out his boy's tale of passion and begged to be allowed to marry this maid. Curious that if he had consented... He wrenched himself from the unprofitable thoughts and passed on down the gallery. On the thresholds of the gilt chamber and the council chamber he paused in turn, casting a mechanical eye on the tables laden with his precious plate. There were services of silver richly chased, but the greater part was gold, such gold as few kings could boast, elaborately wrought and often set with many gems. The officials of the household stood guarding these wares, and on each table was a book listing the plate and its weight. All was in order for the new occupant. How many times Wolsey had seen that plate outspread at banquets! How many times had he strolled from table to table of his guests! He felt the pain of these remembrances, with its prophecy of future anguish, but now he had steeled himself to endure, to maintain an appearance of proud calm, and only that twitching left cheek, the shrunken eye and the dry, blenched skin that told of sleepless nights, revealed to the onlookers through what a furnace of human despair the man was passing. There was nothing more to be done. Every arrangement had been hastily made for his departure, and now all that remained was to betake himself from this place of his past power. But as he moved to that door of York House that gave upon the Thames, his footsteps dragged. At the door he paused, and waved sharply back the man who had been in the custom of carrying before him the second cross of silver, the cross which was the symbol of his fateful legatine power. But one cross, he commanded, and to the knot of household officials standing about, his pent-up despair vented itself in a bitter confession. God wot, I would I had never borne more. The treasurer of the household stepped a little forward, his light blue eyes glistening. I am sorry for your grace, he said, for I hear you are to go straight to the Tower. Wolsey stopped short. The twitching in his cheek became violent. Is that the best comfort you can give your master in adversity? Burst from him, and his voice sounded hollow and querulous, like the voice of an old man. He shot an angry look at Gascoigne, and the greedy, curious excitement of the man made him draw himself up with a return to his old haughtiness. Dryly he commented, It hath always been your inclination to be light of credit, and much lighter in respecting of lies. I would you should know, Sir William, and all those reporters too, and his eyes swept the crowd on his heels who fell back abashed, that it is untrue, for I have never deserved to come there. After a moment he added with deliberate calm, Although it hath pleased the king to take my house ready furnished for his pleasure, Yet at this time I would have all the world to know that I have nothing but what is of right from him, and of him I have received all that I have. It is therefore convenient and reason to tender the same unto him again." With high-held head he descended the steps and passed through the open doors into the waiting barge. As he took his seat he cast a casual look about, and those with him saw him give an uncontrolled start. He had found himself the cynosure of a million eyes. Both banks of the Thames were lined with people crowding, tense, expectant people, and on the river more than 1,000 barges were laden down with more people, all with their faces strained towards him, their eyes alight to witness his disgrace. They must have been gathering before daybreak. They must for hours have been standing patiently in place for that one precious glimpse of his departure. He felt a shudder run through him. His throat was dry. The simple sight of those people, those waiting, feasting eyes, affected him as unpleasantly as a brandished axe. He knew the thumping blood reversals of a caged hare seeing a hound outside its bars. They could not get at him. Theirs were not the hands that were able to drag him down. They were but the little men he had offended, whose houses he had seized to enlarge his garden, whose relatives he had impaled for deer stealing. The bars were stout between him and them, but the fact of their enmity was there, their eagerness to be at him, their promise to destroy him if he fell amongst them. He tried to dismiss those staring crowds from his mind as his barge made its slow way down the river. He tried to put away that notion of their enmity and call them merely curious, the vulgar gluttons of events, but when he raised his head and met those eyes, he found more than curiosity there. His eye was caught by one face in particular, a woman's face, white and starved, with eyes like caverns. There was such fixity of hate in her haggardness that he felt as if he had seen an ever-burning fire. He wondered who she was, what thing had given her that look. He could not banish it from his mind. It took possession of him with the intensity of a tormenting enigma. And then quite suddenly it came over him. The sight of a little boy precariously balanced on a barge gave him the clue. He recalled that a year or so gone by, 2 little boys had been busy casting down a gutter some rubbish that the rain had swept there. A lackey of the Viscount of Touraine had complained that he had been hit by a piece of it, and the French lords had taken the matter up, and Wolsey had had the whole family of the offenders arrested. He had kept the father and mother and relatives and servants in jail for 6 weeks as a warning. The boys themselves had been committed to the Tower. One of them died there, and he dimly recalled now that there was something said about the others having been lamed by ill usage. Someone had made a sentimental plea to Anne about him, and she had brought about his release. It was a low family. They were not worth troubling about. And yet the eyes of that mother, for he identified the haggard woman as the mother, seemed to pierce him with baleful portent, shrug it off as he might with a paw and a gutter scum. His barge had reached the Tower now, and as it did not halt there but proceeded on its way to Putney, a sudden deep-throated cry came up from the mob, swelling louder and louder in its disappointment, like a clamour of disappointed hounds. The Cardinal smiled disdainfully. He would live to be revenged on them yet, he told himself. But he told himself wearily. He felt old and jaded. There was so much to be done all over again. All over again. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 20. Lady Anne Rochford. Anne caught her breath with delight at the first glance about York Place. She had anticipated treasure, but not such profusion as this. With a little dancing step, she left the king's side. The king and her mother and Henry Norris had come secretly by barge from Greenwich one bright October morning to inspect this palace, and flew to the nearest table heaped with its rainbow-hued silks. "Oh, mother!" she cried out, holding up a piece of embroidered golden tissue as impalpable and radiant as sunshine, in such a feminine ecstasy that all three of her companions burst out laughing. "Mary, I have had no new robes for a month," she defended herself prettily. "There are robes for thee there, sweetheart, for all years," Henry promised, while he turned with an equal eagerness to the tables of gold and silver plate. "By the mass!" he ejaculated, staring at the glittering covers, and Norris gave a soft whistle of amazement. "In sooth, here are trenchers fit and enough for heaven and all its angels. Odds bodkins, but one had no need to dine off pewter in this house." "This satin, this scarlet satin," admired Anne, draping a lustrous fold of it over her outstretched arm. "Didst ever see such luster? I shall have a gown of it. Oh, and this velvet, so tawny color. Look, mother, I shall have that. And see this lace? 'Tis point de Venise. It would go richly with the velvet. There is another piece of it. There, mother, hand it here. See now, sire," and she was across the room to the king, the lace in her hands. "Come and see the stuff for my next gown." "Oh, Harry," she whispered excitedly, "is it not glorious? Didst ever see such a riot of riches?" "The plate, Anne, you've not regarded a piece. See this." Henry had a great platter in his hand, wrought about its borders with figures of the chase. The boar had eyes of twinkling rubies and tusks of pearls. "A quaint device, eh? And there's a drinking cup here. Where is it?" "This, your grace?" offered Norris. "That? No, the other. Here, Anne, see the cunning figures of the support. Here be three women, three graces, holding the cup." "Then I shall take it away from you, sire. One woman is quite enough for you." "She is the three graces in one, and the 9 muses to boot," he declared. "So this is a fitting cup for thee. Thou shalt have it." "Ah, many thanks," Anne returned carelessly. She was back already at the table of silks, where a vivid grogram of Tudor green had caught her eyes. "It will make fine sleeve ties for the tawny velvet," she declared, already conjuring up a vision of the gown to be while her mother fingered linen sheeting. "I will have the sleeves puffed with this white tissue here and tied with this green, and I will wear emeralds with it. Hast found me some emeralds?" she flashed, darting back to her lover's side. "I am planning a green gown. Oh, a green and tawny gold vision of a gown. And I would wear some green stones about my neck with it." Henry smiled down into the eager, upturned face. Anne was like a happy, confident child, secure in its own audacity, confident of its alluring charm. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were very bright. "Thou shalt have emeralds for thy neck and thy head and thy fingers, and to sew all over thy gown," he promised royally. "Come now and go over the palace, and thou shalt select the finest suite of chambers for thine own." And laughing like two children, they were off, the smiling Norris and awe-stricken stepmother following in their wake. The gown of velvet, a rich tawny golden, the front and sleeves slashed and puffed with white tissue, and the bodice studded with emeralds, was finished in time for the banquet given in Anne's honor on December 9th, 1529. It was to mark her elevation in rank, for on the preceding day her father had become the Earl of Wiltshire and Ormond, and she the Lady Anne Rochford. The Rochford instead of Boleyn was Henry's suggestion, for he suspected uncomfortably that her grandfather, old Boleyn, the mercer, was too well remembered in London, and he had men at work already constructing a most elaborate pedigree for his future wife. The banquet was the first entertainment in York House, now rechristened Whitehall, since its new occupancy, and to avoid any disparaging comparisons with its former state, Henry had given the most lavish orders in every direction. The cooks were to excel the old regime in every way. The finest of wines were to be used, the choicest viands, the richest plate. It was a matter of surprise to the entering guests to see that at the table of state, under the royal canopy, were places laid for two. Queen Catherine was at Greenwich. At least it had been thought so. What then was the meaning of this? "By heaven, sir, I know not," returned the Duke of Suffolk to Carew's question. "It cannot be that the king will place anyone over the head of my wife, his sister." That was exactly what Henry was doing. That was the meaning of Anne's triumphant graces, her air of imperious confidence. For Henry, bowing over her hand, led her above all his kin of blood royal to the place beside him, dedicated to the Queen of England, and as he did so, he looked about on the spectators with an open smile. "There is nothing wanting but to have the lovers exchange rings," Chapuis, the proud Spanish ambassador, muttered to his neighbor. There was indeed no pretense of concealment between Henry and Anne. The girl gazed haughtily about the room with the air of one already crowned. As her glances traveled down the long tables, past the rows of faces turned her way in such eager attention and surprise, it seemed to her that her vision was already realized. Here she sat, in royal state at the king's side, the cynosure of eyes, the theme of tongues, nothing wanting to her glory but the actual pressure of the crown upon her brow. And yet, at her proud thought, her heart contracted in involuntary pain. That actual pressure! But it would come, she told herself confidently. Fate could not balk them forever. Why, the next week her father was to be on his way to Europe to confer with the Pope and the Emperor, who would be together there for the Emperor's crowning. And from that soothing conference Henry hoped that all their difficulties would be smoothed over. He was still persuaded that it was the many false reports of him and Anne which had prejudiced the mind of Emperor and Pope alike. It was still incredible to him that anyone aware of the actual condition of affairs would persist in thwarting him. And in the meantime, no queen of royal blood had ever received more homage at her court than Anne Boleyn. So she thought as her gaze roved proudly about the hall, that her attention suddenly fixed. Beside the vixen pettiness of her brother George's wife, a young man, dark and handsome, was staring at her with a peculiarly piercing and somber regard. Wyatt had been rarely at court since his return from Italy, preferring to occupy himself with a post at Calais. She had not known now that he was to be here, and in childish delight that he should be seeing her in all her glory, she smiled gaily at him. The man's answering recognition was a mere effort of the lips. His face was set, his eyes resting on hers in gloomy intentness. Poor Wyatt! Of course, he could not fail to be most love-sad when he saw this great distance between them, ending whatever secret hopes he nursed. Anne thought, according him a thrill of pity that was not without its subtle share of satisfaction. How like you our new queen? Is she not royally caparisoned? The wanton wife of George Boleyn was whispering into Wyatt's ear. Most royally. From under her drooping lids she shot a glance of sly spite. Marry, she is queen in all but crown, and wife in all but name, she laughed maliciously, and as his look turned sharply upon her, "Oh, la, la, what is the use of pretending otherwise when they make no such pretense?" she scoffed. "Who would break a lance for virtue? 'Tis an outworn fashion with us. Sure a maid would take shame to be such when she had passed a year at court. Such maids are no new thing." She shrugged lightly at his pointed reference to her loose gaieties, but her malice quickened. Leaning closer, she murmured in mock commiseration, "Poor Master Wyatt! Is it so hard a sight to see another possess our old-time love?" To show anger was but to let her see the sparks her blow had struck. Wyatt laughed in affected negligence. I know not the answer to that so well as thou. I hear," he thrust smiling, "that there are strange holes in thy nets." But though he came off victor from that clash, he bore a bitter wound deep within his heart. She had pressed home to him the common talk of Anne. He had kept away from court since his return, away from sound and sight of her, refusing to admit to himself that he credited those light reports of her, but refusing to torture himself with the sight of her strange circumstances. This banquet had somehow drawn him, and now that he was there, back in the polluted air of scandals and intrigue, it became impossible for him to keep up longer this pretense with himself. Anne innocent? He said it to his secret soul in disdain, and the deep gaze which Anne found so pitiably sad held a dark scorn for the sight of her there, in her royal masquerade. He was pierced with a sorrow that was not for the loss of her alone, but for the loss of that which had been the soul of her. To him she had been maidenhood and youth and spring, all the delicate, inspiring purities of life. He had not known before how very high he had held her until he saw her so fallen from that place of worship. He looked at her now, jeweled and gauded till her slender body was like the glittering image of some idol, coquetting airily with the king beside her. At first glance Henry was handsome, high of color, gay of bearing. At the next Wyatt was struck with a strange pain that was not the pain of jealousy. Henry was growing very heavy, his full lips were fuller, his neck wrinkled in fat creases above his collar. There was something gross and sultanesque to the poet's eye in his great bulk of enamored flesh. And on the other hand of Anne, standing behind her chair in smiling converse, were her father and uncle, suave images of insincerity, assiduously grimacing upon her, and at the sight Wyatt's heart filled with yet heavier dejection. Those elegants were like vultures feeding on her youth, he thought, in bitter clarity of vision. What destinies she was making, what destiny was making her! He had never thought before of Anne as over young and helpless. Her high spirit and audacity had seemed to justify her own confidence of caring for herself, but now she seemed to him like some puppet dancing to wires that others pulled. For all her heavy robes of state, her jewels, her air of command, he saw the girl in her as he had never seen it when she was yet younger, the flushed face that smiled so proudly under the drift of dark hair was a child's face, its woman soul unwakened, its eyes smiling in a dream, unopened to the abyss ahead. Did she in truth expect to be crowned? His heart ached for her and the price her young ignorance had paid. It was the middle of the evening before he went to ask her for a dance. "Will it please thee, Lady Anne," he asked with a forced smile, "to consort for a time with thy own kin?" Sir Nicholas Carew, who was of the group about the girl, remarked, as Anne consented, "The Lady Anne is not one who doth forget her own kin in her elevation." "Flatterer," scoffed Anne, as she accepted Wyatt's arm. He murmured, in frank surprise, "I thought you had no liking for Carew." "Nor have I now," she returned carelessly. "Therefore I like to see him crave my favor." "But you have said he was your enemy." "What harm can he do me now?" Anne drew herself up with assurance. Then she spoiled her regal air by tossing her hair very girlishly. "Nay, I have taught him his lesson, and the teaching amused me. He asks now but the chance to serve me." Wyatt made no answer. Anne flashed him a petulant glance. This was a strangely disappointing greeting. He had not complimented her on the events of the evening, had made no mention of her high estate. Somewhat piqued, she too was silent, dancing in gliding step to the slow music, till they passed a group of men staring from the side wall. Then she could not forbear to whisper, "Glance at Suffolk, how he glowers at me." "I think that thou hast made some very dangerous enemies this evening, Lady Anne," said Wyatt very soberly. Dangerous, she laughed. He may as well stomach it now as any other time. Thou art so sure, then, of being queen? Dost thou doubt? I have learned that naught is sure but death and grief. She shrugged. You speak like a schoolmaster, Wyatt. I fear my tongue hath been too long from court. I fear it has, she informed him airily. Again a pause. His thoughts were of an incredible bitterness. To be beside her so, clasping her hand, feeling the young warmth of her life, knowing she was another's. He spoke suddenly, without premeditation. It hath been long since I danced with thee. You have preferred Calais. And longer, he went on, since that first dance with thee at court. Do you recall? It was in this very hall. You wore a gown of blue. Also, he added grimly, you bade me remember that I was a married man. She frowned swiftly at the implication, and her flushed cheeks felt a yet warmer color, while she was angry at herself for feeling it. He was insolent. It's a pity, he added, that I did not feel a scruple of conscience. He could not have told why he spoke so. Some demon of jealousy and despair pricked him on, to try and goad, to see what sensitive flesh in her could yet shrink before a touch of shame. She only laughed, a cold, scornful little laugh in which he felt the artificial note. They finished the dance in silence. He did not again approach her. He lingered on, talking, eating, and drinking with his old companions, listening to their ribald jests, answering he knew not what, and watching, furtively under his air of indifference, the girl who furnished the theme for so many of those jests. She seemed indefatigable. Later and later it grew, but still she danced on, her color higher, her laughter louder. The king grew uproarious. His hand became unsteady. Wyatt saw the wine spill in the glass that he held on high to pledge his love. The torches began to flare out, and the candles sank sputtering, and night's shadows, held so long at bay, seemed creeping in now from the corners, determined to be dispossessed no longer. Standing unobserved under the musicians' gallery, Wyatt saw Henry and Anne circling past through the leaping light and shade. They were laughing together, and Anne, breathless, her bosom rising and falling, half leaned upon the king. As they came past him, Wyatt saw the king strain her closer, and, stooping, press a kiss on the white throat where his green jewels gleamed. It seemed to Wyatt that his very heart shed tears. He went stumbling out the nearest door that led him into a space that Henry was having cleared for gardens. The remnants of the homes of the petty burghers, which had been torn down to make room for these extensions, were piled about in mounds of rubbish. In some places the ground had been dug to admit of the planting of hardy bulbs and plants. A fine powdering of snow covered all the unsightliness with lovely harmony. The crisp coolness of the air, the immaculate whiteness all about him, was a grateful difference from the noisy rout within, whose shouts fell yet on Wyatt's ears. He walked away from the palace, across the frozen ground, drawing in deep breaths of the invigorating air. It seemed a remedy for the state he was in. He shivered but took strange pleasure in his sense of chill. He looked up at the skies. They were paling with the first gray light of dawn. The stars were withdrawn. The east seemed trembling with premonitions of light. It was 3:30. He noted this unknowingly. He was saying to himself, trembling, again and again, "She is lost." He realized then that he had never before really believed this. But that kiss, he wished that there was a place that he could go and weep his heart out. It was bitingly cold, and he turned at last to re-enter the palace for his cloak. And at the door he met the king's party coming forth. Henry laughing in uproarious mirth at Anne's clear, high-toned sally. Some impulse took him swiftly to them. He felt that he must see her once more, see her in her beauty and dead innocence. He pushed swiftly past the link boys with their wavering torches to where she stood among her sleepy ladies, drawing her furry wrap about her. "Good night, cousin." She turned quickly to him. It was astonishing how lightly the fatigues of the night had touched the clearness of that exquisite skin. There was scarcely a shadow under her eyes. Her cheeks were bright with astounding vitality. She was like a spirit of day among effigies of sleepy night. She held out her hand, and a sudden kindliness melted the pettish frost of her voice as she saw his haggard face and sorry eyes. She clasped his hand with an earnest, "Good night, Tom." As Wyatt took that hand, a strange thing happened to him. He gazed for the first time that night straight into her eyes that met his own with a faint wonder at the passion of his look, but shone serene, muddied with no consciousness of guilt. They were the eyes of the maiden Anne, high of courage, instinct with unsurrendered pride, and in that moment all that an instant before had been his certainties became to Wyatt only base and false suspicions. Henry's betrothed Anne might be, but incredible as the world viewed it, she was no more. He drew a deep breath, and the kiss that he pressed on her bared hand was of deep, trembling fervor. The girl thought that it was of sad desire, and she pitied him and blamed herself for her early petulance with him that night. But it was not so. The poet was kissing Anne's soul, and with a heart strangely lightened for all its loneliness and forebodings, he took himself on his way, smiling whimsically at the impulse that stirred his soul to prayer. After all, as Anne had long ago told him in that very palace, there was something in him that would have protected her even from himself. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Favour of Kings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Favour of Kings by Mary Hastings Bradley. Chapter 21. Hope Deferred. But even a heart as young and buoyant as Anne's cannot hope on forever, undismayed by constant denial, and when the Earl of Wiltshire failed in his mission, when all through the next spring and summer he was unable to wring one word of decisive compromise from Pope or Emperor, and when every avenue of hope was blocked, the girl's spirits plunged headlong from one extreme to the other. "Anne of England," she mocked ironically, looking out on her life with disillusioned eyes that saw only a great blackness ahead, and the knowledge whipped her that in the same palace not many rods away, Catherine was sitting at her interminable embroidery, rejoicing at the news, calmly confident of her position, scornful of her rival. Anne could feel that scorn. She quivered. And down at York was Wolsey, waiting like some dreadful spider for his hour to come again. Wolsey! How she hated him! But for him. Anne did not wish herself the wife of Percy. She was rested and detached from that old chapter in her life, but she bore the man who had wrested her from it an unconquerable grudge. And more recently how he had stood in her way. But for his sly counsels of caution and the Pope and the Legatine Court, she firmly believed she would have already been queen. But he had refused to pronounce the divorce, and had let Charles be roused to opposition, so that now the Emperor was like a challenged man who must sustain the honour of his family, and as the Pope was in the Emperor's power, small hope was there for an English cause. And if Wolsey should return to power— astonishing how her uncle and father shivered at that thought. They knew well of his implacable resentment. Yet what good did the cardinal's disgrace do her after all? She was as far from her goal as ever. Farther, for those who had been her supporters had decidedly cooled to the divorce project now that their own ends were accomplished, and they occupied the positions they had long coveted. Even her uncle was secretly indifferent, and her father lukewarm, while Suffolk was so enraged by her elevation above his wife, at that banquet last December, that he was openly hostile. Ah, what a poor deluded little fool she had been, she thought bitterly one dreary morning, leaning on the low wall about the terrace at Windsor, and staring out over the pleasant country with unseeing eyes. What was she, after all? In her dreams she had been reigning as a queen, but in good truth she was nothing but a disappointed girl, of whom much scandal was spoken, a name that was the jest of 5 courts, the betrothed of a man whose wife was still undivorced, a pitiful dreamer, cheating herself with visions while life flowed swiftly past. What would it do with her? Where would it take her? Where? She did not hide from herself the keenest of her fears, Henry's discouragement. Hitherto he had encouraged and comforted her at every fresh disappointment. Now he was baffled and dispirited. She read under his bluster, and she felt she could lean on him no more, but must encourage and inspire his energies. Well, she would do so. Her passionate egotism refused to tolerate any answer to the problem of her life except that vision of her dreams. She would be crowned. She repeated this vehemently to herself, and her spirit responded to her call for endurance. Let her look the worst in the face, but let her not despair. She felt in herself a stiffening of resolve, a glowing of heroic qualities. She turned, eager to put her resolves into action, to find the crafty smile of Sir Nicholas Carew upon her. "What, alone, dear Lady Anne?" "And would be," she gave back lightly. He looked her full in the face an instant, his eyes like guarded fires. A wry smile stirred his thin lips. "I have never pleased you, cousin," he said slowly. Anne surveyed him with malicious humour. "No, dear Nicholas, thou never hast," she returned with sweet candour. "Wilt thou never forgive mine early trespass?" he asked with a show of humble anxiety. Anne's manner stiffened. "I know not what you mean." "How little you thought then you'd e'er forget. A lady's memory is a short-lived thing. I refer to my too zealous indiscretion in the matter of the now Earl of Northumberland." His eyes watched her, narrowing. She felt his gaze like something palpable. How strangely jealous he was of that past, she thought. How he tried to stab her with it. What a torment was his passion for her. It had ridden him like a demon through the years. "Oh, that!" said Anne, as if he had been referring to a merest trifle. "That! Why, truly, Nicholas, I owe you thanks there, after all. If I had gained my will there, I would now be buried in Northumberland's estate, my housewife's keys dangling at my belt, instead of which, here I am, mounting to a far higher destiny. Lord, what an angel in disguise thou wast, and I thought thee but a spying fool. How we are mistook in our friends." Her edged laughter whipped mercilessly round him. "Forsooth, thou hast a high destiny," he said with peculiar emphasis. "Dost truly think thou wilt ever mount to it?" "Yes, dear Nicholas, and if I have to mount on the necks of mine opposers, so look that thine be not among them." And with a ripple of chill menace in her delicate laughter, she made her way on to her apartments. Carew stood looking after her, an unguarded ferocity in his features. He seethed with impotent anger against the girl and impotent desire for her. He would have given that which he considered his soul to have had her in his power. "I'd tame her, I'd sweat her," he grunted between his teeth. When she laughed and he saw the little muscles rippling under the white satin of her throat, he had felt an insane longing to still them with his fingers, to crush them, gripping that slender stalk of a neck until she should cry out, entreat, beseech. His thwarted love, debased and despoiled of all that had ever given it finer and higher impulses, racked him with the craving to possess and conquer her, body and spirit. Knowing the hopelessness of it all, he yet spent time inventing situations when she would be utterly in his power, utterly his. "Oh, I must go on," Anne was whispering passionately to her heart. From that day a change was worked in the girl. She no longer felt that her coronation was a beautiful, impending, inevitable thing, just around the corner of events, which the next change of fortune would sweep towards her. She realized it was the price of battle, and she must wage that battle alone. There were frightful odds against her, frightful, and she had nothing to face them with but Henry's favour, and she knew that there were rivals ready to dispute that favour desperately, on the first hint of its slackening. Anne threw herself heart and soul into the difficult game. Her ambitions obsessed her. Her delights in the dances and masques and hunts, whose gaieties had so absorbed her in the past, became secondary to her appreciation of them as distractions for Henry. She saw how much of the cardinal's success had depended on his keeping the king amused, and she gave herself up to revels, merrymaking, singing, dancing, jesting, with all the exuberant vitality of her 23 years. But she could not lose herself in these things at once. She remembered feverishly under all the present hilarity that she was playing for high stakes, and grew a little thin, and trifles irritated her as never before. Her anxiety concerning the cardinal increased. She felt he was gaining ground. She was sure that he was intriguing with Eustache Chapuis, the Spanish ambassador who had succeeded Mendoza, against her, and Henry's information from the English agents at Rome reported that he was in incessant correspondence with officials there. It was pretty evident from the Pope's speeches that Wolsey had written him strongly against Anne. Norfolk and Wiltshire were harassed with secret dread of his machinations. Their anxieties came to a head when it was discovered that Wolsey was attempting now to reach the king directly and intrigue against his ministers. Believing that Henry was impatient with the incapabilities of his advisers, and was at a loss whither to turn, he sent agents who were secretly to offer the king the services of his archbishop. If these messengers had reached Henry and found him in a capricious mood, the anxieties of Anne's relations would have been very well founded. But the messengers had their own anxieties. They knew that the king was extremely unreliable in all his dealings, and it would have been quite in accord with some of his other performances if he had disclosed their secret messages to his council, and turned them over to its tender mercies. So they turned informers themselves, and revealed their errand to the Duke of Norfolk. He was immeasurably alarmed. This was proof of all he had dreaded, and nobody knew what other nets that wily and restless man was spinning from his archbishopric. In a panic the party against him set itself to find out, and by arresting Agostino, one of Wolsey's agents, and wringing a confession from him of intrigues with the French and Spanish ambassador and the Pope, they secured enough fuel to fire the king's resentment again, and orders were hastily given for his arrest on the charge of treason. It was an astounding evidence to Anne of the irony of existence that it should fall to Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, to arrest the cardinal. One of those luckless lovers he had so ruthlessly frustrated was the instrument of his disgrace, and the other of his arrest. Life was a very curious thing. Yet it was only the dramatic quality in the event that made its appeal to her. She felt avenged, and avenged in a climatic fashion, and her blood thrilled again to the spectacular nature of her career. Surely her life was strange. But though she thought herself at 23 very old and experienced in the prodigious fantasies of existence, she appreciated none of the inevitable sadnesses of that fall she had assisted in precipitating. She felt the contrast, but not the pathos of the cardinal's condition. When she heard how he had wept with his faithful usher, Cavendish, she listened with incredulous scorn. That was not the way to bear disaster, weeping with his servants. Or perhaps he but feigned to weep. She suspected him of any duplicity. He was her enemy. He still menaced her and hers, even though arrested. For Henry had declared that he should be tried for his treason in London, and Heaven, to whom all things were presumably revealed, alone knew what would ensue when the king and the cardinal were brought face to face again. There would be more tears on Wolsey's part, perhaps, eloquent speeches, artfully extolling the king, bringing to mind the long years of their association, their friendship. And then suddenly Henry, fired by his passion for the spectacular, would spring to the side of the weeping man, who would sink to his knees. Henry would raise him. Oh, Anne's vivid imagination saw the performance very clearly in the watches of some sleepless hours. And Norfolk and Wiltshire were seeing it too. They urged her to stiffen Henry against the cardinal, but Anne was already aware of the subtle and disconcerting traits of Henry's capriciousness. He might swallow coarse flattery wholesale, and yet he was the shrewdest man in the world to know when he was being delicately approached. He appeared to divine in advance the position that he was to be manipulated to take, and would sheer off absolutely from it. So Anne felt that it was better to wait for the event. But the event never came. Instead, an old man, taken ill on his way to trial at London, was hurried to the monastery gates at Leicester. "Father Abbot," he said, as weakly he tottered from his mule, "I come to lay my bones among you." And 3 days later, on the 29th of November, he turned his greying face to the wall. "If I had served my God as I have served my king," the words came gasping from his lips, "he would not thus have given me over in my old age." He did not speak again. And the news was borne to Lady Anne Rochford that the man who had crossed her path with such disaster to them both, the man who had frustrated her young love, and destined her for a passing toy, the man who had impeded her ambition and concentrated on her ruin, had passed beyond all power of troubling her. He who had imposed his will on England more imperiously than any within its borders, who had been more hated, more feared, and more flattered than any other, was gone for ever from the theatre of his activities. To Anne it was a supremest blessing. She knew from the very poignancy of relief how harassing had been that constant edge of uneasiness. Now it was gone. Her old enemy was no more. Dead! "From that inn no guest returneth," ran the old song, and the girl sang it in gay relief. The mysterious cessation of the human spirit she accepted with literal incuriosity. He was dead, that was all. He could trouble her no longer. And that night the Earl of Wiltshire, in the exuberance of his relief, gave an uproarious masque which portrayed the cardinal's progress through hell. End of chapter 21.